Hey guys, welcome to part 4 of What If Naruto Became Tobirama'S Legacy. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 19 Aftermath. A week after the invasion ended, it was mayhem for the village hidden in the leaves. It was hell indeed for most of the village's forces as they had to deal with the aftermath of the event. As such, the Hokage's administration building staff was in a frenzy, as Chunin left and right were pushing papers, dealing with damage reports and worst of all, accounting for the casualties, both shinobi and civilian-wise. It was especially frustrating to believe that this same time yesterday, no one actually believed that an event of this nature would occur. Certainly, Orochimaru of the Sannin would be capable, sure, but Tsunade. Up to this point, the village hidden in the sand was perhaps the only ally of Konoha out there. The other villages either despised Konoha or tolerated the so-called tree huggers. Tsunade was the only one who had actually declared them as the village's allies. Which is why it was so frustrating to one Hiruzen Sarutobi as he saw the piles of paperwork grow endlessly, mumbling curses for every Chunin that dropped a report over the never-ending pile. Together with the shinobi leader were the village elders as well as the Junin sensei of the rookie teams that were enrolled in this frantic exams. So, Homura, I take it that Tsunade has sent a written missive for us, so why don't you enlighten me, old friend, please tell us all the cards they had decided to play. Kurenia, Kakashi and Asuma were simply kneeling in the far corner of the room, while the gray-haired elder dealt with the political side of this ordeal. Although, to Kurenia, being the least experienced of the three, it was a first to see the third fire shadow of the village this pissed off. She could really feel the veined anger dripping in each and every word that came out of his mouth. Homura, the elder in question, cleared his throat and opened the message sent by their supposed allies. Well, Hokage-sama, it has been confirmed that indeed Orochimaru had killed the Yondaime Kazekage and impersonated him. According to the message, Orochimaru, disguised as Kazekage, had influenced their decision to invade us. Though, obviously, there is no clear apology or intent of reparation, it's quite shocking to say it out loud, Hiruzen, but they are demanding that we release the captured Tsunade shinobi at once. It's said that this entire invasion was due and only due to Orochimaru's machinations. The Hokage was busy just puffing his pipe, while frowning. Well, it wasn't a lie per se, as much as it pained Hiruzen. His once favorite student had started all of this and Hiruzen knew enough about how the snake operated. Probably, Orochimaru had infiltrated Tsunade long before making a move on the Kazekage. From that point on, it was merely child's play for him to work his way and perform his plan with none being the wiser. What shall we do, Hiruzen? Tsunade must pay dearly for their transgressions. The other elder Kaharu demanded of their leader and the Hokage had actually concurred with her. Reparations shall be placed into effect, Kaharu, of that I have no doubt. The elder woman nodded and Homura as well, though all three knew how thin their path now was. Push too little and Konoha loses its image and prestige, push too much and they risk forcing Tsunade's hand to send in even more battalions and prolong this pointless debacle. In the end, his advisors knew just how Hiruzen would play this. I'm not inclined to use the hostages as leverage, but Tsunade must face the repercussions of their actions. The Fire Daimyo has already demanded an explanation from the Wind Daimyo, so Tsunade shall already receive even less mission requests. Aside from this, despite not explicitly saying in their letter, they knew we do have their Jinchuriki in custody, plus the Kazekage's other two children. Homura and Kaharu nodded in acceptance at Hiruzen's line of thinking. Indeed. Leave it to me, Hiruzen, I shall begin the negotiations in earnest. Hiruzen nodded at Homura, nominating him to deal with Tsunade. Granted. Though, please keep me posted on the conversations. The male elder bowed in acceptance and quietly left the room, together with Kaharu. With the elders gone, only the three Junin remained inside the room with Hiruzen. After dealing with Tsunade, now was time to handle the results of the exams. Despite the invasion occurring, the Chunin exams proceeded as per usual with Naruto clearly being the favorite to win the final match against Gaara, when the invasion started. The three Junin had seen Hiruzen's attention shift towards them, egging them forward to start the subject that pertained to their responsibilities. Not only towards their prospective genins display, but regarding the invasion as well. As such, it was expected of them to write reports from both events. Ah, I see. Said reports were at this moment being read by the third fire shadow. So, Kakashi, care to explain why you believed it wise to place Naruto in charge of the other genin? Asuma and Kurenai looked briefly towards the gray-haired Chunin, before the man in question explained. The Hokage's tone didn't indicate being displeased with his decision, so it was merely procedure. Hokage-sama, considering his versatile usage of the Kage Bunshin to be at various positions, plus the respect he had from his peers, I had given him an A-ranked mission to guide the other genins and protect Konoha's most sensitive areas. The original one stayed under our tutelage in the stands, and I have to say that he has carried out his directives to the fullest, sir. Most of the nobles and visitors were unharmed, and Genin Uzumaki Naruto has even managed to form a well-coordinated duo with Kurenai to deal with most of the sound shinobi, after the visitors and nobles were secured. Hiruzen just hummed as he then turned to Kurenai for her side report. True, Hokage-sama, Genin Uzumaki Naruto worked flawlessly in a teamwork effort with me, where I would capture the sound nin in genjutsu, while Naruto used both his shurikenjutsu and kenjutsu skills to strike the killing blow. Despite the woman appearing formal about the subject, Hiruzen could pick up some hints from her tone. Something amongst the lines of respect and even pride, from the looks of things, though he didn't comment further as he turned to Asuma for his take on the blonde genin. Above all else, he's a natural. There was no hesitation in his movements, nor it appeared that he was even winded even after the high-level battles he had endured. Hiruzen also had reports from plenty of other Chunin, Junin and even Anbu about one Uzumaki Naruto. It seems his clones have left quite an impression as well, helping the other civilians and guiding them towards the shelters and even protecting the village structures. Not to mention the awestruck revelation about who was actually responsible for his growth. It has been a week since the invasion, and Hiruzen was still having trouble coming to terms with what happened. But, that occurrence aside, it was quite obvious that he would be promoted. I see, so I assume that his promotion is a unanimous decision from you three, then. Kakashi and Asuma nodded resolutely, but Kurenai decided to further explain her reasoning. Frankly, Hokage-sama, I'm still baffled by how many skills Naruto has at this moment. Hiruzen worked his poker face to the extreme at such a comment. Considering who taught the kid, then Kurenai's frank statement had merit. This may sound far-fetched, but considering the rate of his growth, I wouldn't be surprised if he became Chunin material in another 2 years or so. Just like Kakashi and Itachi were at his age. Hiruzen's obvious frown in disapproval was justified, despite Kurenai not backing off her proud statement. Throughout the village history, there were plenty of prodigies who grew up in skill too fast and ended up losing themselves afterward, and Hiruzen didn't want that for Naruto. Duly noted, Kurenai. Young Naruto-kun indeed shows promise, but let's see how he performs in the field as a Chunin. Now, any more genin worthy of the promotion? Hiruzen was looking at the files of Haruno Sakura and Aburame Shino, while Kakashi and Kurenai spoke in their regard. Haruno Sakura has also displayed great growth throughout the exams, and she managed to create a suitable strategy to fend off against her opponent. While her chakra reserves still need improvement, it's safe to say she is ready for the promotion. I'd advise though that she is paired with more experienced shinobi for a while, before she can assume a more leading role. Hiruzen nodded as he studied Sakura's file closely. Kakashi's request wasn't unprecedented, of course. Not all Chunin were natural leader material right after the promotion. As it was mostly peaceful times, there was a learning curve to be followed, and Sakura could further improve her skills, following a more experienced Chunin. Of course, now Kurenai, please talk to me about Shino. Shino is like his father, driven entirely by logic and never loses focus in a mission. He focuses on the small details that make the mission easier, and he's a born tactician as well. Actually, he and Naruto can form a good pair. Kurenai had talked in length with the other Chunin about this. Actually, Shino would only replace Shikamaru in a Chunin-level mission. The Aburame's bugs would aid Naruto's sensor skills in a tracking mission and would also assist Naruto in fighting against enemies, with Shino's bugs taking advantage of the enemy focusing on Naruto and subtly drain the enemy's chakra in the meantime. Hiruzen acknowledged the duo and made a side note to test them as soon as possible. Well, at least, this exam was fruitful, with one rookie genin from each team getting the promotion, which is one blessing these old bones could take out from the tragedy that has befallen us. After all, the leaf shall burn bright in the end with the next generation showing its will of fire. For now, despite them being promoted, for the remainder of this year, they shall still take missions with their genin teams. But, I also shall place them in C to B ranked missions from time to time. Please relay the news for them that the promotion ceremony shall occur by this same time tomorrow. Dismissed. The Junins easily noticed the emptiness of Hiruzen's words. But, then, again, neither of them knew precisely what was going on in the Hokage's mind at this moment. The turmoil of so many events happened at once, the weight of the losses sustained bearing down on his shoulders, the fact that all of this happened because of his own students' actions, but there was one more crucial aspect that weighed on Hiruzen's consciousness. As such, Hiruzen barely noticed when the three Junins bowed and quickly left in a shunshin to relay the news to their genin in person, leaving Hiruzen alone, or at least he wished to be. Oh come on, sensei, please stop moping, it's not like you could have prevented any of this from happening. The third fire shadow puffed continuously on his pipe, wishing that his other student would leave him alone for the moment. Jiraiya, I don't have time for your shenanigans, right now. Leave me be. As if on cue, the perverted Sannin shifted from his favorite spot by the office's far window. Jiraiya knew how the leader felt in the aftermath of this invasion. It was the same thing that happened in the Great Ninja World Wars. When Hiruzen had to bear the responsibility of the wrong decisions he had made throughout the wars. Still, the Sannin knew what was truly going on in his sensei's head at the moment. You know that the kid saved you in the end, right? Is this what you're feeling right now? You truly thought that you'd die for the village and then you were saved. Jiraiya actually swallowed nervously when he heard the snarl from Hiruzen's throat. This was the first time that he had seen his sensei lose the usual decorum and vent. To sacrifice yourself for the good of the village, Jiraiya, is the highest honor for a Hokage. Besides me, all previous Kages had done so. Breathing a little more easily now, Hiruzen still continued. It was true that Naruto-kun had saved me by releasing Tobirama-sama from Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. But, Hiruzen then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, before resuming. I'm tired, Jiraiya. I don't know how long I can carry this out anymore. One thing before sensei left, he said that I needed to appoint a successor at once and I agree. Jiraiya then frowned once Hiruzen's questioning eyes were aimed at him. Oh, don't look at me, sensei, I'm not Hokage material. Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle, but it lacked any humor. I know, as good a Hokage as I know you'd be, I know that you'd dread taking the position. A Hokage must let go of his own life in favor of the village's welfare, after all. Plus, I can't sacrifice your spy network. Jiraiya right now saw his sensei carrying the weight of the world right now in his somber expression. I must appoint someone, and the list is quite short. That was an understatement, as Jiraiya knew that only two names would have met Hiruzen's criteria and one was rather young at the moment. You're thinking about her, aren't you? Hiruzen nodded, this time some life coming back in his eyes at his student's quick thinking. Indeed, though I still have to see how to broach the subject. Jiraiya smirked at that. Yes, knowing how she would react to it, made sense to consider all possible scenarios beforehand. Well, I guess you can take your time about this subject. Now how about the kid? I take it you have yet to tell everyone below the Anbu rank and myself what truly happened. Unfortunately, young Naruto-kun will have to bear one more S-ranked secret linked to him. Jiraiya understood, of course. The mere existence of someone being called as the Nadime's legacy was risky. If the knowledge that Naruto acquired from the Nadime fell on the wrong hands would spell trouble to everyone, no doubt. It was quite astonishing to believe that a mere genin had knowledge on one of the Nadime's most dreadful creations. Though, Jiraiya knew that Hiruzen was due to have a sensitive conversation with the brat. Do you wish for me to stay here when you talk to him, tomorrow? Hiruzen shook his head. Hell, if there was anyone out there who had as many secrets involving Naruto as Hiruzen did was the perverted Sannin. No, this is something I must do on my own, Jiraiya. I owe him at least this much. Your time will come as well, I assume. The usual grin turned into a flat-line smile as Jiraiya took the swift jab and left the room via Shunshin. The reaction was warranted, of course, but Hiruzen truly wanted to be alone at this point. Next day Naruto had awakened this morning, not sure what to expect. He had heard from Asuma-sensei that he was to meet the Hokage this afternoon for an announcement. The Chunin was rather cryptic about the reason for such a hearing with the third fire shadow, and Naruto started wondering what the old man wanted with him, of all people. Right now, Naruto knew that in the grand scheme of things, only Chunin and above would be called upon to assist in the village's post-invasion details. Above all else, the village needed revenue for the reconstruction, and thus the Chunin and above shinobi were being dispatched to fulfill the village's mission backlog. Fortunately, or unfortunately, for the village, both the Chunin exams results and the fact that Konoha had won against two villages, only served to improve its image to the point that mission requests were flowing in endlessly. Some of the genin were already sent to clean up the D and low C ranked missions. Hinata and Shikamaru had joined in some of these missions together with their respective clans. Sasuke and Kiba were also lined up for some heavy-hitting assignments. Actually, the only genins who weren't called in for missions were Naruto, Sakura and Shino. Naruto had met Sakura yesterday for some light training, and she had complained about Kakashi-sensei not saying anything, aside from Sakura also being called into the Hokage's meeting. Right now, Naruto had put on his usual clothes, with a new addition, formed now by the lack of any kunai or shuriken holster. Now, he had drawn summoning seals in multiple places to help him have better access to his weapons, should the need arise. Leaving his apartment, it didn't take long for him to reach the Hokage's administration building. Along the way, he could see the destruction caused by the invasion, as well as the construction workers repairing the damage. When he got inside, Naruto was surprised to see Asuma there waiting for him. Asuma-sensei. Ah. What are you doing here? Ah. Am I in trouble? The bearded Chunin was about to greet his strongest student for the day, when he sweat dropped at the excessive worry in Naruto's face. Relax, Naruto, it's anything of the sort. The blonde genin walked closely to his Chunin-sensei as Asuma then placed his arm around his neck. As to why I'm here, well, it's not every day a Chunin gets to gloat about one of his genin getting promoted to Chunin in their first year, you know. Naruto looked up instantly at his sensei when he heard the word Chunin, when the Hokage's office doors opened, revealing both Shino and Sakura carrying their own version of the Chunin vest, followed by Kakashi and Kurenai-sensei, as well as a man that looked like an older version of Shino with a white overcoat and sunglasses. Naruto-senpai. Look, I got promoted. No wonder you're here as well. It was thanks to you that I received this vest, after all. Kakashi deflated at Sakura's proud comment, earning a chuckle from everyone. Congratulations, Sakura. You too, Shino. The now Chunin Aburame barely nodded, adjusting his glasses, showing his acknowledgement to Naruto's praise. Shino, then, walked away with his father, while Kakashi accompanied the beaming Sakura to celebrate her promotion together with her own parents. Naruto only realized that he was alone in the hallways when he looked around and saw no sign of either Asuma or Kurenai-sensei nearby. A bit of an apprehension dawned on him, as to what would follow next, when he heard the commanding voice of the Hokage. Genin Uzumaki Naruto, please get inside, so we can begin. Swallowing nervously for a bit, Naruto got inside the Hokage's office, and only then did he see that he wasn't alone with the Hokage. Both Kurenai and Asuma stood by the wall close to the door, and both were smiling proudly at him. Naruto paid special attention to the fact that he was still due to talk to Kurenai about all of this. Looking at her, though, the Ravenet Chunin only nodded to him and ushered him to step forward to meet the Hokage halfway. Behind the Hokage were the proctors from the exams, Morino Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko and Shiranui Genma. While Naruto had never interacted with the stern proctor from the first exam, he could be considered to be on almost friendly terms with Anko, and even had a small interaction with Genma, when the invasion started. He remembered the lack of another proctor and sighed sadly for Neko-sensei's loss. He was still due to find her in the village somehow and see if she needed anything. Okay. This will be short, but let us begin. Uzumaki Naruto. The genin stood at attention at the Hokage's professional tone as he was busy reading the final report on his desk. Your overall performance in the exams was beyond exemplary. Morino Ibiki here could attest to your mind strength and knowledge in gathering information. Mitarashi Anko could attest to your ability, as well as your genin team, to work together and overcome the adversities. And last but not least, Shiranui Genma had attested your prowess on the battlefield. I, personally, believed that if the invasion had not occurred, then you would have been victorious. Aside from that, your assistance to the Junin senseis throughout the invasion as well as your leadership towards your fellow genin showed that you have both the skills and quality of a Chunin. Naruto just stood in awe as heard the Hokage's report about him. This time, one Hiruzen Sarutobi had foregone the stern visage for the new addition to his Chunin forces and smiled dearly at the young man that stood before him. You have earned this title, Naruto-kun, and it gives me great pride to award you the promotion. Now, here is your Chunin vest. The young man was still astonished, but he approached the Hokage to grab the vest, despite blushing a bit when Anko showed her enthusiasm by yelling with her fist high in the air, "Yeah, way to go, Gaki." A small nod of recognition from Naruto as he wondered that perhaps he could consider Anko a good friend. The trench coat wearing Junin had then began to laugh awkwardly when both the Hokage and Ibiki openly glared at her for her display, earning a chuckle from Kurenai. Naruto, then, tries the vest on, adjusting the size, before bowing to the Hokage. The act of respect came as a surprise to the aged leader, but he shrugged it off and only smiled. Thank you, Hokage-sama, I shall make Konoha proud. Becoming a Chunin, Naruto-kun, means that you will be called for tougher assignments from here on out. You shall sometimes be called upon as a leader of a mission, either leading fellow Chunin or genins. Naruto nodded, looking the Hokage in the eye, showing that he had acknowledged his new set of responsibilities. However, Naruto then wondered why the sudden change in Hiruzen's face as he ordered everyone to leave for him to converse alone with Naruto. The others were startled somewhat by this, especially Asuma, who until now was responsible for Naruto as a genin. Though, he followed the rest out of the room and closed the door. Naruto was surprised then when he saw the Hokage go through a known sequence of hand seals, before four blurs that Naruto always sensed inside the Hokage's office, vanished as well. As soon as the Anbu protection left the room, Naruto saw a string of kanji filling the entire room, before vanishing from sight. I trust that you recognize what I have done, Naruto-kun. Surprisingly enough, we are both fellow students of the same man. It took less than a second for Naruto to realize that perhaps he was right in thinking that he was in trouble right now. Ah yes, you have sealed the room, preventing any sound from leaving the room. The aged leader nodded, feeling his age at the moment, and Naruto was considered an experienced censor enough to know that. I take it you're disappointed with me, Gigi. The overall silence coming from the Hokage was screaming in Naruto's ears. You know, when I first realized that you were improving in the academy, Naruto-kun, I was happy. Proud even as I could see that your hard work had finally brought fruits in the end. However, you stopped talking to me like we used to, back then. Naruto took a deep breath at that, knowing that indeed, the old man was right, but Hiruzen was not finished. You suddenly decided to keep it to yourself. You must have decided that, perhaps, you didn't want to talk to me anymore. But, even then, your growth had only improved, and it was astonishing to see how much you have grown in such a short amount of time. But, now, you and I both know the real reason for your growth, don't we? Naruto felt the accusing eyes of the man that just now told that he was proud of Naruto's Chunin achievement. What I want to know, Naruto, is why you had decided that I couldn't be trusted with the fact that my own sensei was tutoring you this entire time. Right now, Naruto wasn't talking to the Hokage, but to the man who helped him a long time ago. To the man that gave him shelter when no one else did, to the man that looked at him when everyone gave him the cold shoulder and pretended he didn't exist. Taking some seconds to remember those awful days of his childhood, how one day Naruto was alone in the woods trying to catch a fish, only for this sweet old man to sit by him and tell him stories. This old man who then helped him by taking Naruto away from the orphanage and giving him an apartment, even if it barely had the essentials of a home, at least he had somewhere to call home. But, on the other hand, this old man had also. You know, before I met Tobirama-sensei, I truly didn't know much about myself. None of the teachers in the academy bothered with me. Hiruzen just stood there with both hands holding his chin as he allowed his surrogate grandson to talk. They didn't try to teach me the basics. Whenever I tried raising my hand to ask something, I would be kicked out of class. Even when the shinobi training started, neither much bothered to tell me that the reason I was struggling in my chakra control was because I simply had too much to control. Hiruzen kept his mouth shut about that. If it wasn't for Tobirama-sensei explaining that to me in the beginning, I probably wouldn't have passed the minimal requirements to pass the academy. And you, Hokage Gigi, had never explained that to me, either. When Tobirama-sensei told me that I am a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, Hiruzen this time slightly opened his mouth in surprise. I first wondered why I didn't hear this from you, Gigi. You asked me why I didn't trust you, but here I found out that the reason I was so hated by everyone, the reason why people simply ignored me, the reason why no one wanted to talk to me, was because I housed the very reason of their pain. I house in me the one responsible for killing their family, their child, husband, wife, sister, brother, father, mother. This time, Hiruzen had enough decency to look down in shame. I asked you back then, do you remember? I asked why I was treated like this by everyone and you didn't tell me. You kept this from me, Gigi. So, yes, I can say that I didn't trust you with this secret of mine. Not to mention that I didn't trust what the village would do to me, if they knew the truth. I see. Gone was the accusing glare and now Hiruzen understood, though perhaps he felt that explaining his reasons would be too late, but he tried anyhow. You're right. I should have told you the truth, Naruto-kun. Naruto, though, merely shrugged his shoulders, as if he didn't care anymore, but still Hiruzen continued. Keeping this from you was wrong, but my intention was to at least give you a normal childhood. After the event, I gave everyone the order to not speak about the subject and I also ordered the parents to not discuss this to the next generation, in hopes that you would be able to make friends and have fun. Naruto, this time, snorted in derision. Well, I guess that backfired, huh? He mumbled, though Hiruzen heard it nonetheless. Indeed, Hiruzen had failed to acknowledge the level of the village's hatred towards the fox. True, it did. Naruto at least felt appreciative that his grandfather figure didn't waste both their time, hoping to make up for bad decisions in the past. Just so you know, Gigi, I don't expect an apology, perhaps, I did a long time ago, but not now. And I get the feeling that you're not expecting an apology from me, either, concerning Tobirama-sensei. I guess we can both state that both subjects are water under the bridge. Hiruzen this time took a look at the young man, a good look that Hiruzen did for what he perceived as a judge of character. The vest on top of the clothes that were actually similar to what Tobirama-sensei wore a long time ago, actually brought a smile on Hiruzen's life. I guess Naruto-kun may truly be your legacy, Tobirama-sensei. You're right, Naruto-kun. You're absolutely right. Then, I shall dismiss you. I trust that you're quite eager to celebrate the promotion with your friends. Just one thing, though. I had labeled your training under the Nadaime and S rank level secret. Naruto looked at the old man straighter this time, acknowledging the meaning behind this, but Hiruzen continued. You know as well as I do that Senju Tobirama has acquired a lot of sensitive knowledge that he may have bestowed upon you. If that information were to reach our enemies, such information would certainly be used against the village and I can't have that. As one of the village's proud Chunin, I believe you can uphold this directive. Naruto nodded, all too at ease with holding this secret. Certainly, Hokage Gigi. It would remain just like this conversation never happened in the first place. So, I take it only you and the Anbu know about it. Jiraiya is aware of it as well. At Naruto's eyebrow lift, Hiruzen elaborated, with a straight face and easing the flow of his chakra. One of his lifelong assignments is to run Konoha's spy network and he needs to follow up on any leaks of the village's secrets to the enemies. Naruto looked at the old man for a short while, wondering if that's the truth or not. In the end, the now promoted Chunin just doesn't care much at this point. Oh okay, I see, well, you're the Hokage and he's one of the Sannin. So, Would that be all, Gigi? At this point, the silencing seals on the walls rescinded. Yes, Naruto-kun, that's all. Hiruzen just observed the fine young man Naruto has become as he turned his back on the Hokage and walked away. Despite the talk, Hiruzen wasn't sure if he would ever recover Naruto's trust. Not to mention that he still felt a bad taste in his mouth for once again having to lie to this grandson figure, hoping beyond hope that he wouldn't have to bear the responsibility for telling him in the future. With kurenia . As soon as Naruto stepped outside the Hokage's administration building, he looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The imagery was practically the same as when he got inside the building earlier. There was destruction in some of the buildings and also the workers were seen repairing it. Also, a few villagers were seen passing by, with children playing amongst themselves. However, there was something itching in his brain, as if something was direly amiss in this whole scenario. The now promoted Chunin quickly manipulated his chakra and smiled, before quickly disrupting the flow. You're still taking too long to recognize my genjutsu, Naruto-kun. The imagery of Kurenai appeared by his side with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. Well, it's not like I expected to keep my senses high inside the village, but I did take more or less 5 seconds to disrupt upon leaving the building. The Ravenet sensei just shook her head amusingly at that. You're a Chunin now, you're not allowed to use that excuse anymore and I would need only 1 second to slice your throat. Despite everything, Naruto didn't feel anger coming from her, just plain amusement. That's true, I guess I'll have to be on the lookout from now on. Can't have you sneaking up on me, huh? Kurenai, then, placed a comfortable hand on her waist in response. Precisely. Now, do you have any plans on celebrating your promotion? None, actually. I don't know where Asuma-sensei is, and Shika is on a mission, since yesterday. Plus, I don't know if Hinata-chan is back from hers, yet. Sakura must be with her team, celebrating her own promotion. Kurenai smiled at that. Oh, Hinata-chan arrived just this morning. She and Yakumo are at home and both are dying to get the chance to congratulate you on your promotion, if you want to join us. I also believe that Anko will be there as well, though I believe she is more interested in mooching whatever it is in my fridge. Naruto laughed and nodded at the invite. Sounds good. Next day . On the next day, the Hokage held a special event to honor the lives of the shinobi and kunoichi who died protecting the village from the invasion. As he made the small speech in consideration for the lives lost, Hiruzen felt every bit of his age, especially knowing that these lives lost were due to one person and one person only, the one that he failed to stop, many years ago. As he was saying the words, he felt empty. As if he was looking down upon him and wondering who this person was. In a ninja war or in a mission, casualties are unavoidable, it was an occupational hazard. But this event was nothing of the sort. It has occurred because of the whims of someone whose reason relied solely on wishing to see things in motion, in the snake's own words. A part of Hiruzen was still having trouble accepting that such a reason was valid. However, it sure came as automatic when he announced the words, as the skies wept for the victims of this tragedy. As such, let us all pray for those who sacrificed their lives for the good of the village, for the will of fire burns brightly in them and in all of us. Buildings and walls may crumble, but as long as we look out for our loved ones, the village hidden in the leaves' flame will burn stronger than ever. The Hokage stood in front of the pictures of the shinobi and kunoichi who perished in the invasion. Beside him were the elder counselors Homura and Kaharu. And besides them were rows and rows of shinobi and kunoichi, wearing black outfits in mourning. At the memorial stone . One person, though, stood far away from the ceremony, holding a bouquet of flowers. A solemn Azuki Yugo walked slowly towards the monument made in honor of the shinobi and kunoichi who were killed in the line of duty in the past. Her eyes had simply lacked any form of spark right now, as taking vengeance on some sound and even some Tsunajunin could hardly count to appease her broken heart. As she heard the gongs echoing in the distance, at the event made by the Hokage, Yugo kneeled close to the monument and laid down the flowers, before praying for her deceased fiancé. Words alone couldn't begin to describe the love she had for Hayate and the unfathomable pain in her chest, but all she could right now was to wish that wherever he was right now, that he was at peace. It was at this moment that Naruto approached, having sensed the presence of his sensei nearby. While he had never seen her without the Anbu outfit, his sensor skills allowed him to know where she was. When she got up and realized that she wasn't alone, she sighed in dismay, though her eyes remained the same as she still faced the monument. You shouldn't try to see me without my mask, Naruto-kun. Right now, Naruto's chest ached as he saw the turmoil that still marked her chakra, now that he knew the reason why. I'm sorry, Neko-sensei. I sensed you nearby and I wished to see how you were doing. The minute those words left his mouth, Naruto felt like slapping his forehead for such insensitivity. Stupid. How do you think she's feeling? She had just lost the one she loved. Yugo, however, decided to turn and show her face to her student. Worrying about him finding out her identity was actually the least of what was in her mind right now. You shouldn't have bothered coming here, it's not like you have any obligation to try and comfort me. Naruto flinched, but still approached his sensei. I know that you had helped out as a favor to Kurenai-sensei, but I don't know, I truly valued your help, back then. I know I can't do much, but at least I wanted to come here and express my condolences for your loss. For a moment, Yugo just kept looking at him, or rather at his feet, and Naruto understood that perhaps she didn't want to talk much about it. Yugo, for her part, in fact didn't, and for as much as she wanted to throw all caution to the wind and berate him for his attempts, she just couldn't. I appreciate it, Naruto-kun. Yugo even showed a slightly less dejected visage when she realized that she was not looking at her genin student anymore, but at a recently promoted Chunin instead. I heard that Hokage-sama has promoted you, congratulations. Naruto looked surprised for a moment, but nodded in appreciation. Oh yeah, well, it was thanks to your help as well as everyone else's. Yugo this time managed a small subtle smile at that. For some reason, I doubt that you needed much help to begin with, but I appreciate it. The woman then turned briefly to the memorial stone and then towards her student. Hayate had died, protecting the village. And she above all else wanted to honor her dead fiancé, by perhaps passing along his techniques to the next generation. So, after surprising Naruto with her arm around his neck, a walking Yugo simply stated. Naruto-kun. As they walked, the student looked closely to Yugo's narrowed eyebrows as he suddenly wondered about the sudden shift in demeanor. I may have helped you back then as a favor to Kurenai-chan, but as of today onward, we shall continue your training on a permanent basis. Naruto just kept looking questioningly at the woman, who wasn't even looking back at him. She was just looking ahead, suddenly feeling much more at ease, knowing that she had found a purpose once more in life. A purpose to make sure that the Gecko clan's techniques will live on. To make sure that Hayate-kun will live on, even if through Naruto's sword. Chapter 20 Life as a Chunin. The negotiations with Tsunade occurred smoothly, after it became known that Orochimaru was the true conspirator. All the hostages were immediately released in exchange for due monetary compensation for the destruction. Also, Tsunade was restricted from taking any missions in Fire Country for at least 2 years. The terms were harsh, since part of the reason that Tsunade went to war in the first place was because of the lack of revenue. However, their hands were tied in the end. If they didn't collaborate, then the Wind Daimyo would be within his rights to even disband the hidden village entirely, taking his businesses elsewhere. The Kage's children were a special item used by Homura to negotiate even further monetary compensation. Of course, Hiruzen was firmly against it in the beginning, but caved in the end. It's not like he would lose any sleep over the subject. 2 months had passed since Naruto's promotion and things got hectic from here onward. Training, missions, and rarely did he ever have some time for himself nowadays. If right after the invasion he was complaining that he wasn't getting called for assignments, now he was itching for some time off. As it happened, because Tsunade's missions were reduced, Konoha's more than quadrupled and the Chunin and above shinobi were working non-stop to lower the mission request pile. As such, the newly promoted Chunin Uzumaki Naruto got called plenty of times. Missions with his teammates, following Asuma Sensei's directives to the letter in terms of leadership. Missions with Kurenai Sensei, either alone with her or with her team now full with Yakumo in Shino's place. Even missions when Naruto was nominated leader, either with fellow Chunin or his genin peers. One mission in particular where he, Sasuke and Kiba had to gather medical supplies for the hospital in a nearby village. The mission started as a simple C-ranked, but bumped into a B-ranked, as there was a missing nin from Konohagakure involved, harassing the local villagers. Having a full assault team paid off in the end, but the Uzumaki Chunin suffered having to exercise his leadership. I have found a newfound respect at Kakashi-sensei and Sakura for dealing with those two on a daily basis. The pink-haired Chunin had gotten wind of this specific mission and couldn't help but concur how much a handful Sasuke and Kiba were sometimes. Especially, when both were gunning to prove themselves in Naruto's eyes. Aside from missions, once Naruto became a Chunin, his training had also received a promotion. Once he learned how to make weight seals, he had applied it to all 4 of his limbs. Every day, or on most days, he would get up early in the morning and do his routine, which consisted of running around the village, agility courses and a couple of muscle growth exercises. By 14 years old, Naruto's body was on its path to become that of a well-rounded fighter. With well-developed muscles, but not too much that would hinder his agility, the Chunin trained diligently in every aspect. His physical exercises were added by meditation in the end, when he would feel for his ever-growing chakra capacity. Because of this, his chakra training exercises were also a priority. As he grew in height, weight and skills, his chakra would follow its own growth as well. Sometimes, he trained by himself. Sometimes, some of his peers joined him. Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata and Shino were regular companions. While Sakura and Hinata were already used to training with him, Sasuke wasn't, and ever since Naruto's display at the Chunin exams and the fact that Naruto helped him awaken the Sharingan, the Uchiha had firmly elected Naruto as his rival. They would fight in most shinobi skills as Sasuke was getting special lessons from Kakashi about his newly discovered affinity for lightning. While Naruto had the advantage with his wind and water combo, Sasuke used this disadvantage to his favor, sharpening his elemental control and even learning Kakashi's special technique called Chidori. Naruto had to admit that it was a powerful execution technique, with the only downfall being that without the Sharingan, such a technique would leave the attacker too exposed for a counterattack. His ninjutsu repertoire would never be as extensive as Kakashi's, for as the Nadaime constantly drilled in his head that mastering a short list of techniques from each element is always better than simply being adequate at a lot. The Suiden Suiryuden water release, water dragon technique, and the Suiden Daibikufu water release, great waterfall technique, were the techniques Kakashi used against Zabuza. Those two would represent the pinnacle of heavy offensive and grand-scale techniques in water manipulation, but even though he decided to train in these techniques, it wasn't something that he saw himself using, unless he was in quite a pinch or one of his teammates. The Fuden Kazakiri wind release, wind cutter technique, on the other hand, was much more subtle and much more efficient as an offensive jutsu. Plus, the more he practiced with it, the more he managed to hide the wind cutter, becoming quite the lethal technique. Asuma Sensei had personally tutored him in learning the last one. The Chunin had also practiced many times with both Kurenai and Yugo, in Genjutsu and Kenjutsu, respectively. The Nadaime scroll focused more in ninjutsu, space-time and fuinjutsu, so it was rather lacking in those other areas. Right now, Naruto was sparring against Yugo as both parried their swords in the middle, before both evaded and Yugo used chakra to approach him in fast succession. Naruto blinked once and his sword sensei immediately appeared by his side, threatening to carve a hole in his stomach. Moving quickly, the Chunin blocked Yugo's assault and initiated a sequence of his own, keeping the sensei on the defensive. Summoning a couple of shuriken, Yugo was surprised at the move, but deflected the projectiles with ease. Waiting for less than a second, she then saw her student Shunshin to her right and flipped her body, before landing a strong kick at his chest. The surprised Naruto went flying a couple of meters, before skidding towards the ground, as he observed his sensei. You appear slower than before, Naruto-kun. Your Shunshin still needs work as well. Naruto tisked at the provocation. He was still getting used to the weight increase in his limbs, which relied on his chakra. Maintaining the seals activated as well as focusing on other tasks such as the Shunshin made its toll on his body. Still, Naruto merely nodded and vanished once more in a shunshin as he this time coursed chakra to his limbs as well. The metal noise of a sword parrying a sword made Yugo's eyebrow lift slightly and her grip on her sword tightened as she supposed that her student had now taken things seriously. Much better. Now, you'll have to keep this up for at least an hour. Naruto didn't complain. He never did. Training was far too enjoyable to waste time complaining. However, the look of complete apathy in her eyes still bothered him. Well, it's not like there is a specific timetable for grief, is there? Backquote. Both Anko and Kurenai had often commented with him when the three were together either at Kurenai's house or at the dango stand. When Yugo was not busy in Anbu, she was drilling Naruto relentlessly in his training. As such, it was rare nowadays for the three girlfriends to simply hang out together like they used to. Anko even asked Naruto to try and talk to Yugo in one of his sessions, while Kurenai doubted that she would listen. So, once Naruto and Yugo met in the middle, Naruto then felt her wrist relax, showing the end of their training. That's enough for now. Naruto-kun, rest for a bit. Releasing a sigh in relaxation, Naruto quickly activated one of the seals in his sword and passed chakra through it to fix the small dents on the steel. It still amazed Yugo to see the chakra-conductive metal glow in a bluish hue. It showed that her student took good care of his sword, which actually brought a smile from the sensei. Focus on easing your chakra now, Naruto-kun, and massage your sore muscles. Yugo had by this time returned her sword to its scabbard as she observed the post-practice ritual. Will do, Yugo-sensei, thanks. Ah. The Anbu sensed the student's discomfort suddenly and urged him to go on. Anko did ask me to relay a message to you. Yugo released a sigh in dismay at that. She knew that she had been distant from her friends ever since Hayate's death, but she also wasn't in any way ready for what her two best friends wished for her. Let me guess. She wants to invite me for lunch, dinner, or some drinks to just talk. Well, from her harsh tone, it appeared that Kurenai was right. Yeah, pretty much, Naruto replied, while scratching his head. Well, they both miss hanging out with you, sensei. I know that Anko may be a bit much sometimes, but I bet that Kurenai-sensei could be easier to talk to. I'll think about it, Naruto-kun. Now, I won't be able to resume our sessions throughout the week. My team has a mission starting tomorrow. Naruto nodded, already collecting himself from the ground and bowing in respect for his sensei. Okay then, we'll continue once you come back. Yugo merely nodded as she observed him leaving for the day, before using a quick shunshin and heading straight to the Anbu headquarters. At the Hyuga compound . At the end of the day, the sun has begun its descent, bringing the soothing orange hue in the sky, while it was still warm. At the Hyuga compound, it was a quiet atmosphere as it usually was. The clan members at this time were getting ready for their respective night activities, but the clan grounds were mostly empty at this point. Empty except for one Hyuga Hinata, who was busy practicing her Juken with as much splendor and tenacity as possible. The last mission her team went on was 2 days ago, so the reserved girl had decided to practice her taijutsu forms in preparation for future assignments. With her dojutsu activated and her chakra circulating throughout her tenketsu, Hinata went through the rigorous forms of the Juken, added of course with some new movements that she had trained together with Naruto, more defensive ones. So caught up on her training, that Hinata didn't know that she had an admirer looking. Hanabi was literally awe-inspired by such beauty and strength at the same time. The drops of Hinata's sweat, somehow, lingered in the air for the orange sun to illuminate, making it sparkle. Her older sister's focused eyes closing the imaginary enemy's tenketsu points. It was times like these that little Hanabi remembered the days when they would play together. Before becoming a genin with her teammates, Hinata often struggled to uphold the standards of the clan. Hanabi even remembered when her sister came to her room one day, completely bruised and battered, but still offered to play with her. Hinata was so tired that day that she just fell asleep soon afterward. Hanabi giggled at the memory of herself covering her big sister in a blanket and snoozing together. When Hinata's hands then started glowing blue, while maintaining her Juken strikes, it was perhaps the most beautiful image Hanabi has ever seen. Her grace was still there, but her strength, there was simply no way Hanabi could avert her eyes now. Nay Sama. Back then, you had this beauty and strength, but the clan had tried to extinguish it. They couldn't, though, not you. As Hanabi observed, she also couldn't help but admire the smile that appeared on her sister's face as she stopped training. She was looking down at her hands with so much pride. The elder sister, for her chance, wiped the sweat off her forehead and turned to walk back to her house when she saw Neji there, crossing his arms. Neji-Nisan. Neji, as per usual, just stood there, looking at her in scrutiny, and before Hinata would eventually cower under such a stare. But right now, she just stood there, waiting for him to speak. Is there anything you wish to talk about? Neji, for his part, remembered the fight they had at the preliminaries and how close the match was. Then, with a relaxed smile, to which Hinata caught on, Neji walked past her and then turned to face her with a Juken position. Having a sparring partner helps us improve, Hinata-sama. So, allow me to be yours. Hinata at first wondered about the time, since she was supposed to meet with Yakumo-chan shortly to hang out with her, but this was the first time that her cousin had openly taken an interest in training with her. Certainly her friend wouldn't mind if she was a couple minutes late. Hi, Neji-Nisan, let's go. Hinata responded with a smile as she had also fallen into her taijutsu stance as both activated their Byakugan and charged. With Kurenai . When night time came, Kurenai was busy fixing up a stew. The moon was full tonight and she has decided to camp for the night and travel back to Konoha in the morning. She, along with 2 others, were escalated for a B-ranked protection mission towards river country. The client was a wealthy merchant that traded silk all over the elemental nations. Her other teammates were composed of 2 Chunin, 1 male and 1 female. The Ravenet Junin then heard 3 barks all of a sudden and sighed in dismay at having to feed them. One of her teammates for this mission was Inuzuka Hana, Kiba's older sister. Kurenai had admitted to enjoying the ferocious Kunoichi's company, who acted a bit much like Anko, though a bit less sadistically than her snake charmer friend. Though, in this mission, they were caught by surprise and alone Kunai ended up injuring Hana's leg. The mission was successful of course, but because of her injury, they couldn't use the usual shinobi speed back home. Bark. 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 Would you 3 cut it out already? Your food will soon get here, geez. The hounds were salivating at this point and Kurenai once more exhaled. Where is Naruto-kun with those fishes? Nearby their camping site, a small lake was seen, with the surface completely flat, before Naruto emerged from within, fully clothed and with his catch of fish inside a fishing net. He was dripping wet and his clothes were very heavy. With a simple ram hand sign, Naruto then expelled wind chakra through all of his tenketsus, in order to dry himself. When he was sure that he was completely dry and his clothes were as well, Naruto smiled and walked towards the camping site. Quickly deactivating the fuinjutsu that created a barrier around their team, Naruto walked closer to the fire. Hey Kurenai-sensei. I just brought the Hey. Kurenai flinched knowingly when Hana's 3 hounds all but jumped on him and stole 1 fish each. Hold on there. At least leave some for us, humans. The Junin laughed at the scene of Naruto wrestling to secure at least 1 fish each for the human members of this mission. Damn, they could just wait a little bit. Naruto then approached the Junin in charge of the mission and took a seat on a log nearby the place where they built the fire. Well, you did take too long. They were getting antsy. Kurenai commented while mixing her stew. Sorry, I had to jump in 3 lakes just to find enough fish for us 6. How is Hana-san doing? This was the second time that Naruto had teamed up with Kiba's elder sister for a mission. On their first mission, he had to accompany her and other members of the veterinary's office to secure a wild white wolf that was terrorizing a small village near Konoha. It was the first time Naruto had seen Hana's triplets in action to safely control the animal. Since then, Naruto could safely attest that he preferred her over Kiba. Of course, being the elder sister, she quite knew how annoying her little brother could be. Plus, her dogs had taken a liking to him as well. In the mission, they were ambushed by a couple of Iwa missing nins and some thugs. While Kurenai rushed to secure the client from one of the missing nins, Hana and Naruto had to handle the thugs and the other missing nin. Fighting them became a pain, since they would always go underground. And going below ground made Hana's hounds worthless, and Naruto's sensor ability couldn't pinpoint the exact hidden location. Even so, both Chunin moved the second that the enemy rose from the ground, except that he managed to graze Hana's leg considerably, before Naruto managed to injure the missing nin with his sword, slashing the enemy's chest. Since Kurenai managed to kill her opponent, the thugs and the second missing nin escaped, though with Naruto's attack, he doubted that the enemy would be able to live. In the end, Naruto had to carry the injured Hana on his back, towards the end of the mission. Though, he at least learned just how inexperienced he still was. A way to flush the enemy upward would be to learn Doden ninjutsu, but he only had knowledge in Suiden and Fuden. He needed something to use against these types of situations. I had just checked up on her, she's resting for now. Why don't you prepare the fish for us, while I will take this stew for her, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and with a kunai, quickly cleaned his catch. With a nervous scratch of his head, Naruto supplied the parts of the fish that humans didn't eat to the dogs, which had already finished their own and apparently wanted more. When Kurenai appeared with an empty bowl, Naruto was just waiting for the 3 fish sticks to be done. She then took a seat next to him, as he took 2 and gave 1 to her. Thank you. They ate dinner quietly and Naruto grabbed the last fish to split with Kurenai, before the dogs could steal it, much to the blonde's complaint. Kurenai could only laugh at the scene. It seems they like you. Yeah, I have the food, don't I? At least, Akamaru was more polite. At the mention of Kiba's dog's name, the triplets glowered and Naruto only lifted his eyebrows in wonder at that, before turning to Kurenai. So, another successful mission, huh, Kurenai-sensei. The Junin nodded in approval at that, though she wondered why he was smiling so much. Indeed. Now, why are you smiling? Well, I did say I was hoping for the promotion, so I could start going on tougher assignments with you guys. The sensei understood as she noticed how fulfilled he was at being acknowledged in his missions. And she acknowledged that with his vast skills repertoire, in regards to genjutsu and fuinjutsu, the missions were carried out much more efficiently. Certainly, the decision to promote Naruto for the Chunin position was easy. Like Asuma said, he was indeed a natural. Naruto, for his part, also enjoyed the elevated pay that came with the missions that were a boon to his finances as well. With enough money, he could even decide to move to a better place in the future. Then, he remembered something and turned to address the beautiful Ravenet Junin. Ah, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai then turned to him. Did Yugo-sensei reach out to you? I talked with her about what you and Anko asked me to, but she was still reluctant. As a matter of fact she did. She told me about how much a nagging student she has, trying to make her reach out to her friends. Naruto blushed slightly at that, before Kurenai continued, now observing the fire. She didn't want to talk much with Anko about it. Well, not like she opened her heart out to me, either, but I was more relieved to see that she has been trying to cope with her loss. Naruto and Kurenai both looked down at that as they felt for their person of interest. While Naruto was perhaps too young to learn what it's like to lose a loved one, Kurenai was no stranger to the feeling. You don't get to be her age with her experience and not learn the feeling of loss. Everyone does in one way or another, at one point in life. Well, I really wished I could do something to help her. Kurenai looked at Naruto from the corner of her eye as he continued. But I just don't know what to say, or even if there is something that needs to be said in these situations. There isn't. Naruto then turned to see the red eyes reflecting the dancing fire as the sensei seemed introspective. Words alone don't have that power, Naruto-kun. You may open your mouth and try to be as comforting as possible, but it's not enough, it's never enough by itself. The best you can do for Yugo right now is like I did, be there for her. Grief has its own time, you can't rush it, neither can you pretend like it didn't happen. I'll tell you something, though. Kurenai now had a gentle smile as she looked at him. She has told me how much effort and dedication you're placing in your Kenjutsu tutorship. Yugo-chan respects that. She is investing in you, Naruto-kun. So, keep doing what you always do, work hard and show her that you're dedicated to learning everything she's teaching you. Naruto nodded resolutely at that, knowing that he could do at least this much, to honor Yugo's time, just like he honored every teacher he had up to this point. Of course, well, that goes without saying. I always try my best, you know. That much was true, in her book. To this day, Kurenai was still due to meet someone with such an impressive growth rate. What was more impressive was that his growth was due to his work ethic and tenacity as opposed to others in the past who just abused their superior intellect. Many Uchiha, Hyuga and even some of the Nara clans came to mind. Because of this, Kurenai became rather curious to simply know what's next. What outstanding new skill will he display next for her? Oh, and what are you working on now? Without a Junin sensei anymore, you're free with your schedule. I admit that I'm rather curious about what's next on Uzumaki Naruto's list of skills. Making a thinking pose, Naruto relayed what he has been doing since promotion. Well, nothing much. Yugo sensei has been drilling me in kenjutsu and its training demands a lot of physical exercises as well. So, I came up with a morning routine for physical training as well as chakra control exercises. The woman just placed her right hand under the right side of her face and crossed the other arm as she heard him relate his work ethic for her to marvel at. Still, she had noticed a pattern in his explanation. She knew about some side projects of his as he came to call them. Huh. Still hiding things from me. Huh. What? No new ninjutsu. B ranked, A ranked, S ranked. Naruto learned not to flinch at such accusations with an eased smile. Perhaps, he would talk to her freely in the future, but for now. Oh, of course, I have practiced a couple B and A ranked Suiten ninjutsu and even one B ranked Fuden, but those were mostly to increase the repertoire, nothing major. Right, A ranked, nothing major. Naruto laughed at her snort in derision. Well, it's getting late, Naruto-kun, so let's. Kurenai was about to get up from the log and retire for the night, when Naruto stopped her. Ah, if it's possible, I'd like to ask you something. Kurenai nodded and returned to her seat. Back when you were saying about Yugo sensei and grief, for a moment there, you were lost in thought. The moment he opened his mouth, the eyes returned and Naruto saw it, when he asked. I'm sorry if it's something you don't wish to talk about, but, well, you know about my life, but so far, I know almost nothing about yours. It seems a bit selfish on my part. Kurenai then fixed her hair behind her ear and turned to him. In terms of training and counseling for him and the others, she was always open to talk to, but right now, Naruto could see how tense and closed she became at his mere question. He felt some apprehension to perhaps ask something that would risk losing their bond, but he really wanted to know about her. Well, what do you wish to know? Naruto just took a couple of seconds, forming the words in his mind, so a dead silence ensued for some seconds, with only the burning wood making its usual noise. Is there a Yuhi clan? I mean, do you have a family? No. Naruto looked at the fast response as Kurenai seemed to be in another world right now. At least, not anymore. I was an only child. My mother died when I was very young and my father died, fending against the Kyuubi. The image of herself is only a genin trying to argue with her father, only for the man to trap them in a barrier so that her generation could not assist in the fight against the monster. Kurenai was so engrossed in her own world that she didn't realize the effect her revelation had on Naruto. Not another one. Please, not her as well. The dread he felt suddenly at the notion that the very creature he housed was responsible for her father's demise. If possible, it was like Naruto just housed the man's soul inside of him, haunting him, weighing him down. He felt like a ton of bricks was on his shoulder right now and his shoulder trembled. I'm sorry. Kurenai had woken up from her own world in surprise at the pained gasp from him. Naruto-kun. She was surprised and scared at the notion. No, he couldn't be taking responsibility for this, could he? I'm sorry that you have lost your father because of me. Kurenai now regretted telling him that, as she held his shoulder firmly. You have nothing to apologize for. Naruto-kun, however, his constricted expression told her otherwise. No. I know that the fox's doing was its own doing, but it hurts. Kurenai now looked at him with even more worry. It hurts to know that the very being responsible for the death of your father is inside of me. I'm responsi. Whatever Naruto meant to say, he couldn't as Kurenai suddenly embraced him. He could feel her chin on his shoulder. He could feel her tender arms around his neck, but most of all, he could feel her tears. Kurena's tears were for her father, for as she loved him more than anything. However, her tears were also because of the pain that Naruto must be feeling right now, carrying this burden, not only for her, but for everyone who lost a loved one's life because of the Kyuubi. Stop, Naruto-kun. Please, you don't have to bear responsibility, not for me, not for anyone whose life was altered by the fox. A little sob escaped as she concluded. You were just born that day for heaven's sake. But, as Kurenai released the hug, they looked at each other's eyes and Kurenai could see the tears fall from his eyes as well. No buts. Enough, already. She caressed his cheeks and cleaned the tears from his deep ocean cerulean eyes with a smile. My father died protecting the village, Naruto-kun. That's the memory I have from him, my utmost memory of him. The Chunin wiped the tears from his eyes as he then listened to Kurenai talking about her father with such respect. My father loved Konoha more than anything. He was a firm believer in the will of fire preached by Sandaime-sama, and above all else he always believed that the current generation should learn to pass on the will of fire to the next. He is the sole reason I love tutoring so much. To see the next generation grow and carry on the legacy. The way Kurenai described it made Naruto remember the Nadaime Hokage and his last words of wisdom before being released from Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. He must have been a man of valor, then. Kurenai smiled and looked up at the bright moon as the fond memories of her father resurfaced. That he was, indeed. And let me tell you something. Naruto then looked at her, being mesmerized and transfixed by the sight of her eyes looking at the moon up in the sky. My father would have loved taking you under his wing. I really would have liked meeting him. The Junin just nodded with a fond smile, while looking up above, wondering if her father was looking down upon her. Then, both just stood there, observing the skies, before Kurenai went inside Hana's tent and Naruto resumed his guarding duties. The seals he had placed around the camp would alert him to any possible threats. Later into the night, Kurenai had woken up and relieved Naruto to get some rest, before they returned to Konoha, carrying the wounded Hana. With the Hokage . On the next day, Hiruzen Sarutobi resumed his workload as usual. Reports were flooding in with mission reports, inter-village communications and overall negotiations regarding the village's ongoing repairs after the war. However, one subject now was many times more important. His successor. After his conversation with the Nadaime, Hiruzen had thought of 2 possible names for him to choose. Well, it was 3, but Jiraiya would never take the job, so Hiruzen was down to 2. Hatake Kakashi was a well-suited candidate, for sure. He had the respect of all of the Junin and even the Anbu. In terms of age, Kakashi was at the same age as the Yondaime when he was appointed, so age wasn't the issue. However, there was something that still kept Hiruzen from fully nominating Tsukumo's son for the position. Hiruzen still remembered talking to the Yondaime about what they could do to ease the pain of Kakashi's sorrows after everything that happened in his life. However, even after all this time, the aged leader still wasn't sure that the Scarecrow Junin had surpassed his traumas. Hell, it's not like she surpassed her own trauma as well. Hiruzen's second name was none other than his third student, Senju Tsunade. Hashirama-sama's granddaughter and one of the heroes of the Great Ninja Wars, she had everything going for her to be appointed as the Godaime Hokage. Her set of trauma lay in her losing her little brother and her fiancé because of the war. Ever since then, she has been roaming throughout the elemental nations adrift, trying to make sense of her life. Still, in between Tsunade and Kakashi, Hiruzen was certain of his choice. Kakashi was already Hokage material, but he needed more time and more experience to overcome. Now, he would have to count on Tsunade's teammate to first convince her to come back to Konoha, which was a mountainous hill to climb in itself. An Anbu then morphed inside his office. Hokage-sama, we haven't found traces of Jiraiya-sama anywhere, sir. Hiruzen had just nodded at his Anbu personnel. Jiraiya had ways of knowing when the Hokage needed to speak with him. It's okay, Tora. Knowing him, he's going to arrive shortly, dismissed. The Anbu then left the room, as soon as another smoke cloud erupted and Hiruzen observed the irritated expression of his wayward student. What the hell, sensei, I was busy. Hiruzen did nothing but snort at what exactly Jiraiya meant by being busy. I do apologize for keeping you away from this village's brothels, Jiraiya. However, by the easy smirk on his face, Hiruzen was everything but apologetic. The time has come for us to seek her. Oh. So you finally decided. And you wish me to find her and bring her back, I take it. Hiruzen nodded. If I were to send anyone else, it wouldn't be as effective, not to mention that right now, only you and I know her best. I would gladly go myself, but I can't, so that leaves you. Jiraiya laughed at that. It would have been an amusing scene of Tsunade being scolded by Hiruzen and being brought in by force. Still, he always kept tabs on her general location through his spy network. It would be fun to see her once again. Still, Jiraiya wanted to take this opportunity and take care of something important. Sure thing, sensei. Is the kid available to come with me? Hiruzen lifted his eyebrow in question and Jiraiya smiled. I've been meaning to teach him one of the Yondaimi's techniques. Hiruzen frowned at that. The Yondaime Hokage was famous for two techniques. The Hiraishin was of course off the table, so that leaves Jiraiya. I understand that Naruto-kun is showing more promise than I realized, but teaching him such a technique, Jiraiya, however, was absolute in his endeavor. He needs it, sensei. Hiruzen still frowned at that, even if he knew what Jiraiya was alluding to. Huh, fine, he returned yesterday from a B-ranked mission. I'll call him. One look to the side and the hidden Anbu left to send Naruto the message for yet another mission. Appreciate it. Oh, and a Hyuga would be a nice help. Can't always keep up with Tsunade once she decides to escape. With Kurenai . The day after Naruto and Kurenai returned from their mission with Hana, the Genjutsu specialist looked at the night sky from her apartment and truly wished to do nothing tonight, but take a nice hot shower, place her comfortable nighties and just sleep. Just moments ago, one Naruto clone rang the bell from her apartment and told that the real one had been called to the Hokage's office for yet another mission, this time with the Sannin Jiraiya and Hinata. Kurenai just wondered when he had time to get some rest, but he did wish for more missions. Though, she did relay a message to the clone for the real one that they would continue their conversation when he returned. On their way back from their mission, Naruto still wished to know more about her past and surprisingly some of her hobbies. It was quite odd, but the conversation turned out to be quite nice. Now, what to do? Well, tonight, I shall just focus on myself. No training, no missions, no. Hey Nai-chan, open up. I know you're in there. Kurenai visibly deflated as she was clearly about to hope that Anko wouldn't come and drag her for something. Still, her annoyingly best friend kept pounding on the door relentlessly. All right, I'm coming. As soon as Kurenai opened the door, she was surprised to see Anko there with a huge smile and the reluctant Yugo behind her. What did you do, Anko? Storm inside the Anbu headquarters and drag her away by force. The snake charmer just nodded with a huge smile as she looked at Yugo. Yeah, I got tired of waiting, so I decided to intervene in my own way. Now, come on, put on some sexy clothes and let's get some drinks. Kurenai once more deflated at her friend's energy. I swear Anko, sometimes I don't know who has gotten more energy, you or Naruto-kun. Come in, I'll get dressed. Anko and Yugo got inside as Kurenai went to her room. Oh, how's the golden gaki? You guys just returned from another mission, right? Yeah, we did, Kurenai yelled from her room. But apparently Hokage-sama has sent him on another just today. Which reminds me, Yugo-chan, he asked me to tell you that he won't return for at least 2 weeks. Understood, thank you. It looks like Hokage-sama is investing in him. Anko could see that Yugo's frown turned into a proud smile, just as Kurenai returned with her usual outfit. It seems so. Now, let's get going, already. I was still due to take a nice relaxing bath and sleep, you know. Kurenai then ushered the two ladies out of her apartment and closed the door, before following her friends towards the bar. However, and much to Kurenai's dismay, Anko ended up dragging them to a rather crowded place and ordered them nothing but dango and sake. Before long, the snake Chunin had abandoned them on their own, going Kami knows where with Kami knows who, leaving Kurenai alone with the slightly drunk Yugo next to her. I'm sorry Yugo-chan, but well, You know how she is, there are times when Anko's approach made more sense, but Yugo's wounds were still fresh for that sort of approach. It's okay. It's not like I have anyone waiting for me at home. Kurenai. The genjutsu user nodded in sympathy, as the two ignored the excessive noise and even a couple of guys who tried their luck in asking them out. In fact, could we leave? And I don't know. Take a walk somewhere. Otherwise the next imbecile who dares to approach me will have his balls sliced in half. Kurenai's sweat dropped as she dully imagined the woman taking her sword and doing just that before the aforementioned male realized what happened. Let's go. I trust that Anko can pay for this one. Not like we had much to begin with. Yugo nodded and both women relaxed upon escaping from that awful establishment. However, Kurenai looked briefly to the side only to see a distraught friend looking down, with empty eyes. The two walked casually throughout the rather empty streets of Konoha, until they climbed a long set of stairs towards a bench hidden beneath some trees. So, Kurenai, how was he in your last mission? The genjutsu user looked in surprise as Yugo was still looking down with lifeless eyes, but she was choosing to talk about Naruto instead. Ah, you wish to talk about Naruto-kun, but... Kurenai then stopped talking, once Yugo released a sigh. Talking about his training. Thinking about his training. Training him. Keeps me focused, at least. Even throughout missions with my peers. I just perform them like I'm not even there, Kurenai-chan. Getting Naruto up to speed and developing him as a shinobi is one topic we share in common and something we can talk about. Aside from him and you two, there isn't much going for me, at least not anymore. What about Kakashi? Senpai has his own demons to overcome as well, and I had not talked to him once, since he left Anbu. I see. Well, the mission went fine in the beginning. Yugo then listened as Kurenai delivered her report, especially about Naruto's contribution, since it appeared that Yugo's interest was solely on him. A part of Kurenai enjoyed talking about her missions with Naruto, but she really wished that her friend would confide in her to discuss her feelings. After all, it was her and also Naruto's desire that Yugo managed to overcome this with time. However, even if it's about Naruto, it was good that Yugo hadn't shut herself off entirely. Next day It's been one day since Jiraiya left with Naruto and Hinata on their joint mission to find the other member of the Sannin, Senju Tsunade. After walking a bit, the team composed of a Sannin, a Chunin and a Genin appeared in a small village where a food festival was going on. No sooner had they stepped inside the festival, Jiraiya had ditched them, telling them that he would have to gather information, so Naruto and Hinata were free to do whatever they wanted. Hinata just blinked a couple of times as they watched one of the respectful Sannin walk away with a big and goofy smile on his face, slightly drooling as well. She was more confused when Naruto released a sigh next to her. Ah, Naruto-kun, is there something wrong? Well, considering his hobby of peeping at women, I wouldn't be surprised if he would try doing just that. Naruto then looked around and then looked back at his teammate. So, Hinata, is there something you'd like to eat? This appears to be a food festival, after all. It's on me. Hinata then opened a smile at the offer as she followed Naruto around the vendors. They tried different kinds of food and Naruto realized in surprise how much an appetite Hinata had. By the time they finished, the genin was blushing terribly while holding a bag of taiyakis and some cinnamon rolls. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but it's been too long since I've been to one of these festivals, and I wanted to try it all. Naruto only smiled though as he had 3 dango sticks in one hand and tea in another. In the end, Anko had dragged him and Kurenai way too often to eat dango and they oftentimes debated which food was better, dango or ramen, much to Kurenai's dismay on most occasions. It was best that the snake user wasn't here right now, or else he would have to see her smug face at seeing him eating her favorite food instead of his. No need to apologize, I did offer, after all. I appreciate it. Everything was quite delicious. Naruto smiled at his teammate, before both stopped in front of an establishment, when both heard Jiraiya's laughter and voice. Aw man, I knew it. Wait here, Hinata. The Hyuga girl blushed as she looked upward. Ah Naruto-kun, I don't think we can get in there. Naruto looked up and then back at Hinata. Well, guess you're right, but we're on a mission, he just can't ditch us and goof off. Hinata then looked as Naruto walked inside the brothel and heard Jiraiya screaming at him to scram. Seriously. Hinata heard Naruto's screaming back. Just what kind of information would you get from a brothel of all places? We are looking for a woman, for heaven's sake. Ah. What do you know, you brat? Hinata then watched as Naruto left the establishment with an irate look on his face. Kurenai and Yugo-sensei had indeed warned him about the pervert's true nature. So, what do we do now? Naruto looked at Hinata and wondered about that himself, with a shrug. Before he could answer, though, Naruto and Hinata observed as two men wearing trench coats approached the brothel and started screaming at the still drunk Jiraiya. Naruto then went inside and looked just as Jiraiya focused chakra on the palm of his hand, a swirling sphere of amassed blue chakra, and slammed at the gray trench coat man's stomach. As soon as the sphere hit, the grunt was sent spinning away and trashed the vending tent that was located in the back. I trust that you observed the technique I just used, huh, Naruto? The Chunin observed the injury from the man with the trench coat and then at the now sober Sannin. What was that? I had never seen anything like that. It was chakra-shaped manipulation, wasn't it? The Sannin smirked, unsurprisingly. It seemed the apple didn't fall far from the tree, after all. I take it that you wish to learn it. The giddy eyes that returned was also a boon, as Jiraiya understood from both Asuma and Kakashi that Naruto enjoyed learning about ninjutsu, above all else. What is this technique? The Sannin hummed as he took a couple seconds to explain, giving the needed suspense. Why, this is none other than the Rasengan, one of the Yondaime Hokage's creations. As expected, the Chunin's eyes widened considerably and his mouth started drooling at the prospect of learning a technique from the Yondaime. After the entire debacle, Naruto, Jiraiya and Hinata were up on a hill overlooking the town where the festival was taking place. Though, both Naruto and Hinata wondered why the Sannin had purchased a bag full of water balloons. Now, there are 3 steps needed to learn this technique. Though, I will only explain the technique once you master the first 2 steps, now watch carefully and then you'll have to replicate. Naruto and Hinata observed as the water inside the balloon started moving uncontrollably, without a clear pattern, but Jiraiya's hand didn't move at all. Of course, Naruto could sense the usage of chakra from the Sannin, though he couldn't see the pattern. Then the balloon popped and Jiraiya smiled, seeing that Naruto was observing the entire time. Well, carry on. I shall return to my information gathering mission. Both Naruto and Hinata's sweat dropped at that, before Jiraiya left. Naruto observed the water balloon for a while and began to focus. Ah, Naruto-kun, just what should I be doing in the meantime? The Chunin looked at Hinata and cursed, seeing as the Sannin ended up focusing more on him than Hinata. Turning to think for a while, Naruto then observed Hinata, and that alone made her blush at the attention. For now, I guess we are stuck waiting for him to gather the information of Tsunade's whereabouts, so we're stuck here for now. Hinata nodded, since that part was obvious. So, perhaps, I can teach you how to rile your chakra. To her wondering look, Naruto explained. I gather that your clan are masters of chakra control, but normally the Juken does not require strong bursts of chakra, just small bursts throughout your fingers, right? Hinata nodded and then Naruto smiled. Well, activate your Byakugan and look closely at my hand. Using a ram sign, Hinata activated her dojutsu as she observed Naruto's closed fist. Her eyes then widened in surprise when Naruto's hands were encased in strong blue chakra, before his chakra began to grow, until it extended from his first and glowed stronger. Hinata even had to deactivate her Byakugan as Naruto's bright chakra almost blinded her. While I train the Rasengan, you can learn how to rile your chakra like I did. I know you tend to use your skills mostly for defense or counterpunch, but I'm certain that once you learn it, you can add a lot of new uses for the Juken. Wow. That was the only word Hinata could think of as she looked at the smiling Naruto. Hidden from view, Jiraiya just observed the two and smirked, before truly leaving to truly gather information this time. In Konoha . Standing over the walls that surround Konoha, 2 individuals wearing dark cloaks with red clouds overlooked the mighty hidden village. It was surprising that the village had suffered so little damage, considering that it was invaded by 2 hidden villages. Oh, they did manage to avoid annihilation, and it seems said the taller one, though he was mostly gauging the reaction from the other guy. It seems Orochimaru's plans were foiled in the end, and it appears that his desire to kill the Hokage has backfired somehow. How pitiful. The taller one turned to gauge the other's reaction. Is that pride I sense in your tone? Oh, what's it called? The will of fire, isn't it, Kukuku? It was surprising to hear it from you. The smaller one responded with only a HN sound, earning a chuckle from the other one. So, should we go in and search for our target or what? No. Since Orochimaru failed to kill the Sandaime, it would be too much a risk to face him in battle. Let's go. The taller one then chuckled, before both vanished, but not before the full Tomo Sharingan eye revealed itself in the smaller one's face. Chapter 21 Tsunade. After Jiraiya taught Naruto the first steps of the Rasengan, the three fell into some sort of pattern in this mission to search for the other Sannin, Senju Tsunade. They would move from town and Jiraiya would first ask Hinata to use her Byakugan, which was already quite advanced for her age. The villages they passed by were small in comparison to Konoha, so Hinata was able to use her eyes to inspect everyone, and by everyone, she meant everyone. Everyone who possessed higher than average chakra capacity was her target. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade had a traveling companion with her at all times, so Hinata's search pattern involved pinpointing anyone with higher than a genin's level of chakra. So far, no such luck. After reporting that only civilians and low-level thugs were visible, Jiraiya would leave Naruto and Hinata alone and search for the town's brothels. Throughout the travels, Naruto had decided that only learning the Rasengan would be quite a waste of his time. So, as the original attempted the first method by making the balloon explode, he had summoned a few Kage Bunshins for other endeavors. Hinata was amazed to see that the 4 Naruto replicas had the same signature as the original, even the same chakra capacity. One of the clones ended up focusing on her, overseeing her training with the chakra riling, so that Hinata could strengthen her chakra and improve the damage done by her Juken. Of course, that would be too easy, so another clone was keeping her occupied with projectiles thrown at random directions, forcing her to keep her dojutsu activated for her to evade. Naruto's other 2 Bunshins were on top of a nearby small lake improving on their elemental manipulation techniques, water and wind. Back to the original, he was getting really tired of this awful technique. He had already tried many different ways, but none was successful thus far, and all he was able to do was pop a single hole in the balloon, not explode it like Jiraiya did. Spinning clockwise, spinning counterclockwise, spinning clockwise and then reversing in the middle. The balloon would contort in multiple ways, but so far, blowing it like Jiraiya did seem to elude him. Naruto prided himself on his chakra control exercises. He had been training in this ever since he had met the Nadaime. But so far, nothing worked and his hands were getting numb from the exertion of focusing too much of his chakra into his palm. Ouch! The original stopped his concentration as he heard Hinata holding her arm, probably from a shuriken that grazed her arm. Come on, Hinata, you have to move faster than this to dodge. The clone that was throwing the projectiles criticized her, though Hinata just nodded and fell into her Hyuga stance once more, riling up her chakra. Okay. Naruto-kun, let's continue. The clone smirked and gathered shuriken in the midst of his fingers with a practiced hand as if the projectiles were always there. This second layered training was suggested to her by Neji, before she started this mission. He had trained like this for the Chunin exams together with his teammate Tenten. The Byakugan was a fantastic tool to use, with 360 degrees vision, though there was one angle that the eye couldn't see, thus its main flaw. Such a secret wasn't shared with Naruto, for obvious reasons, but Naruto's ability with shurikenjutsu forced her on her toes, regardless. Plus, she could feel herself getting stronger each time they tried, and it made her blood pump in excitement at seeing her progress. So much so, that her father had praised her more constantly. The clones with the elemental training weren't doing much, other than exerting control over the element. The one with the water element was busy both feeling for the water at the lake, creating small whirlpools where he stood, with his eyes closed and ram seal active. The clone with the wind chakra was focusing on the bird hand seal, extending his senses towards the air currents that passed by the clone. Like Asuma sensei instructed, the clone pictured the 2 swords grinding against each other as he molded wind chakra continuously. Everyone was being successful in their training, except for the original, and Naruto was getting frustrated, which was a first. Realizing that he was allowing his emotions to cloud his judgment, Naruto stopped and closed his eyes. Well, this technique was the Yondaimi's creation. No doubt, it's not something I can just force it. As he closed his eyes and worked to clean his mind of things, the Chunin just focused on what he remembered from observing Jiraiya perform the technique for the first time. It was truly a work of beauty to see chakra swirling like that, contained in a small blue sphere. The energy was swirling in madness from every possible direction: left, right, upward, downward, clockwise, counterclockwise, diagonal, in all possible directions. When he next opened his eyes, Naruto decided to do just that, exploding his chakra in all possible directions, while inside the balloon. The clones and Hinata stopped what they were doing as they eyed the original scream, while riling his chakra to the maximum. The balloon contorted in multiple shapes and forms, but it didn't explode. Still, this technique was quickly becoming his nemesis, and he would rather blow his hand off than quit right now. When the balloon then started shaping like multiple spikes in different directions, that's when Naruto made one final burst. Splash. The noise echoed in the dark clearing as the rest of his gathered chakra all but exploded outright from his hand. It was enough that made him fall on his butt, and Hinata to shut her eyes from fear of being caught by the brightness. Still, as the noise subsided, the clones were dispelled and the Hyuga girl heard it as Naruto was laughing uncontrollably on the ground, despite the burns in his hand from chakra overuse. Naruto-kun, are you alright? The Chunin waved her concern off and got up from the ground. Yeah, Hinata, I was getting crazy with this balloon, you know. The Hyuga smiled, realizing how deep was her senpai's drive in overcoming obstacles. Well, what do you know? I didn't know you would be able to finish the first stage so quickly, Gaki. Only 2 more to go. The perverted Sannin made himself known. The second Naruto managed to complete the first stage, earning a scolding from the Chunin for not being helpful at all. Plus, he was gawking at having forgotten that there were still 2 stages left. He was so happy to have blown that damn balloon, but now, his victory lap was just slapped in the face. So, with a sigh, Naruto then turned to Jiraiya. So, any luck finding a lead, or you were just enjoying yourself? Jiraiya, though, looked like he couldn't care less. Ma, don't be like that, you have to enjoy life. You can't be all mission that. Mission this. A small twitch from Naruto's eyebrow was enough for Jiraiya to smile and explain. Okay. Forget I said anything. Well, I have some leads, but not a very solid one. We shall move on to a nearby village and rest for the night. You know, a nice R&R would do us good. Tomorrow, I can teach you the second stage. Naruto would have complained, but he had exhausted his chakra tonight, with his training, and could quite use the rest. Sure. I guess. Perhaps a good meal. I'm starving. How about it, Hinata? The girl just smiled and nodded, happy to check in a nice hotel and relax as well. A nice dinner sounds good, Naruto-kun. Jiraiya just smirked and took them towards the village hotel he was staying at. Next day Silk kimonos, a grandiose meal, and a nice bed served Naruto and Hinata well, all courtesy of Jiraiya's paycheck. The team then marched towards the next village where Jiraiya received the tip. Naruto's overall mood was peachy, until Jiraiya showed him the second stage. Seriously, at this point, Naruto was about to throw the rubber ball in his hand into Jiraiya's giant head. First phase was rotation, he said, the second stage, power. As they walked, Naruto tried again and again, with the same method as with the balloon. Sadly, it didn't work. No matter how much incentive from Hinata, Naruto wasn't getting anywhere. Calling it quits, Gaki. As the next village came into view, Naruto simply negated and sealed the rubber balls for later practice. No, just have to work some stuff in my mind, first. That's all. Jiraiya smirked. In this second phase, concentration on a single point is key. Jiraiya then turned to Hinata, who nodded and once more activated her Byakugan, but as usual, no one was in sight. Jiraiya was frankly questioning at this point whether some of the girls at the brothels were just having a laugh at his expense, throwing false information like that. If I may ask, Just why are we tracking her, anyway? Jiraiya looked to Naruto and wondered whether or not to explain the real reason. Hell, half the mission was to find her and the other half was to get through her, somehow. Senju Tsunade is one of the Sannin like me and Orochimaru, but she is also the world's best medic, Naruto. Bringing her back to the village could help boost the village hospital and the Hokage wants to talk to her about other stuff. Wait. Did you say, Senju? Jiraiya and Hinata saw Naruto's eyes widening in surprise, though Hinata decided to ponder. Jiraiya knew best about what was going on in Naruto's mind right now. Didn't you know, Naruto-kun, we covered the story of the Sannin at the academy. She is the first Hokage's granddaughter and the second Hokage's grandniece. The Chunin nervously scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Now that you mentioned it, it must have slipped my mind, man, to believe we are about to meet her. Now, Naruto was quite eager to meet his teacher's family member, before he realized something and turned to Jiraiya. But, if she's such an important medic, then why isn't she in Konoha already, running the hospital? The Sannin hummed, knowing that he would have to give them at least the basic story, before finding her. Like all shinobi with a bad history, Tsunade has lost her way, and unfortunately is still struggling to find herself. Naruto and Hinata then heard how she had lost both her little brother and her fiancé to the shinobi war. Though with her fiancé, it was perhaps worse, since she was on the same mission and tried her best to save him, before he died in her arms. Hence why Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood, afterward, and has never treated a patient since. Her fiancé's blood in her hands had scarred her, perhaps for life. Sadly, ever since then, Senju Tsunade no longer cared about the village, she no longer cared about the shinobi world. Naruto and Hinata were both looking down at this point, in solace at her story. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, shouldn't we leave her be, then? If she hadn't come back by now, then. In normal circumstances, neither Jiraiya nor Hiruzen would bother her after what she has been through, but circumstances, the real circumstances, didn't play in her favor, at least not anymore. Right now, Jiraiya wasn't acting like his usual goofy self. You're right, Hinata, though no matter how much we sometimes want to escape from our past, we can't run forever. Then, like a switch, the pervert returned to his usual behavior and turned to his team. Okay, enough with the sob story, let's go already. The sooner we find her, the sooner we can return to the village. This time, Naruto laughed and followed the perverted Sannin, with Hinata looking at their backs for a while, before following as well. Eventually, the team arrived in another city and since it was almost getting dark, Jiraiya settled them into an inn for the night, this time choosing one room for him and Naruto and one separate room for Hinata. The pervert was about to leave them be for the day, when he turned and his eyes glued to what appeared to be a beautiful woman with a revealing short dark blue dress, straight black hair and worst of all, winking suggestively at him. Naruto and Hinata then turned to see what was going on, before looking at their so-called team leader. Oh my, would you look at that? Such a good-looking beauty. Naruto could only sigh in dismay at Jiraiya for leaving them alone with that giddy look on his face, while Hinata turned to her second-in-command. You know, Hinata, I'm really getting tired of this so-called mission. I just hope that we find Tsunade at the next town we go to, or else I will lose it. The Hyuga Genin couldn't help but agree, before she heard Naruto's stomach growl and giggle. We could get something to eat, then, and then come back. Naruto nodded, while placing both hands at the back of his head. Sure, you can choose the food, I doubt there's a decent ramen stand nearby. 1 hour later. After dinner, Naruto and Hinata returned to the hotel and each went to their respective rooms as the sun began its descent. Jiraiya so far has been a no-show. Naruto was casually lying on his bed while observing the rubber ball that represented the second stage of the Rasengan. First step was rotation, the second step was power. However, the Chunin was at a loss of how to proceed. In the first step, he rotated his chakra into multiple directions, until the balloon couldn't hold it. This time, doing the same thing, Naruto hadn't gotten close. The rubber would expand and contract slightly, but the ball's mass just wouldn't bend anytime soon. No, Naruto needed something else in this phase. Though, he was still at a loss. A sudden knock on his door alerted him, before he sighed, wondering if the pervert had forgotten his key or something. He was about to grab the door handle, when his sensor skills became alert. His immediate perception was that Jiraiya was on the door wanting for him to open it. However, as he closed his eyes, Naruto could sense two presences outside the door, one only almost imperceptible and another barring on ludicrous capacity. Going through immediate safety precautions, Naruto had summoned a Kage Bunshin and ushered the clone to answer the door, while the original casted a disorienting genjutsu around himself to leave the room as soon as the clone opened the door. As the clone opened the door, his eyes landed straight into blood-red eyes with 3 tomo, belonging to a man wearing black cape with red clouds. That's the Sharingan, but how come there's another like Sasuke? This was the barely imperceptible chakra, and the one next to him was the humongous feeling, a taller man with blue skin and carrying what appeared to be a sword strapped on his back. The original used great agility and slipped past the individuals, while the clone just stared at the men with the black capes. The original just observed the interaction, as he stood from within the hallway. For some reason, he just stood petrified there, wanting to know just who were these guys and why were they after him. The original Naruto flinched as soon as the Sharingan eyes turned to look at him, the real him, while the other just kept focusing on the clone instead. Well, Naruto-kun, I wouldn't imagine you to be knowledgeable in genjutsu. Naruto released the illusion around himself, figuring that hiding from the Sharingan was useless. The taller one looked surprised, before slamming his sword on the Bunshin that was at the door. Hey, who would have thought that this would be the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? The immediate information came to his brain as he felt the smashing of the taller one's sword hitting his head. Naruto could feel the enormous chakra that this guy had and wondered what was going on here and how did these two know about the Kyuubi, or more importantly, how did they know that he housed the nine-tailed fox? Though, Naruto could also ask about the sudden appearance of another Uchiha when Sasuke was perceived to be the last one. Could it be that this is his brother Itachi? Who are you two and just how do you know about the Kyuubi and me? The taller one was grabbing the hilt of his sword the entire time, displaying a condescending smirk, while Itachi betrayed nothing. Resistance is futile. Naruto-kun, you shall come with us. Naruto at this point felt his chakra being invaded and narrowed his eyebrows, before releasing the genjutsu that Itachi had planted on him, surprisingly enough with a mere glance of his eyes. If the Uchiha was surprised that Naruto had released the illusion, then he wasn't showing it. However, the sudden water drop beneath his neck showed just how much an effort it was for Naruto to overcome the illusion placed by the Sharingan. It proved just how dangerous this opponent was compared to Sasuke. Nay, Itachi, it would be quite a pain if this brat decides to escape, so perhaps it's better if I rip one of his legs off, you know, as guarantee. Naruto saw the bigger one walk towards him, threateningly. One step was all it took for Naruto to go through hand seals at surprising speeds. Fuden Senpuken, wind style. Whirlwind fist technique. Focusing enough wind on his wrist, Naruto punched the air close to the enemy, sending a gush of wind straight at his position. Though, the enemy was faster and merely placed his sword in front of him with a smirk. Naruto looked surprised to see that his technique was reduced to a mere breeze that barely moved the enemy's hair. Realizing that the enemy was close by, Naruto created distance by running from the walls, while his eyes focused on Itachi and the other guy's movements. He was feeling way out of his league at the moment, and it showed by the worry on his frown. Impressive little skills, though not enough, little fox. Despite his tremendous size, the enemy was in front of Naruto instantly, and the Chunin went through quick hand seals, before gathering enough water inside his lungs. Sweden no jutsu, water style. Water bullet technique. Naruto emitted a blast of water from his mouth that catapulted his body backwards and evaded the blue man's sword attack. Going by his fight with his sword was ill-advised, as this guy's sword was bigger than he was. As such, Naruto really had nothing else to do here, other than use the big guns and hope beyond hope that his chakra output would be perceived by Jiraiya, though he hoped that Hinata wouldn't try to show up. Itachi and his partner instantly saw as Naruto placed both hands facing forward as the goblets of water surrounded him. Itachi's Sharingan was busy analyzing this strange phenomena of a shinobi having such control over the water element, aside from his partner. Itachi's partner was observing with a smirk the entire time. Nay, so you're also adept at water ninjutsu as well, huh, quite interesting. Despite the overwhelming threat, Naruto smiled, knowing that after what he was going to do, this entire place would be underwater. Yeah, can't hold back with you two, it seems. Despite the bravado, Naruto was screaming in his head for Jiraiya to show up already. Suidan Sushoha, water style. Water shockwave technique. With Hinata . At this point, Hyuga Hinata was running as fast as her legs were able to. Seeing that her room was somewhat close to Naruto, she heard the commotion in the hallway and quickly activated the Byakugan. As soon as she saw Naruto fighting against two other people, she at first wanted to go and help him. However, one mere look from her all-seeing eye showed that she would just be a hindrance against whoever was after her senpai. As such, the only other alternative she had was to search for Jiraiya and bring him to the inn as fast as possible. A quick stop and Hinata was right in front of what appeared to be another brothel of all places, and she heard the boasting laughter of the man who was supposed to be a proud member of the Sannin. Another. But Naruto-kun needs help. Quickly activating the Byakugan, Hinata saw that the man was simply taking a seat drinking sake while two harlots were giving him a massage. Gathering enough courage, Hinata barged inside the tent. Jiraiya-sama. Hurry, two men are attacking Naruto-kun. You have to help him. The pervert was quite inebriated and didn't make sense of Hinata's sudden appearance. That alone made the little girl mad as hell as the veins around her eyes bulged at her anger. Come on, already. Jiraiya then blinked twice, seemingly waking up from whatever trance he was in right now. The girl with the blue dress had also snapped at attention, looking around as if wondering just how she got here of all places. Jiraiya was up and about the second his bearings returned and he vanished from his position with Hinata in tow. With Naruto . After a couple of minutes, the entire floor was a mess. The walls were dampened and filled with sword marks and even scorch marks courtesy of Itachi's fire ninjutsu to break Naruto's water defense. The Chunin was on the ground, with enough bruises and scratches from Itachi's partner's sword. Naruto even attempted to summon Gamatsurugi, but Itachi stopped his hand signs before he could finish the calling. The former Anbu then used expert taijutsu against Naruto, who tried as hard as he could to evade and turn the tables on Itachi using genjutsu as per Yugo-sensei's teachings. However, nothing that he did managed to gain him any space for breathing. Not even genjutsu, which seemingly worked against the tall guy, but Itachi dispelled it quickly. Right now, Naruto was on the ground panting for breath as Itachi's partner appeared in front of him, with his sword and still had the condescending smirk. Hey, that was quite entertaining, little fox. Perhaps in a couple years, you could provide a better show for us. Naruto looked as the man lifted his sword upward and was about to slice him in equal pieces. At this moment, Naruto flipped and sent a barrage of shuriken at the enemy, however his projectiles were parried by Itachi's, who was focusing on Naruto the entire time with his Sharingan. Despite the threat to his life, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, remembering when the Nadaime complained about how much a drag it was to face the complete Sharingan in battle. You know, I'm starting to curse those eyes of yours. Itachi said nothing in reply, but his partner was another matter. So, you still have some spunk in you, kid. Though, I wonder why you're not using the fox's chakra to escape. Naruto looked at the man's eyes like he was crazy. Actually, now that he thought about it, Naruto was still determined to see how to do that. The fox did talk about it. Once again, Naruto laughed at the situation, while feeling his chakra coils burn like crazy at the amount of effort he had to use. Guess I'm not a good Jinchuriki then, huh? Kisame snorted humorously at the kid's joke. Ha, indeed, well, it's over. He swung his sword to attack Naruto, before smoke erupted in front of the kneeling Naruto. Kisame felt something akin to steel blocking his sword, wondering what was going on, before a red toad wearing samurai armor appeared, blocking the sword. Hinata appeared next to Naruto and quickly got him out of the way, before checking his wounds, while Jiraiya's eyes were focused on the enemies. Though, looking around, it surprised the perverted Sannin that Naruto ended up facing these two in direct combat. Well, it seems I got here right in time. The Sannin was smirking, while observing the opposition. So, it took you too long enough to show up to target Naruto. Kisame and Itachi both narrowed their eyes at the perverted Sannin. Indeed, kidnapping Naruto is our organization Akatsuki's biggest goal right now. Hinata looked towards Itachi, wondering why they were after Naruto, while the Chunin was looking at Itachi, this time, managing to breathe easier with Jiraiya here. I won't let you take him. Jiraiya then smiled. In fact, this is perfect, as I intend to get rid of you two right now. Itachi said nothing and Kisame snorted as he then advanced to attack Jiraiya. However, the perverted Sannin was waving hand seals even before Kisame's first movements. Ninpu Gamaguchi Shibari no Jutsu, Ninja Art. Toad Mouth Bind Technique. Kisame stopped moving as his foot got trapped in what appeared to be a red substance that spread throughout the hallway, until it was enveloped completely. The slick walls even dragged Naruto and Hinata protectively, while Jiraiya just observed his two foes. Kisame's foot was slowly getting dragged as well, before he and Itachi eyed the smirk that formed on Jiraiya's face right now. It's quite unfortunate, Itachi and Kisame. You two are right now inside the esophagus of a toad from Mount Myoboku. You can't escape here. Since you're wanted criminals, you shall become food for the toad. The Sharingan user narrowed his eyes at the smirking Sannin as his eyes worked double, trying to understand any weakness to this jutsu. That all took less than 1 second, before he turned to his partner in crime. Kisame, let's go. The man in question looked at Itachi in question, but when his sword got pulled by the red substance. That was his cue to leave as Itachi started running on the opposite side. Jiraiya, still, with his hands on the ground, issued a command and the esophagus's bowels moved to capture its food. Kisame's sword worked wonders in stopping its advance, but it didn't serve to save them for long as the bowels kept on going, regardless. At this point, a small shred of doubt began to appear in Kisame's visage, as they were right now inside the stomach of a gigantic toad. Itachi just ran, saying nothing, as he focused all of his remaining chakra into his eyes to activate the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya at first was certain that he had captured these two, when he felt the sudden technique from Itachi, followed by a noise of destruction. Getting up from placing his hands on the ground, the Sannin walked closer to the hallway where Itachi and Kisame left, only to see a gigantic hole at the end, opened by black flames. A couple miles away from the location, Kisame and Itachi were jumping on top of a lake towards a safe location, as Kisame kept looking at the sweaty Itachi. Why did we back off? We could have taken on Jiraiya, together. Itachi, for his chance, tried to cover his breathing so as not to appear weak, but it was a failed endeavor. We're not in a hurry to capture Naruto, Kisame. Plus, I have to rest my body for a while. Aside from having to use Amaterasu to escape their entrapment, Itachi wasn't counting on Uzumaki Naruto fighting back like he did. Hey, still, didn't expect that brat to pull up that much of a fight. It will be interesting to hunt him down, once he gets a few more years. Itachi looked at his partner in crime for a while, before looking forward. Strangely, looking at the way Naruto fought reminded Itachi of the members of the Root Anbu, though he seemed to have full faculty over his emotions. His movements were precise, he had knowledge of how to fight against the Sharingan and his ninjutsu casting speed was way too experienced for a recently promoted Chunin. Not to mention the expertise in genjutsu and the fact that Naruto had already taken action before he opened the door, which suggested him being a sensor on top of everything else. Who's to say just how strong he could be, once he starts to use the fox's chakra? For a moment, Itachi wondered if that man was training the Jinchuriki and actually trembled at the consequences of his train of thought. We should report at once, Kisame. Back at the inn, Jiraiya had worked immediately to seal the fire, after dispelling the summoning technique. He, then, walked back to where Hinata was treating Naruto's wounds, with what appeared to be a special ointment of her making. You did good, Hinata. The girl looked surprised and then looked at Naruto's cerulean eyes and his fatigued smile. I had a feeling that it was you who found Jiraiya and warned him of what's going on, right? Well, yeah, One look at them with the Byakugan and I realized that I would just be in the way. Despite wondering why Naruto ended up fighting, the girl was beaming at her senpai's praise, while continuing the treatment just as Jiraiya arrived with his arms crossed with judgment. Never would have thought you'd be that naive to think you could face two S-ranked criminals and survive. Naruto took a long breath to calm himself down and then exchanged eyes with the accuser, who had simply forgotten to mention that he was being targeted by S-ranked criminals in the first place. Still, having this discussion right now in front of Hinata would only lead to more questions that he just couldn't answer right now. Though, he couldn't know just what would stop him more from answering, either the fact that it was an S-ranked secret or the fact that he feared what her reaction would be, if he did talk about it. It would be even more naive to believe that I could escape from S-ranked criminals. That got an amused snort from Jiraiya as he continued. Though, facing a fully evolved Sharingan and a sword that apparently absorbs ninjutsu was quite the hassle. Naruto had a bunch of questions right now, but he would have to hold them for now. Well, we should depart. Or else, the inn will bring us the bill and I don't fancy having to pay for your mess. Naruto's eyebrows were twitching at this point as the perverted Sannin was clearly goading him. Hinata appeared clueless at the hidden exchange between Sannin and Chunin. Yeah, let's go. The sooner the mission finishes, the better. Naruto flinched slightly as he placed his right foot for him to stand, but otherwise he felt fine as both the fox's chakra and Hinata's ointment were working its magic. Still, the Sannin wasn't done teasing. Oh, getting tired of me, already, and here I was enjoying our nice little bonding moment. Naruto sighed this time as the pervert now went for the theatrics. With Tsunade . In a not-so-family-friendly city at night, two women were seen inside what appeared to be a gambling parlor filled with slot machines. The first woman had short black hair at shoulder length and wore a long bluish-black kimono. She was desperately standing behind the second woman and both were looking at one specific slot machine that was now spinning, while wishing madly that they received the jackpot of showing 3 times the number 7. The second woman, the one who was gambling, is a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. A bit more than shoulder length, her hair is tied in 2 loose ponytails. Her outfit consisted of a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath, she wears a gray, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish obi that matches her pants. While the first woman was eager to see the 3 sevens appear on the screen, the second one looked like she couldn't care less, while the wheels kept on turning. The reason behind the first woman being so eager was that they had lost so much money already in other gambling parlors that they needed to pay the debt. But the thought of losing once more was also weighing on them, at least the first one. 7. The first 2 sevens appeared and the first woman was practically screaming for the third one to appear. When the third 7 appeared out of the blue, both women showed clear surprise. It seems that luck must show itself eventually. Tsunade-sama. The first woman named Shizune was smiling as she inclined to praise the one and only Tsunade Senju of the Sannin, who for her chance, was busy interpreting what happened. Did I manage to get 3 sevens? Still, perhaps goaded by the owner and the rest of the customers, Tsunade had decided to take the winnings and gamble once more. By perhaps the 20th time of the same result appearing and the coins piling in next to her, Shizune was glowing in happiness at her master's luck returning. However, Tsunade was still looking at the machine, wondering if this was a bad omen or something. After all, this was perhaps the first time in a long time that she had won this amount of money in one setting. Clearly, something's about to go wrong. With Naruto . The next day, the team walked towards the very next town in their mission called Tanzaku-gai. In Jiraiya's mind, the city would be his teammates' favorite place to be, considering her little hobby of blowing off her family fortune in gambling and even other people's money for that matter. Yesterday, he had thought best to camp instead of going to another inn to sleep. As such, Jiraiya just waited for Naruto and Hinata to sleep, so that he could keep watch. Unsurprisingly, Naruto had awakened a few hours earlier for them to have a nice chat about precisely why Uchiha Itachi and the other guy named Hoshigaki Kisame, whom like Momochi Zabuza, happened to be a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, were after him, or more precisely, after what he contained. In the end, the Sannin hadn't sugarcoated anything. He told Naruto everything he knew about this so-called Akatsuki organization and the fact that Itachi and Kisame are merely two of the known members. Naruto also came to know that aside from him and Sabaku no Gaara, there were 7 other Jinchuriki as well. In the end, all Naruto said before going back for more sleep was that he would be finishing the Rasengan by the time they returned to Konoha. Jiraiya already knew that the kid meant business when it comes to training, but there was something different in his look, when he boasted about learning in mere weeks what took years for the Yondaime Hokage to create. Right now, as they walked, while Hinata was openly using her dojutsu and reporting her findings, or lack thereof, to Jiraiya, Naruto was simply staring at the rubber ball in his hand. He only had 2 bullet points from the pervert regarding the second stage. While the first stage was rotation, the second stage was power, and Naruto needed to concentrate on a single point. Hardly a nicely drawn map to exploding the damn rubber ball, in his mind. As the rubber ball became his entire world, Naruto's mind started reminiscing. You lack focus. Those 3 words came barging in so fast that the Chunin surprised himself. Going back, when Naruto started training with the Nadaime Hokage, finishing the tree climbing exercise was proving to be taxing on his patience. Naruto, back then, would either use too much, or too little, and he just couldn't finish the exercise. It was because of this that Tobirama introduced Naruto to meditation and even added the need to keep the leaf glued to the forehead. In order to pass and come back to the tree climbing exercise, Naruto, back then, had to keep the leaf stuck to his forehead for an entire day, while meditating. Of course, that task savage bastard had forgotten to mention that he would be using water whips to keep me from the goal. Still, the memory brought about a smile on the blonde Chunin as he then took another hard look at the rubber ball. Naruto needed this power. He needed this technique against this organization who's after him. He needed this technique, above all else, to help protect the village, just like the Nadaime instructed him to. The image of his sensei smiling proudly at him gave him strength. However, strangely so, the image of a blonde man, wearing a long white cape on top of a Chunin uniform also surged in his mind. It showed the man's back as the winds gently swayed his white cape. Closing his eyes, Naruto stopped walking, which had gotten Jiraiya and Hinata's attention. When he next opened his eyes, both Jiraiya and Hinata felt the sudden pulse from his chakra like a sonar. The blue chakra surrounded his entire body as Naruto narrowed his eyebrows and extended his hand that was holding the rubber ball. Jiraiya at first felt the balloon stir some, already thinking that the kid was still some miles short from reaching the goal, when the pulse got stronger and stronger, as the rubber ball started shaking violently. With a final scream and with his hands already shaking from exertion, one final burst and the rubber ball violently exploded from his hand as the gathered chakra then scattered up in the air. Still, Naruto ended up gathering so much that his body was catapulted towards a thick tree behind him, hitting it violently. Hinata was already yelling his name and checking to see if he was okay, while Jiraiya just kept on looking at the kid. No, he couldn't call him that anymore. It was barely a day or 2 since he had finished the first stage and now he had managed to complete the second stage. Such a growth rate was simply astonishing. First with the summoning ninjutsu and now learning 2 out of 3 steps of the Rasengan in less than a week. As he looked at the Chunin getting up from the ground, Jiraiya couldn't help but see the image of another person. The kid has the potential to surpass even you, Minato. With the final stage underway, which consisted of not only merging the 2 first stages, by keeping all the energy contained and spinning madly inside a spherical ball of chakra, the 3 had entered the city of Tanzakugai when Hinata once more activated her Byakugan. Jiraiya-sama. The pervert noticed the change in her tone and smirked. With Tsunade . After collecting her strange winnings for the day, Tsunade and Shizune had decided to spend it all in a nice quiet evening of sake and food. Well, Shizune was more for the food as by the amount of empty bottles at the table, it was clear that the female Sannin was more for the drinks. Still, Shizune was still quite happy about the sudden change in their luck as she was commenting left and right about it. Tsunade, however, was still wondering what the world reserved for her now. Still, right now, her only focus was on. Hey, more sake over here, please. Shizune was feeding her pet pig with a sigh, while Tsunade stood over their table, ordering yet another bottle. Tsunade-sama, isn't that enough? Tomorrow, you'll wake up with a headache. The Sannin frowned at her traveling companion. Oi, who do you think you're talking to, Shizune? Hey, where's the sake? The black-haired woman could only complain to herself at this point. However, the mood in the bar all changed once 3 new people approached their table. Oh, long time no see, Tsunade, drinking and gambling as per usual. The women both turned to see Jiraiya followed by the 2 youngsters behind him. Jiraiya, Tsunade yelled in her inebriated state, before pointing accusingly at the pervert, now aware of just why she was winning all of a sudden. What are you doing here, huh? Geez, is that any way of greeting a friend? Tsunade, now, Naruto, Hinata, take a seat and let's have some dinner, shall we? Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and then both looked at Tsunade, who was supposed to be one of the Sannin, looking quite hammered. Though, Naruto kept on looking at her for quite some time, as if bothered that something was wrong in this picture. The Chunin took a seat next to Jiraiya, while Hinata approached Shizune and the pig to introduce herself. Ah, hi, I am Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you. Shizune was thrilled to meet another person for the first time in ages. And seeing Hinata petting her pig, made her even more thrilled. Hi there, Hinata-chan, I'm Shizune Kato, nice to meet you and this is Taunton. Hinata kept patting the pig, who appreciated it. Meanwhile, Tsunade was still eyeing the biggest threat at the table, that was Jiraiya, even after the pervert's meal arrived. However, as per usual, the man's unnerving and playful smirk remained in full force. Her eyes, then, traveled to the blonde Chunin next to him, who was still staring at her. She was about to berate him from apparently looking at her breasts, when she became aware of his eyesight being directed to her face. Still, she was in the middle of a nice round of sake and didn't have time to deal with this kid. Just why are you staring at me like that, huh, shrimp? Who is he, Jiraiya? Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto just humored her, now realizing what was going on. Why are you using a hen? Tsunade narrowed her eyes instantly. Shizune got comically worked up and Jiraiya's hands immediately covered Naruto's mouth, cursing the kid's censor capabilities, while whispering that he would explain later. What did you say to me, brat? Still, Tsunade was right now quite irritatingly demanding answers, ignoring Jiraiya's attempts to change the subject. Naruto, for his part, looked at the last member of the Senju and tried seeing any resemblance to Tobirama-sensei. However, sadly, he couldn't see any. Nothing. Forget I said anything. You asked for my name. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Senju Tsunade. Her eyes widened in surprise at the name as she remembered him as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Dinner then proceeded quietly. Shizune was chatting with Hinata, while Tsunade and Jiraiya were simply drinking sake after sake, while not talking much. Naruto was only interested in the food, now wondering when they will be back in the village, since they had completed the mission. He still had the 3rd part of the Rasengan to finish, after all. Once the food was taken away, the tension returned as both Sannin stared at one another, Tsunade with her eyes narrowed and Jiraiya with a smile. Ah, Shizune, why don't you take Naruto and Hinata to book us a hotel for the night? I want to catch up a bit with an old friend. Shizune looked at Jiraiya for a while and then at Tsunade, before seeing her subtle nod. Okay then. Let's go then. The inn is a few blocks from here and then we can get to know each other, over some tea. Naruto and Hinata got up from their seats and followed Shizune out of the restaurant. Tsunade was looking at Naruto's back, until the door closed. I apologize for his comment before, Tsunade, I guess he was curious, that's all. Tsunade's eyes then returned to Jiraiya, as he urged for another round of sake. I didn't realize you had taken another student under your wing, Jiraiya. Her eyes lacked much focus, but Jiraiya knew that her interest was piqued. And considering just who was responsible for the kid, Jiraiya considered using this card in his favor. It's not like Tsunade isn't aware of many of Konoha's S-ranked secrets and the Hokage didn't object to Tsunade hearing about it, if it meant that he could convince her to at least come back and converse with the man. Oh no, young Naruto is going places, alright, but I have only taught him a few things, that's all. Still, Tsunade fainted disinterest and once again, asked the main question. So, spill it, what did you want to talk to me about? Jiraiya snorted and drank some sake. It took a long time to search for her, so Jiraiya wouldn't waste the opportunity to push her buttons. After all, the night is young and counting the number of empty sake bottles, he knew that they could go on for a long time, still. Geez, what's with the scrutiny here, Tsunade? It's been ages since we last shared a drink together. Sadly, Tsunade knew too much about her perverted teammate. My patience is wearing thin, Jiraiya. The pervert pacified her with both hands up. Okay, easy now, Tsunade. Geez, much too serious these days. Tsunade's eyes now picked up on Jiraiya's serious look and paid attention. Did you hear about Konoha being invaded by Suna and Oto? Yes, it's been the talk from these parts for a while now, though I hear that the invasion was foiled in the end. So what happened? Jiraiya's tone became more subtle at this point. Orochimaru happened. Tsunade. Not only did he kill the Kazekage and forced Suna into the invasion, but he did it so that he could get close to Sensei and kill him. Her eyes widened at the news, before remembering the old man. Is he dead? Her whisper was eased up by Jiraiya's smile, followed by him negating. Though, he would be, if not for Naruto. Her look alone explained just how far-fetched all this sounded right now. Just how could a lone Chunin, and a kid at that, be responsible for keeping Orochimaru from killing Sensei? Jiraiya just smirked and told the woman just what their sensei had told him. When she heard that the very person who had tutored Naruto was none other than Senju Tobirama, even if only a shadow clone of the man, Tsunade's mouth dropped and hanged open for Kami knows how long. Uzumaki Naruto was tutored by the Nadaime Hokage, her very own grand uncle. Ever since Tsunade was a child, she always viewed the man as unapproachable. Entirely different from her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, who was a sparkling sunshine of hope for everyone in the village. In fact, the few times Tsunade had ever interacted with her grand uncle was in formal clan festivities, the kind of which you rarely interacted with people. Orochimaru had committed a vile act, Tsunade, bringing Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama from the dead using a forbidden technique, and Sarutobi sensei was fighting against both, but would eventually succumb to their combined prowess. It was Naruto who managed to use the Nadaime's knowledge to break Tobirama-sama free from Orochimaru's control and thus aided Sensei in releasing Hashirama-sama and defeating Orochimaru. Only once more, Sensei let the snake flee. Wow. That's quite the story, Jiraiya. Indeed, it was, no doubt. Konoha has had enough stories of powerful individuals who were responsible for miracles, even if this one was closer to home than she realized. However, I still fail to understand just what it is you want to talk to me about. If Sensei's fine and all, Jiraiya nodded, all too aware that he wouldn't convince her by simply telling Naruto and Tobirama's story. Yes, well, I guess it's pointless to stir you away, Tsunade. The truth is that Sensei wishes to discuss some topics with you. About what? The response already came filled with venom at the prospect of going back to the hellhole. Beats me. Her narrowed eyes felt like one of her punches, and this time, Jiraiya truly felt her killing intent. Truth be told, Tsunade, not even he is completely sure at this point. Part of him wishes never to bother you, after what you've been through. However, Sensei is getting old, Tsunade. He is at that stage when he's reevaluating some aspects of his life and that of the village. And he's quite keen on having this conversation with you. Tsunade snorted at the notion. You talk as if he's offering me the position of the Godaime Hokage, Jiraiya smirked at that. Like I said, he's not completely sure of his intentions at this point. At the very least, he is only interested in having a conversation with you. Depending on how that goes, you would be free to do as you please, afterward. As if I believe you, Jiraiya. For all intents and purposes, you are sugarcoating this to convince me to come back and never be allowed to leave. A frown appeared on the perverted Sannin as a response. To this day, Tsunade hated the village, but she had never displayed such accusations towards Sarutobi sensei. Sensei would never do that, and even if those old coots of the council tried something, well, they would have to pass through me, first. Still, Tsunade looked unconvinced. However, before Jiraiya started talking once more, he saw the sudden look of introspection from the medical Sannin. Truth be told, Jiraiya was using his methods of persuasion here, because the level of scrutiny was rather high, though not so much deserved at this point. True that Sensei may offer her the position of Godime Hokage, but that would only happen once she decided to stay in the village. Okay, we shall go, Jiraiya smiled. But, one foul play from Konoha, Jiraiya, then not even you nor Sensei will be able to stop me from tearing that place to shreds. Huh, you don't have to sell me on it, Tsunade, my jaw has been victimized by that strength of yours one too many times to know you're serious. At that, Jiraiya could see a smile forming on Tsunade's lips. I'll bet. Next day . After the group parted from Tanzakugai heading towards Konoha, Shizune was clearly the most excited of the two new additions as she pestered both Naruto and Hinata about names of her peers back in the day. She was ecstatic to hear that Kurenia and Asuma were both Hinata and Naruto's senseis when Naruto was a genin, that is, Shiranui Genma. Naruto vaguely recalled him as the proctor of the last phase of the Chunin exams, and Shizune had even blushed a little at his name. Though the woman tried denying it, once Tsunade came up behind him and teased her about it. Still, they were only genin when Shizune left with Tsunade, so it was more like a childhood crush, more than anything. The group then made a stop once the road indicated a right turn path. The medical Sannin indicated her desire to stop by a hot spring onsen nearby. Hot spring. Yes, turning here, there is a nice hot spring resort we can all enjoy. Jiraiya frowned at the idea. What seems to be the rush anyway? It's not like Sensei is going away anytime soon, a day or two later won't make a difference. Naruto, Shizune and Hinata were all quiet, just waiting for the senior shinobi to decide the path they should take. Jiraiya, for his part, just crossed his arms, indicating that he was against the idea. Still, Tsunade had one last move up her sleeve, as she approached her friend and started whispering in his ear. You know, the hot springs in this place are mixed bathing. Her smile was evident in her face as she saw the instant lecherous visage on his face at the mention. Then, like Naruto and Hinata were now accustomed to seeing, Jiraiya marched towards the right path and Tsunade just eyed him with a smile on her face at her plan working. Well, you know, sometimes it's necessary for humans to take breathers. Let's take a nice relaxing bath. Tsunade laughed shortly and followed suit, next to Shizune. Naruto and Hinata followed soon afterwards, both wondering just how long it would take to finally arrive in Konoha and finish this drag. Hell, if their teammate was here, Shikamaru would have complained long and hard every chance he got. At the hot spring resort . It turned out, though, that unlike Tsunade, the hot springs were not mixed today and such. Hinata, Tsunade and Shizune stood on one side, while Jiraiya and Naruto stood on the other side of the hot spring. Well, it was indeed nice to stop by, it's quite relaxing indeed. Naruto said, almost on the verge of sleeping, while hearing the pervert murmuring by his side. Opening one eye to look at the fuming Sannin, Naruto decided to just ignore it and fully close his eyes, while feeling the nice and relaxing waters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hot spring, Tsunade, Shizune and Hinata were also enjoying themselves, until all three jumped slightly upon hearing the complaint from Jiraiya from the other side, followed by Naruto's voice. Ah Tsunade, you tricked me, there is no mixed bathing in here. What are you complaining about? I'm trying to sleep here. Tsunade giggled hard at gaining one up on her old friend. Late at night . Once everyone left the hot springs, it was now time for a nice dinner, of course, paid on Jiraiya's expenses as per Tsunade's insistence. A few hours later, Jiraiya was already passed out sleeping and Hinata and Shizune chose to settle down for the night as well. Tsunade was out of the inn, wearing the resort's robes and taking a quiet stroll around the property, lost in thought about going back to the village once more, even if it was just to talk with the Hokage. It was times like these when Tsunade reminisced at the memories of her loved ones, her baby brother and her fiancé, both tragedies from the Second Great Ninja War. Both had the same dreams and ambitions, but eventually, they all perished, just like the previous Hokages, with Sensei's exception. Along the path, Tsunade then became transfixed by a beautiful sight of a river nearby the inn, glowing under the moon's reflection. As she walked, her eyes became mesmerized as the goblets of water just hovering around the lake. In fact, the water molecules were all hovering around the center of the lake, and she could see Naruto dressed in his full shinobi attire, standing in the middle of the lake, with his eyes closed and holding the ram sign. Being an expert medic nin, Tsunade had perfect chakra control. As such, she was surprised when she felt his chakra expanding, until it reached her position. It felt warm, comforting even. Before, when Jiraiya said that her granduncle trained Naruto, she was dubious, but seeing such level of control over the water element, there was no denying it anymore. Thus, inclining her body towards a nearby tree, she just stood there, watching the show of lights. Then, when she saw him opening his eyes, she gasped when the water droplets stopped hovering and the all too familiar sphere of chakra formed in his right hand. It wasn't the same, the energy appeared rotating and it had power, but the usual membrane around the sphere ball of chakra wasn't there, at least not yet. Still, she could see glimmers of said membrane forming around the sphere. It wasn't yet finished, but it was no less astounding to see the kid on the final stages of the Rasengan. Oh no, young Naruto is going places, alright, but I have only taught him a few things, that's all. Those were Jiraiya's words back then at Tanzakugai as she eyed the technique right now starting to simmer from his hand, before Naruto stopped the flow of chakra with a small curse. He was about to call it quits, when he turned and saw Tsunade there, looking at him. She walked on top of the water until being near him. I thought I was the only one awake. Tsunade smiled at the comment. Well, at night is when I tend to have some time to myself to think. That was a nice show. I was surprised to see that my grand uncle passed along his techniques to someone at least. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the mention. How? Ah. Jiraiya told you about it, huh? Just great. Tsunade snorted at the kid. I may not be around anymore, Naruto, but I'm still a Sannin. There are many secrets I'm privy to, regarding the village. The Chunin still didn't look pleased that another person knew. Okay, well, seeing as it was Jiraiya who must have told you, I guess it is okay, but the Hokage still had declared it an S-ranked secret. Tsunade acknowledged the information as she followed him outside the lake, before she saw Naruto grab a small towel and use it to wipe the sweat from his face. I guess I shall head back to sleep for the night, are you going too? The Sannin negated, though she was more interested in having a conversation with him as she was now curious. I would like to ask you something, before you go. Naruto then turned and placed the towel behind his neck. What is it? How was it? Training under him. Naruto lifted an eyebrow and Tsunade amended. Despite Tobirama-Oji being my grand uncle, I never interacted much with him. Well, he was strict. That's the first word I would use. Suan nodded, getting that impression as well, but she saw the nostalgic smile on his face, which indicated a deeper bond. But he helped me when no one else would in the village. Hokage-sama always meant well, but he couldn't keep up with looking out for me and looking out for the village. Tobirama-sensei taught me many things, despite the short time we've been together. I will always be grateful that he considered me worth his while, and I shall carry on the one and only mission he entrusted me with. The fierce look in his eyes at the memory of Tobirama's last words still rang true in his mind. What mission is that? To train hard and commit myself into learning more and more, but above all else, use these skills to better protect Konoha and its citizens. Tsunade's eyes widened at seeing those eyes and the proclamation. This village is our grandfather's treasure. I'm going to protect it. 'Cause I'm the grandson of the first Hokage. The memory of Tsunade's younger brother Naoki surged. I love this village and my comrades, so I want to protect them. The memory of her fiancé's words back then, as both of them had one single dream. To become Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Protect Konoha and its citizens. Naruto looked at her and wondered about the sudden sad smile on her face. Like a Hokage. He then laughed briefly, and that got Tsunade's attention as Naruto was now looking at the sky. Hokage. There was a time when I desired the position above all else in this world. As you grow, you tend to learn just precisely what that job entails. Protecting everyone is the shinobi's duty and is indeed what I work hard for every day, but I do aspire for bigger things, so who knows? Perhaps, if the village deems me worthy of becoming Hokage in the future, then nothing would stop me from accepting. Otherwise, I would still protect everyone in the village, just like Tobirama-sensei believed in me. Tsunade eyed Naruto's and saw great wisdom coming from his words. It wasn't a kid boasting about the impossible, but rather a young man with a clear path ahead of him, despite the obvious obstacles. Eyeing his tenacity and dedication to the mission passed by the second Hokage, Tsunade couldn't help but be impressed and see that for a man like Tobirama Senju to believe in Naruto, then he must be quite special indeed. Then, surprising the Chunin, Tsunade stepped forward and landed a sweet kiss on his forehead with her eyes closed. Well, keep it up then, Naruto-kun. Who knows, perhaps a few years down the line, I can witness your achievements and see for myself, whether or not you shall inherit their dreams. Naruto looked at the woman in wonder, while Tsunade smiled peacefully at him, before departing, but not before a small teardrop hovered in the air as soon as she left the clearing, back to the hotel. Next day. When the time came for the group to depart once more, Jiraiya was searching for Naruto, when he found the Chunin staring at a group of trees in a clearing. Deciding to observe for the time being, he watched as Naruto started the first and second steps of the Rasengan in his right hand. His eyes were closed in deep concentration and Jiraiya could feel the magnitude of his chakra being focused on a single point in his right hand. At this point, it was evident that the two stages were already well mastered. Jiraiya's eyes, though, widened slightly as he perceived the thin energy membrane surrounding the swirling sphere of chakra and best of all, the fact that the kid was sustaining it. The look of effort in controlling it all was evident on his face as the Chunin managed to focus on the target that is the set of trees in front of him. As soon as he slammed the now completed swirling sphere of chakra, the tree exploded into multiple splinters, just like the other trees nearby in a straight path. Despite his lack of breath, Naruto's look of elation at finally finalizing the technique pretty much floored Jiraiya, but a smile was evident on his face as he witnessed it happening right before his eyes. Chapter 22 Tea Country. 6 months has passed since Senju Tsunade had finally stepped foot inside her family's home village. Like Jiraiya promised back then, all Hiruzen Sarutobi did was talk to her and set their relationship straight. Sensei and student had talked, though talked was only the beginning. There were curses, insults, threats to just get up and leave and never come back again, but eventually they had reached a compromise of sorts. Of course, the threat of her leaving had arisen when Hiruzen talked about wanting her to be the Godime Hokage at one point. But the Sandaime Hokage knew a losing battle when he saw one and tried instead to reach some sort of agreement with his only female student. He knew, after all, the grievances of their past arguments about setting up a new shinobi program reserved for medics, that could eventually place one medic nin in each mission in the future. Of course, Tsunade wasn't about to settle for only that, and despite Konoha's lack of funds for anything aside from the village's welfare, they had worked out a deal regarding her ever-growing pile of debt accumulated so far. It was Hiruzen's secondary goal to at least keep her inside the village for Tsunade to create new roots at the very least and then resume their conversation about his succession later on. For each shinobi either she or Shizune helped heal in the hospital, Hiruzen would add money to a ledger that would be responsible for paying her creditors. Of course, Tsunade wasn't born yesterday. An alive shinobi would bring in revenue for the village, and as such, Hiruzen would only be separating a percentage from said income instead of effectively drawing the village savings for her benefit. However, and Shizune couldn't stress that enough when she heard about it, the black-haired woman was tired from the same vicious cycle, borrowing money for gambling, losing everything, having to flee from where they were and then find someone else to borrow money for more gambling. Truth be told, if it weren't for Shizune, Tsunade wouldn't know where she would be at this point. She never expressed much, but Shizune walked away from her life, from her friends, to be with Tsunade the entire time. Plus, getting back with her friends again, Tsunade had seen how happy Dan's niece was, now back as a jonin for the village. In the end, Tsunade was appointed as the hospital's head physician with Shizune as her second in command. Her list of demands, though, made the only remaining hair in Hiruzen's head stand up. When she said she wanted to start a training facility for future medics, Hiruzen thought that she would work something up at the academy for future genins, not having to spare actual genins, chunins and even jonins for her classes. He actually blamed Naruto for this. The blonde Chunin, now 15 years old, had reached a growth spurt of sorts and now even topped Tsunade in height. Throughout these 6 months since returning with Tsunade, Naruto had intensified his training regimen, both in the physical and in the spiritual department. Constantly training and also hanging out with his superiors, Kurenai, Asuma, Enko and Yugo when she's not in Anbu detail service. One Uzumaki Naruto has participated in many assignments throughout these past 6 months. Enko had even placed dibs on him every time he's available for her so-called juicy B rank missions. Aside from that, the Chunin would occasionally summon a trio of overpowered cage bunchins to accompany the other genins and assist them and even hang out with them. Not that they knew about them hanging out with clones sometimes, instead of the original. Tobirama-sensei's bunchin technique sure was helpful in allowing him to be at multiple places at the same time. As to why Hiruzen blamed Naruto, well, it turned out that one day, Tsunade was taking it easy in a cafe by herself, while studying the book containing the list of active Konoha shinobi and kunoichi. Naruto happened to pass by the place and got inside to chat. Tsunade was searching for ideal candidates for her medical shinobi program and asked for his input regarding possible names. Of course, in his mind, his Chunin comrade Sakura would be at the top of the list, no doubt about it. They went on a couple of missions already and Sakura was really thriving. Her chakra control was excellent for Iryu ninjutsu and she was quite the scholar as well. Hinata, as a Hyuga, was like a human X-ray machine. Her dedication towards improvement was 100% and while not at Sakura's level, her chakra control would be boosted by learning under Tsunade. Naruto had also given input about Inuzuka Hana, who was already a vet and Tsunade could even use her in the hospital. Other names here and there from Genin, Chunin and Jonin that Naruto knew that could participate. Kurenai had said that Yamanaka Ino was starting to come out of her shell and getting serious about training and Naruto even placed Shikamaru's name. Part of it was for the fun of seeing his Genin teammate complain and another part was that Shikamaru had an IQ that allowed him to do everything he sets his mind to and learning Iryo ninjutsu wouldn't be out of his range. Tsunade even remembered that the Nara clan had their hands on creating the best medicines, so signing up a member of the clan was a given. For sure, Yoshino Obasan would also be thrilled to see her son enrolled in Tsunade's classes. So, her medic nin program was formed and Hiruzen just couldn't complain much, he was already celebrating that Tsunade didn't select one of his jonins. And just like Naruto predicted, Sakura was a found gem. Hinata, Ino and a grumpy Shikamaru were being tutored by Shizune, while Hana had the vet clinic and would occasionally have time for medic nin classes. But, Tsunade decided to devote her full attention to training towards the pink-haired Chunin. When they first met and Tsunade had mentioned that Naruto had vouched for her skills, Sakura was ecstatic. Her senpai had her utmost respect and admiration in more ways than she could count. Plus, with being a Chunin and all, Sakura just didn't have much time for studies like she enjoyed doing at the academy. It was like a match made in heaven for her to learn everything she could from the greatest medic in the elemental nations and she didn't have enough words of appreciation for Naruto. It was late at night in a location near Bird Country as the forests around the country's main capital became alive with nothing but blurs of motion. The four-man Chunin unit moved in tandem, while silently advancing towards their target, a two-story mansion surrounded by trees and foliage. The Jonin responsible for the assignment, Rado Namiyashi, used a shunshin and appeared on top of the tallest tree near their target as he observed the house's security measures. So far, all he could see was the occasional thug doing rounds around the property, but his experience told him never to expect what his eyes told him alone. Another shunshin later and he had called upon the rest of the mission squad for a briefing. Shino, Naruto, Azumo and Kotetsu appeared through their respective shunshins as Rado began. Okay. First things first. Our mission revolves around the recovery of an important scroll containing sensitive information from the client. Security measures appear to be scarce, but I won't take any chances. Naruto and Shino, the two selected Chunin called, nodded and paid attention. Naruto's sensor abilities and Shino's bugs shall run reconnaissance first. Once that's done, report it back. Based on your report, we shall coordinate the house invasion. Azumo and Katetsu, you two take point and look out for Naruto and Shino, while they proceed. I shall be overseeing from above. 4 brief nods, before the 4 Chunin broke in pairs with Azumo following Naruto and Katetsu performing guard duty while Shino unleashed his clouds of bugs to scout the place. With Naruto and Azumo, they moved swiftly across the terrain, until they hid behind some bushes closer to the property, close enough for his sensor capabilities to kick in. Azumo meanwhile observed him, while keeping an eye for any movement close to their position. When Naruto next opened his eyes, he looked back to his fellow comrade and nodded, before both shunshined back to their initial position. Once again, the team from the B-rank document retrieval mission huddled once more as Rado urged Naruto and Shino to report, with Naruto starting. Aside from the common thugs doing rounds outside the property, I could sense the usage of chakra inside the mansion, though I couldn't sense anyone inside. Rado placed a thinking hand beneath his chin. The client was alerted to the possibility that whoever stole his property had shinobi assistance. Perhaps, what you sensed was someone using a disorienting genjutsu to trap anyone from entering. Shino, your bugs are immune to genjutsu, what can you tell us? The Aburame Chunin nodded and looked towards the Kikaichu bug on his finger. Indeed, my bugs have reported the presence of 4 Chunin-level shinobi hidden inside the house, all of them located on the 2nd floor. Though, I can't state from which village they are from. Rado nodded and then formulated a plan of attack. Okay, then, listen up. Shino, you shall use your bugs for support, while us 4 shall break inside and retrieve the document. Drain as much of the enemy's chakra as you can, before we can go in. Shino nodded, before releasing the cloud of bugs that hovered above his position. Azumo and Katetsu shall enter from the front, while I shall accompany Naruto from the back. Assume that the second we enter, the genjutsu inside will entrap us, so you'll only have a second, maybe less, to release and engage. Let's move. The mission's attackers all vanished, while Shino remained from the back, providing backup. As he saw his comrades advance, so did the cloud of bugs to drain as much of the enemy's chakra as they could. Naruto and Rado unleashed their respective swords the second they sensed their chakra being invaded. Both released it at the same time, before blocking kunai from the enemy, who showed themselves, wearing the Rain Village insignia and their breathing apparatuses. Each engaged with their respective enemy, though Rado took quick care of him. His black sword was dripped with poison and one scratch was enough to render the attacker useless, before he moved in for the kill. Naruto's enemy was taller and stronger than he was, forcing him to use chakra in his limbs to adapt to the strength. Still, Naruto had more speed and agility in his favor, so taking his fight outside, it wasn't long until Naruto backed away a little, before molding chakra. The enemy watched transfixed as the blonde Konoha Chunin moved his sword in a circular motion and he could see the sword forming an after-image. Still, he wasn't about to let this kid do whatever it is he intended on doing and advanced using speed, while holding 2 kunai. Once Naruto finished his movement, his body moved in a zigzag motion and the enemy's eyes widened at seeing the after-image. Naruto then got within the enemy's guard and managed to carve a great slice on the man's chest. Rado had quickly sealed his kill and then appeared to assist Naruto in dealing with his enemy, though he arrived only to see Naruto using Gecko Hayate's Kenjutsu style to finish his opponent. The sword pierced flesh and blood spilled on Naruto's face. The enemy's eyes were wide, before his body hit the ground. Quickly cleaning the blood from his sword, Naruto and Rado ran back inside the house as Azumo and Katetsu finished with their enemies, while aided by Shino's insects. After cleaning the scene and collecting the enemy's bodies, the team then went back to Konoha in order to report the mission's success. In Konoha. The hidden village in the leaves was exuberant at night with many pubs, bars and restaurants alive. Tonight, Kurenai was invited by Shizune for some drinks. More of their classmates were also invited, though many were either on missions or were otherwise occupied. Meeting inside a specific bar, it didn't take long for them to order a bottle of sake for the table, as well as a sushi platter and some dango. Ever since Shizune returned with Tsunade, She went out of her way to meet up with every one of their old classmates, at least those who were still alive, that is. Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, Genma, Rado and many others. Tonight was another of her old dinner dates with her girlfriends and Kurenai obliged in her company. However, following Tsunade throughout her previous drunken stupors around the elemental nations, made Shizune acquire the taste, and it didn't take long for her behavior to become inebriated by it, much to Kurenai's sighing in dismay. You know, it's so unfair. So unfair. A drunken Shizune drunkenly shouted as she kept staring at Kurenai's breasts, hidden by her fishnet clothing. The illusion user could only look sadly at the display. You're so lucky, Kurenai-chan. You're so gorgeous and with a great style to boot. Shizune was practically standing on the table as she looked at Kurenai's face. Shizune, I think you've had a bit too much to drink. Shizune cared little and even inclined further on the table as Kurenai lifted her hands. So tell me, how is he? Kurenai lifted her eyebrow in question and Shizune could only giggle, completing her inquiry. Oh, don't give me that look, of course I'm talking about Asuma. What about him? The question mark was still on Kurenai's face. Come on, you were all over him when we were young. It was just a matter of time. Kurenai took a few sips of her drink and negated with a smile, much to Shizune's comic displeasure. Oh no, yes, we had a few dates here and there, but we both decided that we're both better off as comrades and friends. That only served to deflate as Shizune fell down into her chair. Oh dear, but hey, any man would be lucky to have you, Kurenai-chan. I mean, look at you. There she goes again, much to Kurenai's discomfort, until Shizune starts messing with her hair frantically. Compared to you, I'm nothing special, you know. And Genma-kun wants nothing to do with me, that bastard. At this point, I will be alone. Kurenai became frantic, trying to control the obviously drunken woman, who was now sobbing with her face buried under her arms. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had walked inside the same bar Kurenai and Shizune were at, though he was actually dragged in here by both Izumo and Kotetsu, after their completed mission. Contrary to Kurenai, the three Chunin were just having a nice meal together, while Izumo and Kotetsu had a beer each. They were drilling Naruto about what Rado was telling earlier about him using Hayate's technique on their last mission. Of course, while it wasn't technically a secret, Naruto wasn't about to openly scream inside a filled restaurant about what he could do, nor the fact that he was being taught by Yugo-sensei in precisely Hayate's sword techniques. Nevertheless, despite the grilling, Izumo and Kotetsu were rather nice to chat to and their constant teasing to one another was quite enjoyable. As a matter of fact, so far, many of the village's Chunin had opened up to him in their assignments, which was rather nice, compared to how it was before. After dinner, both seasoned Chunin said their goodbyes to Naruto and left together. He was about to retire for the night as well, when he heard familiar voices coming from one of the private booths. He opened up a smile as he saw Kurenai there together with Shizune. Though, at this precise time, he saw Kurenai make subtle hand signs, before Shizune simply stopped moving altogether. Quickly approaching the two, Naruto saw Kurenai sigh and get up from her seat, about to approach Shizune's sleeping form. Ah, Kurenai-sensei, is there something wrong with Shizune? The voice alerted the genjutsu using Jonin as she turned abruptly in surprise. Oh hi there Naruto-kun. She blushed slightly at being caught using a subtle genjutsu on her friend. It's nothing really, I figured it was for the best to send her to sleep for the night. Naruto took one short look at Tsunade's second-in-command and nodded. Do you need any help? Kurenai sighed, now wondering what to do with the sleeping medic Nin. I guess I should take her home now, could you help me? Naruto blinked a couple of times, but complied while he watched Kurenai leave to pay their tab, before returning. Once outside the establishment, Kurenai and Naruto, now both at the same height, each took one of Shizune's arms and walked throughout the village's crowded streets. Do you happen to know where she lives? Kurenai stopped walking and Naruto looked across Shizune's shoulders to see Kurenai's arms deflate. I don't. Let's take her to my place, then. I can take care of her, there. It took 5 more minutes before they managed to take the downed Shizune to Kurenai's house, before she was placed on one of the couches. Naruto then observed as Kurenai rubbed her forehead and passed her hand through her hair with a sigh. Perhaps, I should go talk to Tsunade-sama about Shizune's drinking problem. Naruto smiled and looked around, before figuring that the woman wanted to be left alone for the night. So, I guess I should get going, then. Kurenai looked back after placing a blanket over Shizune. Good night, sensei. Wait, Naruto-kun, there is no need to leave right now, I'll make us some tea. Naruto observed as Kurenai went towards the kitchen. You were on a mission this past week, weren't you? How did it go? The blonde Chunin took a seat on the opposite couch from the one Shizune was sleeping on as he responded. Yeah, me and Shino actually. We went on a mission with Rado, Azumo and Katetsu. Kurenai smiled. Knowing that Shino went along, she did express her opinion that Shino and Naruto would work well together on missions. With the tea ready, Kurenai brought in 2 cups and handled one for Naruto, while he gave her a detailed report about the mission, even telling proudly that he managed to use one of Hayate's techniques, just like Yugo-sensei's teachings. They had conversed all through the night, covering many topics, both shinobi-related and even non-shinobi-related, with Naruto laughing about Azumo's and Katetsu's failed attempts to get a rise out of Shino in their mission. Kurenai laughed as well, picturing the situation. Neither Chunin or Jonin thought about doing anything, but enjoying each other's company, until Kurenai thought best to settle down for the night and let the still snoring Shizune get some sleep. Naruto then went to his apartment to get some rest. 2 days later. Yesterday, Naruto took his sweet time doing practically nothing. Waking up late, checking up on the Nadime's scroll and having a good meal fixed by old man Kosuke, the blonde Chunin stayed indoors the entire time, resting. He had only allowed himself some free time to hang out with Shikamaru and Hinata, before resuming to bed and only waking up the next day. Not that he very much needed the rest, it was just that easing his chakra coils was paramount if he wanted to be up and ready when the Hokage called for him. Today, Naruto had simply decided to run some meditation drills, choosing a rather isolated location next to a lake. As such, closing his eyes and focusing on molding his chakra, Naruto took his sweet time passing his chakra through all of his tenketsu, before he had lost his awareness outside and became one by one with his chakra. The feeling of completion just filled his entire being at this point, as his mind became entranced by the feeling of his chakra traveling through the pathways. However, at some point, the Chunin started narrowing his eyebrows and sweating in sudden pain at the pressure he was feeling. The blue chakra that he was so engrossed in feeling, the purity of it all, now became red and filled with anger and malice. Naruto needn't open his eyes to see that his conscience was no longer seated on the lake, but rather sitting on another water source, deep within the confines of his mind and the location of a resident fox, called Kyubi no Kitsune. The growl made his skin crawl as Naruto opened his eyes and stood up to lock eyes with the fox. I assumed that in our last conversation, you wanted nothing to do with me. The fox just kept growling while in deep contemplation as he looked at his current jailer. And here I believed that after you got trashed by those imbeciles, dressed in black and red, that you would have crawled back in here, demanding me for power by now. Naruto narrowed his eyebrows, remembering indeed the time when Itachi and Kisame played with him the entire time. However, Naruto never expected him to be powerful enough to defeat S-rank shinobi. Hell, he at this point considered himself skilled enough to take on B, perhaps A-ranked opponents. My opponents don't have a powerful mass of chakra inside their stomachs, but that didn't stop them from becoming S-rank shinobi, Kyubi. The Jinchuriki just stood his ground as he now focused on the fox's eyes. He firmly believed his statement to be the truth, however his shoulder deflated when the fox did nothing but laugh, hysterically. Ha! Ha! Aha, that's quite precious. A Jinchuriki who does not want anything to do with the Biju. Oh, how the village screwed up choosing you as my host. Yeah, laugh all you want, why don't you? You're the one who called me here, anyhow. The fox stopped talking as he focused on the midget standing there with his arms crossed, looking all high and mighty. As a matter of fact, I did, it's a fact that it makes my skin crawl just by looking at you. With a sigh, Naruto just wondered if the fox just called him here to openly mock him. However, it irks me even more to have a weak host. You may think you are getting stronger as you grow, but you're still due to face the real powerhouses out there. Not to mention that right now I'm linked to you, so if you die, I will inevitably follow. That information was new, but then again, Naruto was still unable to understand the intricacies of the seal responsible for imprisoning the fox inside of him. Okay. So what is it you suggest? Kyuubi didn't respond, but merely smirked. Naruto saw in apprehension when the fox's energy leaked from within the cage and reached him in less than a second. As he felt the fox's malevolent energy surround him, Naruto's mind became clouded with anger. The chakra then formed a red shell around him and a tail formed behind him. Still, despite it all, Naruto became so engrossed in his meditation exercises that he had learned how to better control his inner chakra. Right now, he could feel the fox's chakra mixing it with his own, making it stronger, thicker. His chakra coils slowly expanded, allowing an easier flow of energy to pass through and much faster than before. Naruto wasn't aware of it, though, but the seal responsible for the fox's sealing located on his stomach glowed white, filtering the fox's chakra and turning it into his regular blue chakra. It seems you're not all talk. Learning to cope with my chakra, even if it's only one tael's worth, is quite something. Now listen here, I will not stay idle here and let my jailer become weak. I have provided you with one tael's worth of my chakra, however, should I see that you're facing a foe you can't defeat on your own, then I shall give you more and I simply don't care whether you can handle it or not. Naruto now truly wondered just what he had gotten himself into this time, but before he could extend the conversation more, the fox got fed up with his presence and threw him out. Once he was outside, Naruto got face to face with the purple-haired Anbu, more commonly known as his Kenjutsu sensei. The fact that her hand was already holding her sword, Naruto could venture a guess that his little skirmish with the fox was felt a mile away. Hi there, sensei. Long time no see, huh? Naruto said, while scratching his head in embarrassment. By now, his chakra became less rattled and thus more manageable. Naruto-kun, since when do you tap into the fox's chakra? The Chunin sighed at that, knowing that he just couldn't withhold information from her. For sure, she was going to report this to the Hokage. The fox lured me inside and forced his chakra upon me. Ha! The bastard said he didn't want a weak host. The Anbu didn't find traces of deceit from her pupil and as such released her hold on her sword. Okay. As long as you're certain of what you're doing, though, you should then report this to the Hokage, so that Jiraiya-sama could take a look at the seal. Naruto nodded with a smile. Now, the Hokage wishes to see you, so come along. Along the way, sensei and student shared information about Naruto's last mission and how he was able to perform the Oborozukyo, Hazy Moon Night. It certainly filled the Anbu with delight, seeing that Naruto inherited Hayate's techniques. At the mission room. Hyuga Neji and Higurashi Tenten, now both at 16 years old, stood at attention inside the mission room, waiting for the mission debriefing. Though, it felt strange for them to be by themselves there, since normally any mission would at least take a third member. The elder Hokage was busy just closing his eyes and smoking his pipe. Neji, being the utmost respectful, opted to stay quiet, but Tenten just lacked the patience of her fellow genin teammate. Hokage-sama, can you tell us what we are waiting for? Hiruzen opened his eyes and leveled a stare at Tenten, which caused her to blush slightly in embarrassment. No need to worry, Miss Tenten, we're only waiting for the third member to arrive, before we can proceed. I had just sent someone to retrieve him. A quick knock on the door alerted everyone, before Naruto walked inside with Yugo in tow. The Anbu in question bowed to their leader, before vanishing. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Now, we can proceed. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto took notice of Hinata's cousin looking at him from the corner of his eyes, but he paid it no mind as the Hokage started the debriefing. Okay, then, let us begin. Chunin Uzumaki Naruto, Genin Hyuga Neji and Genin Higurashi Tenten, Hiruzen initiated by opening the mission scroll. With Naruto as leader, you three shall participate in a B-ranked protection assignment. Bear in mind that considering the situation, there's the possibility of this mission escalating to A-ranked. In T country, there is a ceremony at the Grand Temple Todoroki every 4 years. We received the request to escort a runner, who happens to participate at the ceremony. You three are to march straight to Tea Country and receive further information from Chief Wasabi Joriko. Now, please arrive in Tea Country by dawn. Naruto, Neji and Tenten nodded, before Naruto turned to the genin. Okay then, pack up for a 1-week mission and meet me at the gates in half an hour. Neji frowned at the sudden order, but nevertheless complied, before leaving the premises along with Tenten. Naruto already had enough experience with Sasuke and Kiba to know that he would need to exercise leadership. Is there something else you need to speak to me, Naruto-kun? The Chunin turned to see the Hokage and ushered him to speak in private. The Hokage hummed in consideration and nodded, before walking towards the Hokage's office where Akage Bunshin was waiting to report what happened with the Kyuubi just now. The real Naruto had just shunshined straight towards the gates to wait for Neji and Tenten to arrive. Equals at the gates equals. Just like Naruto commanded, Neji and Tenten arrived at the time specified and Naruto thought about ridding them of any uncertainties before the mission started. Okay. Before we proceed towards Tea Country, we need to establish something straight here. Tenten and Neji looked at him strangely. This is a high-level B-ranked assignment and I just can't waste time having to exercise leadership. So, out with it, you first Neji, as I believe I won't have any issues with Tenten. The girl member of the team was surprised at that and she then looked towards her Hyuga teammate, who stared at Naruto's cerulean eyes the entire time. Memories of their match at the Chunin exams immediately came to mind as Naruto practically toyed with him the entire time. But, that was not what bothered Neji the most. No, what bothered him the most was that this guy from Hinata's age was leading them. The fact that you're a year younger than us and act almighty bothers me. Naruto snorted, but allowed Neji to continue. We have more experience than you and yet, you got promoted to Chunin. I see. And you share his concern, Tenten. Placed on the spot, Tenten felt torn, but she wanted to back Neji in this. Ah, I do, but, Hokage-sama has placed you as the leader, so, Naruto smiled at them, at least understanding where they came from. Well, it's not like I can convince you two of my experience as a leader, but I at least asked for your trust as we advance. Neji, your Byakugan shall be important on this mission to keep a constant eye on our person of interest, so I will be counting on you, and as I remember correctly from the Chunin exams, you favor long-range weapons, right Tenten? To her nod, he continued. We shall gather more data on who's the one we need to protect, so let us go. Usually, with Sasuke and Kiba, Naruto needed to be more forceful, but by the look on Neji and Tenten's faces, it looked like Naruto's words helped alleviate the situation. As such, the three shinobi started their journey towards Tea Country. Along the way, Naruto had taken the time to ask about Lee's situation, remembering the damage caused by the Suna Jinchuriki in the preliminaries. Tenten had explained that the great Tsunade-sama, in her words, had managed to treat him and Lee as scheduled to make a full recovery in no time. She had even hoped that Lee would be ready for their team to take the Chunin exams that will happen in Suna, in a couple of months. Naruto remembered his teammates talking about that. With him promoted, Team 10 would have to find a member to complete the team and Hinata was talking to Asuma-sensei about adding Yakumo to the team. They had arrived in Tea Country a couple of hours after leaving Konoha and asked directions inside a tea house about where to find Chief Wasabi Joriko's village. Chapter 23 Raijin no Ken. It didn't take long for Naruto's team to find Chief Wasabi Joriko's mansion and receive all the instructions regarding their assignment. Everything was going fine, until the runner they were supposed to protect named Idate appeared. Looks alone weren't what stood out. Average built, dark and long hair, a few years older than them, but what stood out the most was his attitude. Arrogant and self-centered. Plus the second he sent a look at Tenten, he attempted to flirt with her. Though, it lasted only until the woman in question released a kunai and placed it inches away from Idate's throat for good measure. That was enough for the weapons expert Kunoichi to hate the person they were supposed to protect. Aside from that, Idate's distaste for both Neji and Naruto was quite obvious. Well, nothing they could do about it. After Idate left, Joriko had explained that the feud between the two families, the Wasabi and the Wagarashi, has been going on for a long so-called race, which happens every 4 years, serves to settle which family shall rule over their village. The last race was won by the rival family because they happened to hire shinobi in the past. And Naruto came to know that the Wagarashi clan had once more hired shinobi for this one, though Master Joriko couldn't tell from which village. So, after their client finished the meeting, the three roamed throughout the streets together with Idate. However, his company was short-lived as he grunted the entire time. I will take my leave now. You all better protect me in the race tomorrow or else Konoha will pay the price for this village's suffering for 4 more years. Those were Idate's last words, before he walked away, with his hands in his pockets. Man, he must have a grudge against shinobi or something. Did you see the way he looked at us, Neji? The Hyuga quietly nodded at Tenten's remark and then turned to the team's leader who was busy observing Idate's back. He was about to comment further, when all three moved at the sight of a commotion that happened in one of the shops. 2 low-level thugs, from the look of things, were holding a vendor while a third was yelling at the poor vendor, while threatening to deliver some punches for good measure. When the punch initiated, the vendor closed his eyes and waited for the pain, but Naruto soon morphed in front of the punch and caught the bully's fist, before violently twisting the man's wrist. Before his goons could help him, Tenten and Neji approached from behind, forcing the three to scatter and leave the vendor alone, but not before mentioning the name of the Wagarashi clan. I appreciate the help, Mr. Naruto got down to help the victim get up, just as the man's wife came to ask if he was okay. Husband and wife turned to the leaf shinobi and bowed in appreciation, before they walked back inside the tent. So, Chief Master Joriko was telling the truth, then. Neji and Tenten turned to Naruto as he spoke. Normally, these aggressors should be punished for what they did, but no one came to the villagers' rescue. Tenten nodded as she looked around, observing the other vendors turning to their own businesses as if what transpired today was a common occurrence. There is no village police to chase the offenders, not even members from the Wasabi clan to stop the Wagarashi clan from doing whatever it is they wanted. A mere race to determine which family rules over this city. It shouldn't be this way. Idate needs to win this race, then, or else the villagers will keep on suffering. Neji, for his part, was more focused on the mission ahead as he turned to Naruto. I have a feeling, though, that Idate-san won't comply much with us. The team leader nodded. Yeah, looks that way. Tenten's right. It's clear he has some grudge against shinobi of some kind. Perhaps, we could go back and ask Chief Joriko to see if he can shed some light into this. We are already expecting to face shinobi in this assignment. Having to babysit the client in the midst of this is just not okay. Naruto said that all in pondering, but Tenten and Neji nodded in agreement. Neji and Tenten, please find more about the race, its itinerary, all possible details for tomorrow. In the meantime, I shall follow Idate to see if I can find out more about him, before it starts. Neji and Tenten looked at each other, before nodding at the directive. We shall meet again in 2 hours to discuss our plan going forward. Let's go. Tenten and Neji looked as Naruto vanished in a shunshin, before the two walked towards the town's main hall for information regarding the race. With Naruto . Maintaining his distance, Naruto observed Idate as he went about his usual chores. He would stop at a small restaurant to drink some tea and throw his charm at other girls. After that, he had done some running exercises in preparation for tomorrow. Naruto had to give it to the guy, despite his pompous attitude. He was indeed quite fast, though it was clear that he was using chakra. Through a quick shunshin sequence, Naruto managed to follow Idate all the way towards Chief Joriko's mansion. Normally, spying on a client would be considered frowned upon, but Naruto needed answers, before going forward. Lowering his chakra output to a bare minimum and casting a disorienting genjutsu around him, Naruto got into position just outside the very hall he and his team were with Joriko just moments before. It was already night outside, so the light was turned on inside. From his vantage point, he could see Chief Joriko at the same position he was before, though his arms were crossed beneath his robe sleeves and he was contemplating the view outside. If he knew that he was staring straight at Naruto, he was disguising it perfectly. Boss, of all people, did you have to ask the leaf shinobi? Naruto frowned at the distaste in Idate's voice at the mention of the leaf. Whatever grudge he had to do with Konoha, then. Ma, don't sulk like that, Idate. Joriko replied with an easy smile. That only served to irk Idate some as he squeezed both hands. I'm not sulking. It's just. Naruto listened on in anticipation, but it looked like the teen in question was finding it hard to put his grudge into words. Idate. Joriko looked outside once more as he responded with a more teacher-like tone. I believe in you more than anybody else. I believe you can win this race, though the rest shall depend on you. I asked for Konoha's help to protect you, but at the end of the day, it's you who needs to cross the finish line, not the leaf. Idate kept on looking down at that, though. You need to believe in yourself, sure, but you need to believe in others as well. This town needs us to win this race, or else the villagers won't know peace for another 4 years. So, please run for this town, Idate. Idate saw as Joriko even bowed a little, afterward. The teen felt his resolve strengthen at that and bowed even more in respect. Chief Joriko didn't need to ask this of him. Yes, boss, Joriko smiled at that. Now, go rest for tomorrow. Idate got up and left the chambers, before Joriko looked outside just as Naruto vanished with a shunshin. Chief Joriko only smirked in interest, before he continued with his late-night chores. Race start . Before the sun rose the next day, the crowd was already lined up to witness the race that would shape the village's peace or lack of throughout the next 4 years. The members from the daimyo who were overseeing the race were already in the middle, with Idate and the runner from the Wagarashi clan, who was busy stretching. The members of the two families were there as well, as they observed the runners prepare themselves. Naruto, Neji and Tenten noticed the love Idate received from his own family, or lack thereof. In fact, only Chief Joriko actually had faith in him. Naruto reported his findings to Neji and Tenten and both were even more concerned, seeing as Idate's grudge was with the leaf. Still, now was not the time for that, but rather for them to scout the shinobi opposition. Neji, can you see anyone in here with more than average chakra capacity? The veins around his eyes popped as the Byakugan user scouted the region. Soon, his eyes landed on the enemies. Yes, 4 shinobi, 3 with Chunin level chakra and 1 Jonin, though I can't see the insignia. Naruto nodded and then turned to Tenten. So, what sort of race is this? The weapon user opened the map and showed it to the two boys, indicating that the first part would be a boat race starting from Dagarashi port, heading towards the Midoroki shrine, which is the midway point. After arriving at the shrine, the runner must take one of the jewels and run towards the Todoroki Great Shrine on Uzu Island. It's a 2-way race, but we can face many problems along the way. Naruto sighed as he eyed Idate now stretching with a lost look on his eyes. That lost look only lasted a few seconds, before Idate turned on them. You guys can just relax and watch, I'll win this race without your help. Naruto snorted at that. Sorry, but doing that would just be a waste of time. Plus, you can't expect to survive with enemy shinobi attacking you. Idate snarled at this and eyed Naruto with venom. I don't need the help of shinobi. Neji and Tenten both frowned. Naruto, for his turn, wondered just how troublesome this mission has become. Still, when the speakerphone announced Idate's full name, all 3 shinobi from the leaf looked at each other in surprise, remembering Idate's last name to be the same as the Chunin exam proctor. Still, they didn't have time to ponder on the surprise as the gates in front of the runners opened up, revealing the 2 boats that each would use to cross the seas towards the Midoroki shrine. The sun soon showed its first rays of its magnificent power on the horizon. And Idate in that moment realized something, before he smirked. Start. As soon as the speaker started the race, both racers bolted towards their respective boats. Naruto, Neji and Tenten followed suit, however as soon as they started running, they saw the one they were supposed to protect, making a left turn and running away. Is he running away? Tenten yelled, behind Naruto and Neji. The others in the audience cursed the one they had chosen to win this, while Joriko merely observed with a frown. Konoha's mission was Idate's protection, rather than making sure he won the race. However, none of the Konoha nins were very thrilled to be chasing this guy if he bolted out of the race for some unknown reason. Their client was Master Chief Joriko, not Idate. Still, it didn't look like he was going to quit this race, but still the question remained. Idate, what is going on? Why are you changing directions? Idate turned annoyed at Naruto's pondering. Shut up. Damn it, this is a different path. The three shinobi looked at one another as they started running within the dense forest. Neji and Tenten turned to their leader for this mission. What do we do, then? Jumping towards the trees to keep a better viewpoint, Naruto signaled for them to keep on following Idate and protect him from all threats. Neji, activate your Byakugan in short intervals to see if the shinobi are coming for Idate. I'll check up on him. Neji focused on the ram seal and instantly found 3 of the 4 shinobi that were back at the port. Naruto, for his part, kept on following up front and realized that something was off in their path onward. It didn't take 5 seconds for him to realize what was going on, and the image of a displeased Kurenai popped up in his mind about still taking too long to realize the genjutsu. Signaling for Neji and Tenten, Naruto uses Shunshin and shows up in front of Idate. Move out of the way, idiot. I have a race to finish. Naruto snarled at the guy for still making their job hard. Since I'm guessing you had shinobi training, then I believe you're at least capable of knowing when you're caught in a genjutsu. Idate at first looked scandalized, but then he realized that the blonde idiot was right. Now, how about you decide to trust us a little bit and let us do our mission of protecting you? The runner scowled, but acknowledged the request. Naruto looked around for a while, before quickly releasing the genjutsu. Neji and Tenten landed next to them and Idate was about to run once more, before Naruto grabbed his clothes. What now? Naruto looked to Neji and the Byakugan user nodded, before using his dojutsu and confirming Naruto's suspicion. Huh, a double-layered genjutsu, interesting. Releasing the second layer, the forest path just opened up for them. Idate, then, decided he had waited long enough and kept on running once more. Naruto released a sigh. Not that I was expecting a thank you, but, forget it, let's go. Neji and Tenten soon followed Naruto. It appears that he had planned ahead, after all. Still, we are still far away from the race's standard path. Idate turned to correct Neji, while running. Ha! That's why shinobi don't know anything. At this time of the year, a strong seasonal wind blows across the ocean. If I were to follow the standard path, we'd face strong winds against our path. Plus at the port to the north, there is a strong current that leads straight towards our destined island. This time, Idate's grin was smug as he kept pointing at his brain, while running. Pretty soon, they saw water once more on the horizon, before Idate stopped running. At this point, they saw what appeared to be a lone house just a few distance away from the ocean. In no time, Idate had procured them with a boat and the team from Konoha had worked fast in getting the boat ready for their journey towards the first part of the race. Neji was the one controlling the boat handle in the back, while Naruto and Tenten worked in strapping the main sail really tight for ultimate speed. Once that was done, Naruto and Tenten approached Neji at the back of the boat. So, what's the deal about this guy? He runs quite fast, knows about genjutsu and uses chakra. Naruto and Neji nodded at Tenten's question mark. Naruto followed up, afterward. Plus, he is somehow related to Morino Ibiki, the Jonin from the Chunin exams. Neji was the one who surmised for the 3. Was he a shinobi from the leaf? Then, all 3 looked at Idate's back, wondering about it. If Idate was really a shinobi from the leaf, then he would be considered a deserter. However, based on the skills he displayed, Idate couldn't be further from a genin-level shinobi. The boat kept on sailing smoothly for a while, as the 3 kept on their assignment, handling the boat to the best of their knowledge. Like Idate predicted, they were making progress and should see the island of their first checkpoint quite soon. However, before they could find some relaxing time, soon a lot of arrows reached their position. All 4 of them, including Idate, stood within defensive positions as they saw another boat approaching. Neji activated his Byakugan and saw the opposition. Naruto, 3 shinobi from Omegakure, by their insignia. The arrows kept on coming, though, as the 3 grabbed kunai to block the arrows. Form a circle around Idate, they will soon board our boat. Neji, Naruto and Tenten formed a protective circle around. Soon, the enemies linked the boats through kunai strapped in ropes, making Idate's boat slow down, enough for the enemies to arrive inside the boat. However, They were surprised that the enemy AIM shinobi rose from inside the boat. They fought with kunai, but when either Naruto, Neji or Tenten managed to turn the fight and strike, all of them turned into water clones. Neji. Byakugan. Neji blocked one of the kunai and then did as instructed to see that some were actual shinobi, but most were clones. They are mixing themselves with the clones, so watch out. Naruto then grabbed his sword and used his agility to rid the boat of all clones, except one who escaped by jumping back to the water. The two opposing shinobi who were still on the other boat went through hand seals just as the second got ready a fire arrow in his crossbow. Suiten Kokuo no Jutsu, water release. Black rain. Tenten, Neji and Naruto looked at the enemy shinobi waiting for what was going to happen, when a small drop of black water reached Tenten's face. When all three looked up, the torrential black rain surged. It didn't take long for Tenten to realize that it was not rain, but oil, when the other shinobi released the fire-laced arrow from his crossbow. The arrow soon reached Idate's boat and set it on fire. One look at the fire and Idate became immersed at the scene and lost in whatever trip down memory lane. Tenten and Neji looked around, wondering what to do, before Naruto went through hand seals. Suiten Mizoripa, water release. Water trumpet. The enemy shinobi watched in triumph as Idate's boat caught up in flames, however when water beams emerged from the ocean to douse the flames, they were on edge. Suiten Sushoha, water release. Water shockwave. When the water beams towards Idate's boat stopped and then a gigantic wave emerged towards the enemy's boat, all three of them tried scrambling towards safety. Naruto, Neji, Tenten and Idate all watched as the tidal wave engulfed the enemy ship. Neji's Byakugan was active the entire time and merely turned to Naruto with the confirmation that the shinobi had to flee the scene. The mission leader merely snorted at that. Well, a pity, now, it appears that this boat is useless. Any thoughts? Naruto turned to his crew. We need to swim towards the island, Tenten said, turning to Idate. Are we close by, Idate? The runner was still looking at Naruto in a newfound way after what he saw him doing, before turning to Tenten. Ah, yes, we are close, we can swim there. Nagi Island . It didn't take long for the team to get outside the water and Idate to run again, towards the first destination. The Konoha team followed suit, while Naruto looked at Neji. The Hyuga Genin surprisingly found himself following Naruto's directives throughout this mission without question, which was surprising to himself. When they started this mission, Neji had his doubts concerning following someone a year his junior, someone with much less experience than him. However, so far, Naruto has proven himself to be an adept leader. Neji activated his Byakugan and found no trace of the shinobi who attacked them before. So far, they are not following us, though I can't see the fourth one, Naruto. Plus, there's a crowd at the first checkpoint. Naruto nodded and extended his senses to try and find the stronger one, but to no avail. Roger that, keep me posted if you do. Naruto then noticed that Idate was looking back at him, while running. Is there something you want to talk about, Idate? The former shinobi runner was contemplating something, but stopped. Forget it. Let's get going, already. As they ran, a heavy and pouring rain soon emerged, making Naruto smile at the feeling of his chakra resonating with the humidity in this island. At this point, his chakra sensory capacity increased and he could use water manipulation to feel for the opposition from quite a distance. Soon, they managed to reach the stairs that led to the first checkpoint. Wagarashi's runner was a few steps up ahead and Idate cursed the fact that those shinobi kept them occupied. Still, this race was far from finished. As the two runners reached the end of the stairway, both families were already there, waiting for them, both cheering for their respective runners. Joriko was smiling at seeing Idate running with the team from Konoha behind, while ignoring the comments behind him of Wagarashi's runner reaching the first checkpoint first. After each runner collected the precious stone and offered it to the temple, each went to their respective tent to get some rest. Naruto saw Idate getting inside the tent to get some rest and then turned to Neji and Tenten. Get some rest, you two. I get the feeling that we shall face the four shinobi in this last part. The two members of Team Guy nodded as Tenten ushered Neji inside Idate's tent to get some quick rest. Neji was about to follow, when he turned to Naruto. Before he could ask if Naruto would rest as well, he found the Chunin looking towards a specific location, towards the larger trees to the right. Subtly using the Byakugan, Neji had found the fourth shinobi's presence, before he and Naruto crossed eyes with a subtle nod. Naruto's water attack may have stopped those three back there for a while, but this mission was far from over. Final part. After getting some rest and recuperation, both runners took on running once more. The runner from Wagarashi, Fukusuke, was a few steps ahead as Idate was keeping a sedate pace, resting his legs to push it all near the finish line. After Fukusuke passed a specific line, the team from Konoha had to evade an unending barrage of projectiles. Evading the projectiles proved to be endless as Neji and Naruto got into defensive technique mode. Tenten, in the meantime, was already getting her scrolls ready for battle, while the boys took a step forward from their line of defense and executed their maneuvers. Hakusho Kaden, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Fuden Shippu Shoheki, wind release. Hurricane barrier. The three Omegakure shinobi stood in awe at the chakra spin and the hurricane blocking all their arsenal of projectiles. After the weapons fell on the floor, the three shinobi from Konoha stood against the three shinobi from Omegakure. Naruto snarled at them, knowing that Idate was running alone up front and the fourth shinobi could be attacking him right now. He was about to take quick care of these three, when Neji placed a hand on his shoulder. The Chunin turned to the Byakugan user. Naruto, leave these three to us, you need to go on ahead and protect Idate. Naruto looked at both Neji and Tenten to find them nodding at him. Normally, leaving them behind wouldn't exactly be a good Chunin decision. Okay. But remember, their main weapons are Genjutsu and water ninjutsu. Naruto didn't waste much time and used his agility to run and shorten the distance to Idate. Of course, he wasn't about to leave them alone and summoned a couple Kage Bunshin in reserve, just in case to come in and protect them, should the need arise. Neji and Tenten vs the aim shinobi . As soon as Naruto vanished from sight, Tenten released a couple of nunchakus from her infinite bag of weapons and got into position next to Neji. The enemies appeared to be in their 20s, but they knew that only 3 of them were the real one. So, what is the plan here, Neji? The Byakugan user was busy observing the foes with his Byakugan and could see, just like before, that the clones were mixed with the real ones. Remembering how Naruto dealt with them the first time, they would need to keep on the offensive the entire time, which meant that Neji would have to play both offensive and defend Tenten, should the need arise. Those Senbon were indeed a pain to deal with, but his eyes more than made up for their shortage in numbers. Keep on attacking them, I'll cover you and use the Jukin in the meantime. We only need to find the 3 real enemies. Twirling her weapons, Tenten smirked and got into position once more. Okay. Sounds simple enough. Let's go. Then. Both immediately vanished as Tenten worked furiously in slamming her weapons on the clones, hoping that she could hear the sound of bones breaking. The subtle noise of Senbon and arrow flying reached her ears, as well as the almost soundless noise of Neji's perfect taijutsu style, either blocking the Senbon or redirecting it, so as not to harm his teammate. At this point, Tenten worked her way around the clones, but they were all genjutsu versions of the real ones, which were still in hiding. Neji observed that the clones were facing them in close taijutsu, while the real ones were throwing the projectiles from a distance. Still, he wasn't fast enough to pinpoint their actual location, because he was busy protecting Tenten, who was getting tired from dealing with the clones. At some point, Tenten missed a step and lost her footing. She was falling and Neji could see the onslaught of Senbon heading her way. Neji used chakra in his legs to shorten the distance and started using the Kaden to deflect the projectiles. Still, his eyes caught sight of different projectiles deflecting the enemies. 1 or 2, though, passed through and hit Tenten's leg. However, at this point, Neji had at least managed to pinpoint the real one's location and fallen into position for his ultimate taijutsu technique. The yin-yang symbol soon emerged as he got into his open stance, while the clones started mounting on him. Hake Rokuju Yansho, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji began his first sequence eliminating the first 2 clones, then 4 more who came afterward, 16. By the time he reached the 32 clones mark, the real ones looked on in alarm to see Neji flying straight towards them with his fingers glowing. The three were caught dead on with the 64 palms. All three of them fall on the ground as Neji had managed to seal off their entire chakra network. Looking at all three enemies on the ground, he grunted, before going back to the downed Tenten, who was already strapping her legs, after taking some medicine. The Byakugan user looked around and saw Naruto's two clones release themselves. Neji couldn't help but snort at that. In the end, Naruto did accept his request, but had a backup in case it failed. Naruto versus Aoi Idate was running and observed as Fukusuke crossed a bridge. At some point, he had distanced himself from Naruto and his team, but he had confidence that they were close by somewhere. When Idate was inches away from stepping onto the bridge, Idate was surprised to receive a nasty burn and shocked his entire body and forced a painful scream from his lungs. Falling flat on his back, Idate was about to curse whoever attacked him, when his eyes widened to impossible proportions. Long time no see, Idate. His assailant had dark silver eyes and dark hair, wearing a white and blue jumpsuit with a strapped umbrella on his back. He was wearing the Omegakure insignia and in his hand was a specific artifact, looking like a black sword handle, though instead of the blade, Idate could see a sparking yellow chakra emitted by the artifact. Quite impressive that you managed to get this far, though I would have to give more credit to those Konoha shinobi instead of you, huh? Idate snarled at the image of this person, showing up once more, ruining his life once more, just like he did 3 years ago. Bastard. That's the Rasen no Ken. What are you doing here, Aoi? The man in question smirked and pointed the aforementioned Rasen no Ken towards Idate's chest. I have to say, you're quite unlucky, Idate. Well, no, lack of luck has nothing to do with it, isn't it, Idate? Idate snarled at Aoi once more, wondering about that as his hand reached for the pocket knife that Chief Joriko gave him 3 years ago. The memories of what happened 3 years ago came soaring together upon seeing Aoi's smirk directed at him. How he was cheated into stealing the Nadime's sword for him, then how he had decided to flee together with Aoi towards Omegakure and then his big brother Ibiki showing up to stop them, only to be captured and tortured for information, all because of him and his never-ending list of failures in his life. No matter how much he tried, he would always be viewed as a failure in the end. Well, any last words, Idate? I have a mission to fulfill after all. Idate cursed the man he once called his sensei and closed his eyes, waiting the killing strike, before he opened his eyes to see Naruto parrying the Nadime's sword with his own chakra-infused ninjutsu. Naruto. How glad I am to see you. What took you so long, damn it? Naruto snorted at the complaint, wondering when and if Idate would ever say thanks for saving his life. Though Naruto realized that keeping up with this strange sword was ill-advised, he evaded the enemy's strike and jumped in front of Idate to protect him. Idate, run along and finish this race. I shall deal with him. Aoi just smirked in condescension as he eyed the Konoha opposition. When he saw that Idate was just eyeing them, Naruto snarled. Did I stutter? Get going, already. I got it. Already, I'm going. Idate soon charged towards the bridge and Aoi moved to intercept, only to stop once Naruto attacked him. The former Konoha Jonin saw Idate crossing the bridge and snarled at his mission going sideways. He then looked at Naruto and sized him up. So, this is the best Konoha's new generation has to offer, huh, not impressed. Naruto narrowed his eyes on this person, while studying his chakra and his movements. Holding his ninjutsu up close, Naruto wondered what was up with that strange sword this guy was using. That energy emitted by the dark handle was of lightning nature, but he could only feel water chakra from this foe. Naruto, however, frowned at remembering that prior to him arriving, this man and Idate appeared to know each other. And Idate was a former genin from Konoha. Before Naruto could ponder on this precise information, Aoi took the advantage of Naruto's supposed lack of attention and attacked with the strange yellow energy sword once more, only this time Naruto evaded instead of blocking it. Just what kind of weapon is that? Aoi smirked as he answered by attacking Naruto once more, who had to keep on the defensive in the meantime. Despite the danger posed by the weapon, this foe's sword movements just weren't close to threatening. Though, Seeing that this sword emitted lightning chakra, Naruto guessed that it must be weak against Fuden ninjutsu. So, after gaining some distance, Naruto went through a sequence of hand seals, before joining his hands. Fuden K's no Yeba, wind release. Blade of wind. Aoi looked surprised and placed the Rasen no Ken in front of Naruto's wind sword strike and had to pump up more chakra to keep up with Naruto's technique. Eventually, he was able to parry it, but he had shown serious effort to do so. Still, Naruto merely eyed the sword still active but with a clear crack mark on it. Aoi, though, kept on smirking in disdain and arrogantly considered himself superior, because he had managed to stop the attack. Jumping up in the air, Aoi had released his umbrella and made it spin fast, sending lots and lots of Senbon towards Naruto. Going through hand seals once more for a Fuden technique, Naruto finished the sequence in time as the air current danced around him, before it improved to become a fierce protective hurricane around him. Aoi looked on and cursed this Chunin, as he landed back on the ground and charged with the Rasen no Ken. You may have some moves, kid, but against this sword, you can't hope to defeat me. This is the Rasen no Ken, the sword used by the Nadaime Hokage. The surprise was evident on Naruto's face as he moved in too slowly to evade one strike that grazed his shoulder. That much was his surprise at what this jerk had said. Never in all his training days with Tobirama-sensei, the man had mentioned having a sword, much less this one. The Nadaime, what are you talking about? Aoi, though, smirked as he eyed the sword. I guess you're still too green to know about it. Yeah, I tricked Idate into stealing this beauty for me. It's said that the Nadaime Hokage used it during the Second Shinobi War. At this point, Aoi had seen Naruto's hair shadow over his forehead and eyes, understanding that this kid was overwhelmed by what he had revealed. However, Naruto was feeling quite differently right now. There wasn't much that could piss him off, nowadays. A lot of the things that happened to him were pretty much water under the bridge. However, to see this imbecile, this no-good shinobi using one of his sensei's creations, truly made his blood boil. To see this foe swing that sword with little to no skill at all, made Naruto wish that the Nadaime himself appeared to teach this guy a lesson. I don't know who you are and I really don't care. Aoi was still sneering, but stopped once he felt the immense and dark aura surrounding this kid. But I can't just see scum like you flinging that sword like an amateur. Senju Tobirama is a legendary shinobi and I shall not let you tarnish his legend. Big words. How about backing it up? Aoi was surprised when a voice whispered from his back. Gladly. That was all Aoi heard, before he felt Naruto's ninjutsu pierce his back, in a fatal wound to the chest. The last sight that Aoi had was of the Naruto in front of him shimmering and vanishing from view. Neji and a battered Tenten soon came into view next to Naruto as the Chunin eyed the killed Jonin. He, then, grabbed the Rasen no Ken and pictured his old sensei using it back in the day. How was it on your end? Neji looked at Tenten. We dealt with the three, they are unconscious. Tenten, though, received a few Senbons. Naruto nodded, receiving the memory from his clones. You already know what happened, didn't you? The Chunin saw Neji smiling at him and feigned ignorance, seeing Tenten's accusatory glance. Don't know what you're talking about. Are you okay, Tenten? I'm fine, I guess. These darts were poisoned, but luckily enough, I still had some medicine that Gai-sensei gave us in our last mission. Naruto breathed a little easier at that as he grabbed an empty scroll and collected the Jonin's body. His clones had worked diligently from a distance to use shuriken to take care of the Senbon that Neji couldn't block, but it was indeed too many to secure at once. Leaving them on their own was a tough call, but Neji had asked for trust when he suggested it. And if Naruto had opted to remain behind, then he would have to explain to Chief Joriko and the Hokage that he ended up failing the mission, letting Idate get killed. Let's go and see the finish line. Idate must be finished by now. Neji and Tenten nodded as all three vanished towards the final destination. End of the race Idate and Fukusuke were neck to neck down the finish line, though Idate was giving it his all, focusing as much chakra on his legs as he could to finish the race. His surrogate family cheered for him, just like the crowd, who were hoping for the Wasabi clan to win and thus end the Wagarashi clan's tyranny in the area. Idate was looking towards the finish line and his eyes landed on Chief Joriko. The man to whom Idate owed his life to. The man who gave him a purpose. The man who believed in him when no one else would. He owed it to Chief Joriko to win this race. Pumping even more energy into his legs, Idate was already feeling the heavy strain he was putting on his knees, but he had all the time in the world to rest after this race was finished. A small part of his mind got worried about Aoi, but he needed to believe that Naruto would hold him off at least long enough for him to cross the finish line. Chief Joriko and the rest of the Wasabi clan all watched as Idate passed Fukusuke, until he was at least one entire body in front. Fukusuke even tried to give in one last effort, but Idate just wasn't having it. Idate's body soon relaxed upon feeling his chest touching the finishing line ribbon, while Naruto and his team appeared atop the red gates, merely observing Idate crossing the finishing line first and the entire crowd cheering, before the Tea Country's daimyo gave the win to the Wasabi family. After the race event was finalized, Naruto and his team talked with Chief Joriko and Idate. Seeing as Tenten was somewhat injured, Joriko offered his best medical staff to take care of her, before they could return back to Konoha. In Konoha . It took a total of 3 days for Tenten to get treated before they returned to the village. Once they arrived at the Hokage's office with the mission report already written, Naruto dismissed Neji and Tenten as he had some important business to discuss with the Hokage. Upon arrival at the office, Naruto was not surprised to see Morino Ibiki there with the Hokage. During the time of Tenten's treatment, Master Joriko had gladly offered accommodations for the team, so Naruto took the time to communicate what happened in the mission to the Hokage. It came as much a shock for Naruto to hear that the man he killed was one of Konoha's B-ranked missing nin Rokusho Aoi, the man who stole the Nadime's Raijin no Ken. The Chunin had handed the scroll containing Aoi's remains to Ibiki and the man bowed to the Hokage, before leaving the office. However, before leaving, Ibiki stopped by the door as Naruto called up to him. Ibiki-san, in our mission, we happened to meet your BR. Ibiki stopped Naruto before he could finish his sentence, though. I believe you're mistaken. Naruto-san, my brother passed away 3 years ago. Naruto merely lifted his eyebrow at the heavily scarred man, as they crossed eyes for a while, before Ibiki left the office. What was that all about? Hiruzen merely observed it with a smile as Naruto questioned out loud. Don't worry about that, Naruto-kun. Now I understand you want to resume the conversation we had prior to you leaving. Naruto nodded, remembering the memory of the clone he left to communicate to the Hokage about the fox. Yes, when Aoi showed me the Nadime's sword, I got angry, Hiruzen hummed, urging him to continue. Angry that this man was tarnishing Sensei's memory by the way he was swinging that sword. Seriously, Yugo Sensei would be ashamed to see such displays of swordsmanship, and I just couldn't let it go. I'm not saying that the fox completely overruled my thinking, but, the Hokage nodded, knowing what Naruto was talking about. It was something he was dreading, because this just couldn't happen while on a mission. You felt its chakra running through your veins, I take it. Naruto nodded solemnly. Tobirama-sensei would be quite mad at me if he saw it, displaying emotions like that in the midst of a mission. Hiruzen snorted, getting up from his chair, as he approached the Chunin. Naruto-kun, while indeed we must control our emotions in the middle of a mission, we are still human at the end of the day. Right now, Hiruzen was in front of the solemn Naruto as he placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Contrary to what you may believe, Tobirama-sensei never advocated against a shinobi having emotions. It was something that unfortunately Danzo never learned. What is important is that we do not let emotions dictate our decision, while on a mission. Keeping a level head is always important. Naruto's look, though, stayed pensive at the Hokage's words, mixed with Tobirama's teachings. Of course, this is easier said than done, but Tobirama-sensei taught you well enough, Naruto-kun, rely on your skills and on your teammates and you'll be fine. Naruto, this time, looked more alive as he bowed to the Hokage. Thank you, Gigi. Well, one more thing, though, about the Raijin no Ken. Hiruzen saw Naruto's hands going for a seal on his wrist, before the aforementioned weapon was revealed in all its glory. Here it is. Hiruzen looked at the weapon in Naruto's hands in great nostalgia as he remembered seeing the Nadaime using it like an extension to his body, just like everything that man did. When it was stolen, it was safely stored in one of the rooms in this very building. However, that was due to the village not having a member of the Senju. Well, that's not the case anymore. Could you do me a favor, Naruto-kun, and take the sword to Tsunade for me? Naruto nodded as Hiruzen finished. As the last member of the Senju clan, she should be the one to hold sensei's weapon. With Tsunade . When the sun set for the day, Naruto was inside the Senju clan house, more precisely, in the living room next to Shizune, as Tsunade was busy looking at the Rasengan no Ken resting in her hands. Normally, he would be anxious regarding Tsunade's decision about the sword, but Naruto was feeling the ancient chakra in this place. Senju Hashirama's nature chakra resonated in him long after he had perished. The dense nature outside the house felt similar to the cave where he first met with Tobirama-sensei. He wanted to ask Tsunade about having some meditation sessions in this place, especially as he realized that even the fox felt more at ease in this place, strange as that may sound. So, sensei wished me to guard this here, huh? Tsunade was busy inspecting the black handle of the Rasengan no Ken, though Naruto wondered about the lack of interest, considering it. Hey, fine, whatever. Shizune, can you please place it inside the library and activate the blood seals? The brunette medic nin accepted and grabbed the sword, taking it away to the clan's library. Naruto was about to leave the Senju clan compound towards some nice rest and recuperation, when the female Sannin called up to him. So, brat, any reason why you didn't request the Nadaime's sword for yourself? I thought you wanted to follow in his footsteps. Naruto nodded, smiling. Indeed, that thought passed through his mind. How amazing it would be to incorporate this weapon to his skills. However, that felt both right and wrong at the same time. Would you say yes if I asked? Naruto asked with a smile, hearing a snort from Tsunade. No, many of my skills are derived from Tobirama-sensei, true, but not all of it. I'm training in Kenjutsu under Yugo-sensei. It's her and the late Gecko Hayate's style of swordplay I'm training in nowadays. It would be disrespectful to Yugo-sensei, and she has been helping me a lot with my training. Tsunade smiled as she poured some sake, while taking it easy in her personal chair. Now, I guess some quick dinner is on the way and rest for tomorrow. Take care. Tsunade nodded and saw Naruto leave just as Shizune returned from the clan's library. Chapter 24 Cursed Seal. The team composed of Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto is seen walking back to the Leaf after a successful but quite strenuous mission from Yuki no Kuni, the land of snow. With the rest of the genin from Naruto's class getting the promotion to Chunin, Asuma had presented his students with a purple set of earrings to symbolize their transition from shinobi in training to fully fledged adults. Well, Naruto was already promoted as a Chunin for quite some time now, but Shikamaru and Hinata were only promoted a year and a half after the blonde, but Asuma waited until all of his team were promoted to present them with the set of earrings. There were even talks amongst the higher-ups that Naruto had already earned the respect and reputation to become a Jonin, because of his skills. In fact, the Hokage was considering it, together with the clan prodigies Shino and Neji, even if Neji had become a Chunin not so long ago. Sakura had officially become Tsunade's apprentice in the hospital, so her field work would have to be put on hold. Back to the team, they all sighed in relief moments after crossing the gates to Konoha. Well, I'm glad we're over with this mission. How Koyuki Haim could stand living there, I don't know. Naruto sighed in dismay the minute the name came out from his mouth as both Asuma and Shikamaru snickered at him and Hinata blushed like bloody crimson. Every time, Shika, Asuma-sensei. The Nara heir merely chuckled, while Asuma decided to comment, while all three of them not checking to see the blushing look on the grown-up Hinata, despite her looking down this entire time, after what happened in Yuki no Kuni, precisely between Naruto and the princess. The image of them kissing like that still made her cheeks burn. Sorry Naruto, it's just that few of us ever get the chance to gloat about making out with a princess, you know. Naruto groaned immediately afterward Asuma's comment, prompting both males to laugh even more. It wasn't anything like that, sensei, I was just playing a part in her movie. Though, if he was honest with himself, it was quite difficult to internally regret saying yes to the surprisingly enthusiastic princess's idea. When the mission started, she was bitter and did nothing but shun everyone out of her life, going as far as to betray them in the middle at one point. After the mission was over and her uncle was killed by a combined assault from his team, it was like she became a completely different person, especially around him. Hence why she had, strangely so, requested him for the part instead of Asuma-sensei, who, by the way, was still enjoying himself at the expense of his student, the bastard. And judging from his grin, Naruto knew that another tease would come. Oh, I wouldn't expect you to be so modest, Naruto. I did remember the princess asking for you, directly. Who knows, perhaps, she used the movie as an excuse for what she really wanted to do. That comment made him blush slightly, though the most logical part of his mind dismissed it. However, like a genjutsu, he took a second or two longer to recover from it, making Asuma and Shikamaru even more amused. There was simply no way that Naruto could say it wasn't an exhilarating experience. And the princess did extend the act for more than Naruto thought it would, which only served for him to experience things. Returning to the task at hand of trying to defuse the situation of being the teasing focus of Asuma and Shikamaru, he did the only thing he could at this moment. The only thing he could do right now was to turn to perhaps the only teammate who wasn't giving him a hard time for this. Hinata. Please help me, Hinata. When he turned to see his only female teammate, she had already bolted away from them, making the three males of the group look at each other, wondering why. Strange. Well, you two can go and enjoy some rest or do whatever it is you please, I shall report to the Hokage. Asuma soon shunshined away from Naruto and Shikamaru, before Naruto turned to his partner in crime, who at this point was already yawning and scratching his ear. Yeah, I had enough amusement for today. I'll be heading home, then, Naruto. See ya. Naruto snorted at the notion, seeing as the sun was about to set. Yeah, I didn't expect you of all people to want to do something tonight. Good night, Shika. The Nara heir had briefly waved goodbye with a smile, before casually walking towards his house with both hands inside his pockets. Now, alone and with nothing better to do for the day-night, Naruto wandered around the village, searching for something to do, before doing the same as Shikamaru and resting for the day. With kurenia . The genjutsu mistress of Konoha had just walked out of a tea meeting with her team and was seen roaming around aimlessly with nothing to do. It filled her with pride, knowing that her entire team had made it to Chunin and thus became their very own shinobi and kunoichi in Konoha from here on out. Of course, being their sensei, she would still be around for advice and even on occasional missions, but they were now on their merry way to write their own history from here on out. She counted on Shino to be there for Choji and Ino as he had more experience as a Chunin. Noticing the dark sky already, she frowned, wondering if she should find either Anko or Yugo for some late dinner or just head home for the night. She kept on walking throughout the loaded streets of the village, until she saw Naruto also seemingly doing just like she was doing, just walking around by himself. The blonde Chunin has been going through many assignments since he became a Chunin, and as such, it's been a few months since they last saw each other. Yugo had often told her about some of the times they got together to practice kenjutsu. Hi there, Naruto. The person in question looked around at the mention of this voice, until he saw the genjutsu mistress waving at him. Oh, Kurenai-sensei, how are you? The woman smiled as he approached to greet her. Fine. I just left from a meeting with my students. Now, I was just about to search for either Anko or Yugo for some dinner. How about you? Naruto nodded with a smile. Just came back from a mission with my old team and Asuma-sensei. Now, maybe have a quick dinner and then head home to rest. An idea came to mind just now. Say, would you like to have some dinner then, my treat? Dinner. Kurenai then smiled at the offer. Asking me out on a date, Naruto-kun. She giggled as soon as the usual response to her tease came, with him blushing and trying to amend himself, though after Naruto's experience with the princess, he was really having even more trouble formulating words at this point. Oblivious at this point, Kurenai merely waved him off. Relax, Naruto-kun, I was just kidding, you're indeed quite fun to tease. To that, he truly deflated. What about him that everyone enjoyed teasing him so much? So, where do you want to go? Ah, I am really craving for some ramen, right now. Kurenai, though, frowned at the idea. No, I happen to know you eat quite a lot at Ichiraku's. Naruto blushed but really couldn't say anything in his defense, as Kurenai pondered out loud with a finger in her chin and a carefree smile. So, how about I suggest a different place? Sure, what do you have in mind? At this point, many of those he hung out with were fed up with ramen, much to his disdain. How about some sushi? I happen to know a nice place, near my house. Oh, okay, sushi is good too. Lead the way, then. Naruto then followed Kurenai as she wrapped her arms around him and pushed him along, giggling while doing so after he slightly protested. Neither of the two saw that Anko and Yugo had seen the entire thing, and a visibly enthused Anko literally dragged Yugo along to follow them and spy on them. At the sushi place . Wait a minute. You're telling me that you, and, the woman had to pause at the absurdity of what Naruto had told her. Wow. As soon as they arrived at the sushi place, they ordered a tray each with some tea. Then, Naruto got to explain the types of missions he has been through since last time they spoke, the training sessions he had with Yugo when he had the time, and even the different bonds with the other Chunin and Jonin from Konoha, when the story about the princess of the land of snow came up. Kurenai soon began to wonder about it. The young man next to her had truly grown up at this point. With the amount of training he does, this point more physical than chakra-wise, Naruto had grown taller than her, and in terms of overall body development, Kurenai could no longer discern him from the other adults. So, of course, that Naruto would soon begin to attract the attention of the female population, but, wow. Strangely, the image of Naruto and Princess Koyuki together invaded her mind and lingered for a bit more time than she realized it. Yeah, Asuma-sensei is still teasing me about it. Kurenai turned to him, after she stopped that train of thought. So, tell me, when can I expect this movie? Naruto was drinking his tea, when he choked and looked at her, accusingly. Oh Kami, not you too. Kurenai could only lift both her arms and smile. What? I'm a great fan of her movies, you know. Me and Anko have never missed one. Oh, wait until I tell her that you happen to be in Princess Koyuki's new movie. Now, Naruto was royally screwed. When Anko knows, she will never leave him alone. Okay, now, I'm seriously regretting saying yes to playing the part. Kurenai tilted her head humorously, but decided to change the subject. Okay, enough teasing for now, though I can't say on Anko's behalf, how about the Jonin prospects? Kurenai has of course heard the rumors that Naruto would receive the promotion soon. Yugo told her that this rumor had even reached Naruto himself, and Kurenai had an inkling as to who could have blabbed to him about it. Aoba was a fine shinobi and one of Konoha's finest, but he needed to seriously read the room before barging in and announce that the Hokage was considering Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji for the next promotion to Jonin. While Kurenai wished to see Shino in that list as well, it's understandable, since the bug user has been doing more assignments for his clan lately. Naruto, for his part, just felt conflicted about the topic. I don't know. To be honest, everything is happening too fast. I've been Chunin for 2 years now. I have worked with an excellent shinobi who's been Chunin for 10 years, before the talk of the promotion appeared. Who knows, Hokage-sama must hold you in high regard, but I'd imagine you'd be excited about it. He responded by shrugging his shoulders. I am. At least, I think I am. Huh. It wasn't long since we were having the same discussion about me becoming a Chunin. Kurenai remembered that quite fondly. True. You were hesitant back then as well. She saw Naruto using his chopsticks to reach for a tuna sashimi. But, now you can see that the worries you had back then were all for nothing. Look how far you've gotten, Naruto-kun. If you're worried about promoting too fast, remember that Kakashi has become a Jonin even faster. Yeah. Konoha has indeed had its fair share of prodigies. Come to think about it, if Naruto remembered correctly, Sasuke's brother Itachi was also promoted as fast as Kakashi. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Kurenai-sensei. So, the dinner resumed as well as the conversation, while Anko was looking inside the restaurant. Yugo, at this point, had already bolted, since she needed to report to the Anbu HQ. The snake charmer couldn't listen much of the conversation, but she did notice how at ease the two were together, especially her friend. Anko couldn't help but giggle like a schoolgirl as she watched this storytelling unfold. Throughout the village. After splitting the check, Naruto and Kurenai left the restaurant and decided to take a stroll around the village. At this time, only the drinking parlors and bars were open, so the streets were almost empty. The night was a bit chilly, but nothing too extreme, and they could hear the soothing sounds of the many trees and lakes that surrounded the hidden village. Kurenai turned to Naruto and noticed the distinguishing facial features that were now presented before her, beneath the moon glow. It was no surprise to her that the young man had improved in the looks department. More angled facial features, the hair a bit longer and more spiky than before, and his outfit, the same style outfit that she had picked for him together with Yakumo and Hinata, still fitted nicely with those deep ocean blue eyes of his. Overall, Kurenai found that Naruto's event with Princess Koyuki wasn't so surprising. Say Kurenai-sensei. The woman hid her surprise well, when Naruto called up to her, though the thought of him and her kissing once more surged in her mind. Yes, Naruto. Do you happen to know why Anko is following us? The question itself jolted Kurenai out of her musing, but Naruto was still smiling and not looking back. Though, the slight spark in Anko's chakra at being caught was a dead giveaway for a censor. How can you tell that she's following us? Oh, right, I forgot. Now, she was smiling as well as both kept on walking. Who knows? I've been friends with her for many years and still can't figure her out. Well, she is gone by now, must have realized that she was caught and bolted. Kurenai saw him smiling and shared the humor. I can see you have improved your censor skills. Anko is quite the infiltrator. She can sneak in pretty much undetected in most places. Naruto smiled. Feeling the water particles in the atmosphere around him has become easier than breathing. I have been training in extending my sensor reach through water manipulation. It's how I can use water ninjutsu without a nearby water source. Kurenai did remember his preference for ninjutsu. I see. And how's your genjutsu training? I hope you're not slacking on that front. Naruto smiled, as this time Kurenai chided him. Kenjutsu training with Yugo and all that talk about your ninjutsu, I'm starting to wonder if you're no longer interested in illusions. Don't worry. I have been practicing that as well, it helps my chakra control after the fox tampered with my chakra. Clearly that wasn't enough to placate the ever-sensei's pride and joy, so Kurenai responded by crossing her arms and turning her face with a slight pout and closed eyes. I could give you a demonstration of my efforts, perhaps that can ease your concerns, sensei. Soon, they were walking close to the village's famous onsen and both happened to look up to see a figure standing crouched on a rooftop and holding a monocular. At this point, it became publicly known by the women in Konoha that Jiraiya would on occasion spy on women, whenever he's in the village. Of course, it was Tsunade herself who told everyone, after she was peeped by her teammate, recently. Kurenai, then, had an idea as she turned to Naruto. Well, you can show me by capturing him in a genjutsu, then. If you can trap a Sannin in an illusion, then I will be satisfied. Naruto saw the perverted Sannin's image more clearly now as they approached. Hell, they could practically hear the giggling echoing up in the clearing at this point, and Naruto couldn't help but sigh at the man's behavior. Leave it to me, then. Kurenai observed with her arms crossed as Naruto went through hand seals, before his image shifted until he was no longer in sight. Kurenai only hummed at the initial display, considering that he's a Chunin now. But she wanted to see more than that. She noticed that his chakra output was well controlled, since she couldn't sense him nearby, and the image displacement was well coordinated. After all, what Naruto just did right now was catch her in a genjutsu, making her believe that he wasn't there. There was no sound making as Naruto was reaching towards the roof, until he stood a few distance behind the unsuspicious Sannin. Oh, so many beautiful women. Oh, tonight's my lucky night. The material is just flowing for my next book. Naruto had to hold the urge to sigh or else he would be discovered. However, he really wanted to just kick the guy and send him down to the onsen for the victims to take care of him properly. Just then, An idea popped in his mind about a suitable little prank. Going through hand seals, Naruto finished with the ram seal, starting with a low-level technique. In a fight, Jiraiya would brush it off as non-existent, but in a perverted moment like this. Megan Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Hehehe. Keep on bathing and helping your friend there, yes. Jiraiya kept on giggling and using his lecherous voice. Jiraiya. The pervert's eyes bolted out of his sockets when he heard the all-too-familiar shrilling voice of Tsunade getting mad at him. Turning, he was assaulted by the horrifying sight of the woman herself marching straight at him, with her arms threatening to sock him straight at the jawline and sending him flying. Tsunade. No. Wait, I can explain. Memories of the time that her teammates sent him straight to the hospital after almost killing him with her bare fists, after catching him in the act a long time ago. He loved her like crazy, but that was not a moment he wanted to relive anytime soon, maybe after he is dead. It made him scared out of his mind, and Jiraiya chose the best alternative right now, to scream, run and live to see another day. The image of a rather angry Tsunade shifted, revealing it to be a smiling Naruto instead. Kurenai, then, appeared behind, having observed the Sannin bolting, scared out of his life. Did I hear him correctly when he mentioned Tsunade's name, while scared out of his mind? Well, I guess she is the source of his worst nightmare. Kurenai looked at Naruto in surprise for a while, before sharing in his humor. Maybe I can spread the word to the women in this village that our hero Tsunade Senju of the Sannin was responsible for keeping Jiraiya away from them. Naruto nodded, while laughing. Oh, I bet she wouldn't mind. With Team 7 . The next day, another team walked inside the gates of Konoha, composed of Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke. Like Naruto's team, Team 7 were all promoted to Chunin at the same exam. The team had just returned from a B-ranked assignment near Wave Country. With the country now an ally of Konoha, Tsunade the leader, had once more called Konoha for assistance after it was reported that a group of missing nin from Konohagakure were attempting to seize control over the country. Kakashi in the end just allowed his team to run loose with the missing nin as Sasuke, Kiba and Sakura were more than capable of dealing with them. However, one thing the Scarecrow Jonin noticed with dread was that while Sakura and Kiba dealt with their respective opponent with utmost efficiency, Sasuke's was far more messy than Kakashi wanted. The now grown-up Sasuke Uchiha was wearing a similar style to the Chunin standard clothing, with white pants and dark vest, with the Uchiha clan police force's old signature. He had a ninjutsu strapped on his back as Kakashi realized that Sasuke had become quite skilled in the art of kenjutsu as of late. The Scarecrow Jonin noticed lately that Sasuke became fueled by anger in his movements. He has closed himself off from both his teammates and rarely socialized with anyone. As the team walked inside the village, Kakashi was busy reading his favorite book, while observing the team. While Kiba and Sakura were chatty enough, with Sakura petting the now-grown Akamaru, Sasuke was walking in front of them, not bothering to socialize with any of them. Kakashi found he couldn't complain much, considering the team's at least reasonable teamwork while on missions, but he worried that Sasuke needed more than mere teammates in the long term. Okay, everyone, you all are free to do whatever, I shall report to the Hokage. Kakashi then turned to leave, but he lingered a bit, to observe as Sakura attempted to call up to Sasuke, only for him to shun away from them. Sasuke. Kiba just released a sigh at his female teammate, who still attempted, despite it all. Leave the bastard be, Sakura, he isn't worth it. Now, I have to go see my sister to see about Akamaru's injured paw. Sakura, for her part, frowned at Sasuke's last seen position. Okay Kiba, see you later. I guess I can stop by the hospital to see if Tsunade-sama has something for me. Kakashi then saw his other two teammates walk towards different directions, before leaving himself. None of the team observed as four shadows observed them from a forest behind their location, before vanishing as well. With Sasuke . After leaving his team, Sasuke soon walked closer to the clan grounds that belonged to his family. Looking back to his life as one of the village's most skilled Chunin, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel angry. Angry that he knew he knew that he wasn't getting anywhere closer to reaching Itachi's level. Since he has been promoted, he and his team has been doing these so-called missions, which in his mind were nothing but chores. None of them came close to ever truly testing his skills. None of the assignments so far has allowed him to truly push himself, to see where he stands in terms of overall skills. His so-called teammates also aren't much a help. Kiba may be somewhat good in close combat, but to the fully evolved Sharingan, the Inuzuka just couldn't move slower. Sakura, ever since she was appointed as Tsunade's apprentice, has focused more on being a medic nin. No, none of his classmates could come close to pushing him, except for him. Sasuke still remembered how fired up he became upon fighting against Naruto. However, every time he demanded Naruto to fight him, the blonde would only brush him off as if Sasuke wasn't worth his attention, which actually made him even more furious. Sasuke knew all the rumors about him, knew that the Hokage favored him for many assignments as of late, all for the purpose of seeing whether or not he has what it takes for the Jonin position. The Uchiha knew that Naruto was good, and he knew that Naruto was better than what he has shown so far. Only problem that still miffed him was this so-called air of superiority from the Uzumaki, looking down at him, just like him. He wanted to fight against Naruto, to measure himself against the blonde. Naruto was someone he could use as a stepping stone to reach Itachi in the future. He was about to make one more step before he stopped and placed both hands inside his pockets. Just how long are you planning on following me around? Show yourself. The wind picked up after he said those words, before Sasuke heard someone chucking somewhere. 4 shadows then surged out of nowhere, surrounding the Uchiha. He looked around, noticing that there were 4 opponents total, all of them having the sound headband. At this point, the cursed seal flared up in his neck, making his hand reach for it, with a painful snarl. Who the hell are you all? All of them were wearing similar outfits, but one quick use of the Sharingan and he was able to pinpoint just about everything from these 4, in terms of overall chakra capacity and skills. With the exception of the red-haired girl, all 3 males surged forward with plain taijutsu, but he was quick in facing them all, starting with the man with gray hair, followed by the one with multiple arms and lastly the fatso who tried using brute strength against him. All of them were quickly gathered in one place and Sasuke pushed forwards, with the intent of finishing these goons. He was surprised when he heard a flute playing and his footing became disoriented for a second. The one with multiple arms then shot what appeared to be a web at him, trapping his arms and dragging him towards the fat guy who was preparing a strong punch. Sasuke, though, quickly maneuvered himself in midair and with a quick use of his sword, slashed the web and dodged the punch from the fat guy. He was about to kick in retaliation when a hand grabbed his feet and started spinning him, until Sasuke was thrown towards the wall. Once more using his agility, Sasuke flipped and landed his feet on the wall, before using chakra to propel him towards the enemies once more. The tune reached his ears once more, but he had a few shuriken in hand to throw at the redhead that stood at a distance, forcing her to stop playing. That is becoming quite annoying. So, please tell me who you are, before I start getting serious here. The one with the gray hair laughed at the so-called bravado coming from the Uchiha. Orochimaru-sama did say you were not bad, but I had to see with my own eyes. The name made Sasuke instantly narrow his eyes. You may be good and all, but you could be better, Uchiha Sasuke. Your potential is wasted in this village. Tough words coming from someone who's yet to lay a finger on me. Well, we shall see about that. Sasuke then saw as black markings started spreading over the enemy's body, before he vanished in speed and appeared right in front of the Uchiha. Still, the Sharingan was active and allowed Sasuke to block. Even so, he was somersaulted straight towards a tree and his back smashed into it, drawing some blood. Somehow, his speed and power increased out of nowhere. This power is the strength of the cursed seal that Orochimaru has bestowed upon us. And you have it as well, Uchiha Sasuke. This village may have placed a seal on it to prevent you from using it, but we can break it easily. Imagine this strength at your disposal, Uchiha. Sasuke snarled at seeing the other 3 now showing the same cursed seal, but with different shapes. I happen to know your true objective and you know you won't get it, staying pampered in this village. You know nothing about me. This time, his cursed seal flared and the one with gray hair only smirked. I'll beg to differ. Everyone knows about your desire to kill your brother, Itachi. You shut up this instant. Don't ever mention his name in my presence. The nerve of these losers to mention his name. Face it, Sasuke, with the level you are at, you will never come close to beating Itachi. But with Orochimaru's guidance, you shall have the means to do so. The cursed seal then retracted from everyone as Sasuke stood at attention, waiting for a surprise attack, which never came. We are not here to force you, this is something you have to decide for yourself. Cut ties with this stupid village and come meet us outside the village, before the sun comes up. Sasuke was still looking skeptical about it all, though. What I have shown you is a mere glimpse of the power you can possess, Uchiha Sasuke. So, choose wisely. Those were his last words, before all four vanished in a dance of leaves amid the full moon. The Uchiha just observed them leave, before looking at his palm in deep contemplation. These four may be all losers in his mind, but they all presented a scenario in which Sasuke could benefit in the future, face his older brother and finally bring his family to justice. Getting training from a Sannin as Orochimaru would definitely make him stronger. Just seeing how much Sakura has improved was evidence of that. On the other hand, Sasuke didn't trust the snake Sannin. Giving that power of course came with a cost. The memory of Orochimaru toying with him at the Chunin exams and then placing the cursed seal on him played on and on in his mind. Soon, you shall seek me out, it's in your blood. With one last snarl, Sasuke went back to his house, in deep thought. All the while, one Hokage Kakashi just stood behind one of the trees with his arms crossed, observing it all, before deciding that he needed to talk about this to the Hokage, at once. With Naruto . Later on, Uzumaki Naruto was seen going through a few sword katas, as instructed by Yugo. It was a beautiful night overall and Naruto has chosen a secluded training ground for his late workout. The movement wasn't so strenuous as he still needed to rest somewhat, after his mission to the land of snow. Fighting those armors was quite the pain in the ass. Naruto's own techniques would be used against him, which forced him to sometimes overload his techniques, until the armors cracked under pressure. The bastard Dodo's armor was even more advanced, forcing everyone's chakra to the brink, until his armor broke and then, only then, were they able to defeat him. Because of this, Naruto had to hear the fox bitch about having to ease his chakra coils. Their relationship had slightly improved. Before, the fox absolutely loathed his very existence and wanted nothing to do with its jailer. Now, at least, they were on relative talking matters, but mostly the fox talking and Naruto having the honor of listening. And most of what the fox spoke about was to berate him for pretty much anything and everything that he did, said and acted so far in his life. But, it was an improvement, compared to what it was before. The Uzumaki Chunin soon stopped his workout as he heard familiar footsteps approaching. Naruto was surprised to sense Sasuke of all people approaching his late-night training. How's it going, Sasuke? Great weather tonight for some training, wouldn't you say? If the Uchiha was surprised that Naruto knew it was him, he didn't show it. The fact that this late at night, Naruto was still focused on training, showed Sasuke a good and positive image. Naruto was easily considered one of the best Chunin in the village and Sasuke surprised himself by conceding that Naruto was perhaps better than him. It certainly allowed him to be more at ease with what he was pondering at the moment, after the altercation with Orochimaru's lackeys. You do this often? Naruto looked at his fellow Chunin in wonder at the question. What? Training? Yeah, on occasion. It's not like I have people waiting for me at home, you know. Yeah, Sasuke knew and understood, better than most. I do. Sasuke admitted to knowing next to nothing about the Uzumaki's life. Though, now that he remembered from the academy, Naruto was an orphan just like he was. The only difference being that while Sasuke had a family and then lost it, Naruto never had one. It was quite tough and quite subjective to measure which life was the worst. However, Naruto didn't seem to suffer from the same illness as him. Naruto doesn't appear to be angry, often. He is not ruled by emotions like Sasuke normally does. Hell, Sasuke even felt a strange sense of peace, while next to him. Naruto, for his part, turned to study the Uchiha, wondering what he could possibly want, right now. So, is there something I can help you with? Sasuke subtly nodded, while maintaining an eased breathing. I have to make a tough decision with my life, Naruto. One that I hope you can help me with. A look of wonder still remained in Naruto as he turned his face sideways, while observing the Uchiha. Okay. What is it? Naruto had barely less than a second to widen his eyes in surprise, before drawing his sword and parrying Sasuke's sudden attack. Naruto had made the mistake of looking straight at Sasuke's fully evolved Sharingan and was caught instantly inside a genjutsu. He felt his body catching on fire and kneeled on the ground. Naruto took a heavy breath as he released the illusion from Sasuke, while seeing the Uchiha a few meters away from him, with his sword posed to strike. Allowing a couple of seconds to understand the situation he was in, Naruto took an eased breathing and got up from the ground. I could ask if you had truly lost your mind, but then I'd be wasting my time, right? Sasuke blinked and another Naruto appeared next to him, before landing a powerful kick on his chest. The Naruto he was observing almost a second ago simmered as if Sasuke was observing a distorted image. Indeed, I don't wish to talk. Sasuke then back-flipped and Naruto noticed the number of shuriken hurling straight at him. He used his sword to block them all, before he saw Sasuke throwing a set of 3 similar shuriken, with metal strings attached to it. The shuriken's trajectory went around his position and Naruto advanced. Had he been standing still for more than a second, the metal wire attached to the shuriken would have skewered him. Using great agility, before Sasuke pulled the metal wire that would have become threatening, Naruto had reached the metal wire and slashed it with his sword, before advancing on Sasuke. Using a sequence of shunshin and random shuriken throwing, Sasuke was kept on the defensive and couldn't use the Sharingan to anticipate Naruto's position. He couldn't tell if his Chunin opponent would close the distance or use long-range techniques. His fully evolved Sharingan caught on to Naruto doing hand seals, fast. Fuden. Daitapa, wind release. Great breakthrough. The gigantic gust of wind lifted a couple of trees next to him and Sasuke had to evade the technique, or else he would be catapulted. The technique wasn't new as Orochimaru had used a similar tactic. Naruto had then watched as Sasuke's body lifted from the ground and couldn't handle his technique. He stood at attention as he landed close to Sasuke's original location. Sensing the Uchiha's position, Naruto soon dodged Sasuke's sword that would have decapitated him and created some distance. Sasuke took the opportunity and went through hand seals. Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Naruto had to evade the small but no less dangerous fireballs that came at him in random directions. Sasuke took the opportunity and attempted to catch Naruto once more in a genjutsu, but it wasn't enough to hold for long. Caught by surprise at the speed in which Naruto released the genjutsu, Sasuke was caught by surprise as Naruto went through a quick series of hand seals, while water drops hovered around him. Sweden no Jutsu, water release. Water bullet technique. The water projectile technique hit Sasuke straight in the chest, forcing first blood coming from his mouth at the impact. Sasuke snarled at the fight not going his way and went through hand seals, before his hands burst into electricity. Slamming both hands on the ground, Sasuke had sent the electrical current fast at Naruto, who had to jump away. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at seeing Sasuke appearing in front of him, with his sword drawn and about to thrust his sword through Naruto's chest. The Uchiha was sure of his victory when he thrust the sword through Naruto's stomach, but he frowned once instead of blood. His sword was met with water as the Mizu Bunshin dissolved. Landing on the ground and looking around, Sasuke wondered where the attack would come, when he heard it. Sweden. Hahenryu, water release. Tearing torrent technique. Sasuke had less than a second, before his body was dragged by a powerful water current. The Uchiha looked quite surprised at the sudden appearance of this amount of water, enough to drag him below water, for cry's sake. Naruto merely observed the Uchiha getting dragged by the current, as he tisked in dismay. Looking to his left, he saw Sasuke lifted from below ground, using a basic earth manipulation escape. The Uchiha appeared winded, but Naruto saw that he had that look on his face. The Uchiha was enjoying himself. I take it that Sakura had taught you that, Huh. Sasuke smirked, taking his time to recover some of his breath, while wondering just how much stamina his foe has to throw around as much ninjutsu as him and not look winded. Yes, Naruto, this is what I wanted. This is what I always wanted from you. The Uchiha was cackling like mad at this point, while Naruto just observed with a lifted eyebrow. Just fighting you makes me feel so alive. You push me like no other before. I want more. Naruto. Fight me. Sasuke vanished and Naruto blocked the opponent's sword with his own, now observing the mad look on Sasuke's face. The two danced in a kenjutsu fight, while Naruto focused on his sensing capabilities, so as not to lock eyes with the Sharingan. If he did so, Sasuke would catch him in a genjutsu and it would be the end of it. Something about this fight had convinced the Chunin that Sasuke would definitely go for the kill, if he had the opportunity. And he couldn't use Hayate's techniques, since Sasuke could copy it with his Sharingan. Yugo-sensei would be quite pissed if she knew about it. Soon, the speed and strength of Sasuke's technique intensified and Naruto remembered their previous fight in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. The black markings had already spread throughout his body, forcing Naruto to call at least half of the fox's one tail worth of chakra to compensate. Naruto needed to finish this fight fast and blocked Sasuke's sword, before pushing him with nothing but force, surprising Sasuke, despite him using the cursed seal. Naruto, then, went through hand seals and his hand glowed in white. Fuden. Senpuken, wind release. Whirlwind fist technique. The rather short distance was enough for Naruto to advance and slam the whirlwind fist straight on Sasuke's stomach, shredding his wardrobe, Chunin vest and even caused quite the damage to Sasuke's abdomen. The attack was enough to take every bit of Sasuke's breath, until the pain was too much and he collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Naruto had released a sigh in dismay, at least relieved that he didn't have to use stronger and more destructive techniques against the relentless Uchiha. Plus, seeing the cursed seal active, meant that Kakashi-sensei's seal has weakened over time. As such, Naruto had grabbed Sasuke's unconscious body and thrown it over his shoulder, before using a shunshin towards the Hokage's office. At the Hokage's office . As soon as Naruto appeared with Sasuke on his shoulder, he was about to knock, when he heard the Hokage and Tsunade shouting at each other, before Tsunade angrily slammed the door and stomped away. Naruto sweat dropped at the scene as he then observed the Hokage slumping on his desk, no doubt feeling the heavy atmosphere after whatever discussion had just transpired here. Calmly walking inside and closing the door to the Hokage's office, Naruto had made his presence known with a sound of his throat. Ah, excuse me Hokage-sama, am I interrupting? The senior shinobi looked up in surprise and noticed that Naruto was carrying an unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder. Nonsense, my boy, just that perhaps I have to reevaluate my choice for a successor. Naruto's eyes widened, before Hiruzen waved his concern off and turned to the focus at hand. Now, care to tell me what happened? Well, it might be better to call in Kakashi-sensei for this. Sasuke's cursed seal had acted up, while he demanded a fight out of me. Hiruzen sighed and got up from his chair. Sure, follow me, Naruto-kun, and please bring Sasuke along with you. Naruto really had no option but to comply. Inside an unknown building . In no time, Naruto and the Hokage had reached their destination and Naruto looked around to see just where he was at this point. It was a tall building, that's for sure, but he couldn't see much else inside. Just a flat surface they were in with pipes on the ceiling. There was almost no light inside, but Naruto could sense hidden presences inside, such as his sensei Yugo and 3 to 4 other hidden Anbu. Then, Kakashi made himself known, next to them, with both hands inside his pockets. Should I even ask, Naruto? The Chunin merely shrugged his shoulders, trying to placate whatever responsibility he had in Sasuke's state right now. Saying he started it would be quite juvenile, wouldn't it? Hiruzen chuckled, before turning to the scarecrow Jonin. Perhaps, after meeting with his guests, Sasuke had decided to pay a visit to Naruto. Kakashi hummed in acknowledgement as Hiruzen continued. Problem is that in the midst of their fight, Sasuke ended up using Orochimaru's cursed seal. I see. Kakashi said with a sigh in dismay. But then again, Kakashi admitted to underestimating the effect of his prodigy's emotions. Then, I shall reapply the Fujihoin evil sealing method. Hiruzen nodded as Naruto placed the unconscious Sasuke on the ground, before he saw Kakashi take charge and draw the many lines of seals for the sealing technique. He studied the lineup of seals formed by the Scarecrow Jonin, looking around for items to help the Jonin sensei. Taking some steps forward, Naruto observed the lineup of Kakashi's sealing drawing, earning curious looks from both Hiruzen and Kakashi. Perhaps, I could add another layer of protection, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's eyes widened and Hiruzen smirked, remembering just who first taught Naruto. Your technique represses the evil aspect of the cursed seal, but fighting Sasuke, I learned that perhaps there is a trigger to the cursed seal's activation. Sasuke's own negative emotions flared the cursed seal into existence. Allow me. Then, Kakashi and Hiruzen observed as Naruto's finger glowed black as he then drew another sealing sequence that went around Kakashi's design. The Scarecrow Jonin was caught speechless, observing Naruto growing before his very eyes. Hell, his eyes only saw another blonde doing the same thing, a long time ago. It took a total of 5 minutes for both sealing designs to finish, before Kakashi and Naruto turned to Hiruzen for approval. The Hokage nodded and Kakashi started going through hand seals, before placing both hands on Sasuke's cursed seal. Fujihoin evil sealing method. Kakashi's sealing drawings then moved from the ground, towards Sasuke's body, crawling on his skin, until it formed a formative drawing around the cursed seal. The Scarecrow Jonin then observed as Naruto went through a long series of hand seals, before doing the same thing over Kakashi's own design. Fujihoin malice sealing method. As soon as Naruto's technique finished, a second sealing ring formed around the cursed seal. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead at the level of focus he needed to uphold for this technique. Focusing on much of Tobirama-sensei's scroll on Fuinjutsu these last months, Naruto had rarely been able to practice this much. And keeping the technique active like this took a lot of his chakra coils, so of course the damn fox now screamed inside his mind, bitching about having to ease his chakra coils. At this point, the Sannin Jiraiya appeared with a knowing smirk on his face. Oh, that was quite impressive, Gaki. Since when were you able to do that? Naruto had sensed the pervert's presence a couple of minutes ago and smiled. After seeing you seal Itachi's black flames in our mission to find Tsunade, I had decided on another side project of learning Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya crossed his arms, looking quite impressed, both at the kid's skills in Fuinjutsu and the kid's ability to come up with a cover story for Kakashi's sake. I see. Well, color me impressed. Though, your previous attempt at capturing me in a genjutsu failed quite terribly. Jiraiya laughed quite loudly. Naruto, for his part, really believed he had succeeded yesterday. Please, kid, you're at least decades too early in managing to capture a Sannin in a genjutsu. I just decided to go along, seeing as you were showing off for Kurenai. Props for that, by the way. At this, Naruto blushed at what the pervert was implying. The white-haired Sannin was even ruffling Naruto's hair playfully, while teasing him about finally having female interests. Hiruzen, then, turned to Kakashi, who merely nodded and understood his follow-up mission to capture Orochimaru's goons, together with Hiruzen's best Anbu team. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for the next video as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists. Hope you would like them too.